mortal rise through 100 reincarnations. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination, so don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like, and if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 476, Destroy the Second Infant. The great enemy appears. Lei Zinggang, the purple-browed youth, and the alluring woman, their nascent souls, suddenly transformed into three blinding bolts of lightning. They swirled rapidly in the void 100 feet around Zhao Sheng, resembling three long, thick rainbows of thunder, emitting a resounding roar. Instantly, the thundercloud domains above the three men expanded dramatically, connecting with one another. In the blink of an eye, they merged into a thick, dark cloud 100 miles across, a sea of lightning. As this cloud formed, countless black clouds suddenly appeared from thin air, blanketing the sky in gloom and thunder roaring. Seeing the thunder domain complete, Lei Zinggang abruptly stopped, laughing wildly as he raised his right hand. A flash of lightning revealed a square, dark purple seal etched with 9 dragon patterns. This seal was the heavenly thunder and earth fire sect's most precious treasure, the 9 dragon thunder seal. Legend has it that its core material was a meteorite from outer space, endowed with the power to gather and transform lightning into thunder. How dare you be so arrogant in front of the three of us? Do you think that with true Lord Jianglong here, we won't dare kill you? How ridiculous. As he spoke, Lei Zinggang and his 3 companions had formed a triangle, trapping Zhao Sheng in the middle. The purple-browed youth and the alluring woman each held a trembling, crimson-purple lightning banner over 10 feet tall. The banners were painted with millions of coiled lightning patterns, emitting incredibly dazzling flashes of lightning and a humming sound. Zhao Sheng, a skilled and daring man, stood motionless with his arms folded across his chest, watching the 3 men trapping him with a cold gaze, his face unfazed. Haha, you're just a bunch of scum. Who gave you the guts to rob and kill a real dragon? Zhao Sheng sneered. Before he finished speaking, golden magical flames erupted from his body, and a terrifying aura as vast as the ocean surged out, spreading for hundreds of miles and overwhelming all living beings. Lei Zinggang and the other 2 were not far from Zhao Sheng. Under the overwhelming pressure, they felt as if they were carrying the weight of Mount Tai, their hearts weighing heavily. Their expressions suddenly changed, their arrogance vanishing. The others, no more than giant and cultivators, had taken the initiative to distance themselves from the battlefield, but were now overwhelmed by the overwhelming pressure Zhao Sheng unleashed, fleeing in panic, hoping to escape. No one had expected the obscure 16th patriarch of the Zhao clan to wield such a terrifying aura. Damn it! The intelligence was all wrong. Humph, even if he's a great cultivator, he'll surely die today. Zimri, Suyan, quickly, mobilize the formation, Lei Zinggang roared, instantly transmitting his telepathic message to the young man with purple eyebrows and the enchanting woman. In a flash, he appeared beneath the thunder clouds. Lei Zinggang raised the 9 dragon thunder seal high in the air. The next second, the dark clouds suddenly lit up with countless bolts of lightning. 100-foot-tall thunder dragons, tearing through the clouds, lashed down, only to be drawn towards the 9 dragon thunder seal. The thunder dragons merged and coalesced, forming 9 dazzling, blindingly massive dragons. Their heads and bodies were clearly visible, circling the thunder seal and unleashing earth-shattering roars. Simultaneously, the 2 purple-browed youths fiercely waved their thunder banners, and countless thick electric python rings materialized, surrounding them like a sea of lightning. Hiss, 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 as the 3 nascent soul thunder cultivators combined their powers, an eerie roar suddenly echoed through the void. Zhao Sheng glanced over and saw that the disciples of the heavenly thunder and earth fire sect were covered in a layer of purple lightning, as if they were wearing purple armor. Hold the formation until I have dealt with the enemy, then we can talk. Zhao Sheng shifted slightly and telepathically addressed Zhao Hongxin, Zhao Wangxin, and the others. As he finished speaking, a ball of pure white light shot out from under his sleeve. It reached above Zhao Hongxin and the others, then expanded dramatically, rapidly spreading out, transforming into a vast aquamarine sphere that enveloped them all. At this moment, the myriad symbols array plate suddenly emerged from the light and flew into Zhao Hongxin's hands. Instantly, a vast amount of formation information flooded into Zhao Hongxin's mind. Thousands of waves. The actions of Zhao Sheng and Lei Xinggang seemed incredibly complex, yet they were all accomplished in the same instant, their reactions terrifyingly fast. Gazing at the thunderbolts, Zhao Sheng smiled silently, his mana suddenly condensing dramatically. He arched his body, stomping his right foot into the air. A vast sea of mana surged, gathering in his fist, and he blasted it towards the heavens. A ball of light, 1,000 times brighter than the sun, pierced the dark sky and headed straight for Lei Xinggang. The next instant, Zhao Sheng's second and third punches lashed out in lightning-fast succession. As the two suns slammed into Zimei and Suyan, the sea of thunder surrounding them suddenly became a fragile, illusory bubble, instantly shattered by the dazzling light. Even their figures were swallowed by the sun. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, the sky, the sea, and the island were engulfed in a tremendous roar. At that moment, the nearly 1 million residents of the island were terrified by this apocalyptic vision, filled with fear. They all knelt on the ground, kowtowed to the heavens, begging for mercy. As the torrent of fist light rushed towards them, Lei Xinggang, beneath the thunder clouds, sneered, his body swirling with lightning. With a hum, the 9-dragon thunder seal in his hand soared into the clouds, and he shouted, "9 thunders, demon slayer! Fall, rumble!" As the sound fell, 9 thunder dragons simultaneously broke free from the restraints of the thunder seal. 6 collided head-on with the fist light, exploding with a bang. The remaining 3 nimbly circumvented the fist light and thundered directly into Zhao Sheng's limbs. Zhao Sheng's eyes darkened. With a single wave of his hand, the 3-yang fiery flag descended from thin air into his palm. The flag fluttered, swelling several times in size in the wind. Amidst this whirling light, a crimson sun rose overhead, rapidly expanding to 100 feet, 1,000 feet, and finally 10,000 feet. As the sun emerged, all demons retreated. The 3 thunder dragons crashed headfirst into the crimson sun, triggering an unimaginable explosion. Countless flashes of lightning and crimson light devoured each other, canceling each other out. A rumbling sound caused the atmosphere to repel, and the aftermath rippled across the sea, sending up countless massive waves. At this moment, Zhao Sheng swung his hands, sending streams of celestial fire, some blue, some black, and some iridescent, transforming into shooting stars that pelted down upon the newly freed purple-browed youth and the alluring woman. Under Zhao Sheng's control, these celestial flames transformed into fiery beasts like dragons, phoenixes, tigers, and leopards, and into magical weapons like swords, pagodas, and monuments, frantically attacking the 2 nascent soul cultivators. The 2 dignified nascent soul ancestors were immediately overwhelmed, scrambling to fend off the fierce attacks from all sides. They were quickly at a disadvantage and even faced death. Zhao Sheng devoted a small amount of energy to dealing with Zimei and the other 2, and the remaining half to Lei Xinggang. However, Zhao Sheng still retained a considerable amount of strength, for he had sensed something was amiss from the beginning. Although his mind had repeatedly scanned the area over 300 miles and found nothing unusual, he could still hear faint warnings from deep within his soul, as if great danger lurked all around. Sizzle! Zhao Sheng's mind stirred, and boundless magical power surged into the 3-yang fiery flag. The next second, a vast purple sun detached from the banner, swelling 1,000-fold against the wind, transforming into a mountain-sized sun. Slowly but swiftly, it ascended into the heavens, momentarily obscuring half the sky and illuminating the sea of clouds. Lei Xinggang's heart tightened. From below, the purple sun emanated an extremely menacing pressure, as if the sun itself had appeared before him, ready to devour him. Ha ha! A fierce gleam flashed in Lei Xinggang's eyes, and with a roar, blinding lightning erupted from all his orifices. A dense mass of purple lightning appeared within 100 feet of him. His once handsome face suddenly became covered in countless strange patterns. His long, untidy hair stood upright, blazing with lightning. He looked mad and deranged, like a peerless demon. The thunderstorm has begun, all demons will be destroyed. Die for me. Lei Xinggang's expression was frantic. The 9-dragon thunder seal above his head suddenly sank into the clouds, instantly roiling the entire thunder cloud. As his roar faded, a sudden explosion echoed from the depths of the heavy, inky clouds. The once pitch black, thick cloud layer, resembling a mountain, instantly ripped apart, a vast rift stretching hundreds of miles across, from which streams of blazing purple lightning poured down. With a series of resounding swish, thick bolts of lightning, like celestial swords, descended from the sky one after another, slashing down upon the purple sun. While both were purple, One exuded a masculine and destructive aura, while the other was vast and eternal, its scorching heat carrying a hint of immortality. The lightning flashed with such swiftness that in a split second, hundreds of them struck the sun simultaneously, causing it to crumble in pieces, as if unable to withstand the might of the thunder. Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered with surprise as he witnessed this scene. He hadn't imagined the nine-dragon thunder seal could actually draw upon the power of heaven and earth. Its power skyrocketed. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng suddenly became intrigued. Dark and golden flames erupted from his body, the black flame of the dead soul and the true fire of the golden crow enveloping his arms, each completely enveloping them. The next moment, the three suns blazing flag suddenly enveloped him, transforming into a stream of blazing white light, darting deep into the dark clouds. Lei Xingang's eyes flashed, and he spotted Zhao Sheng pursuing him. A sneer crossed his lips. He extended his hand and pointed, sending streams of purple lightning emanating from the clouds, striking the rapidly approaching blazing white light. Zhao Sheng, however, didn't bother dodging. He poured all his Ganshin mana into the three suns blazing flag, and three suns emerged simultaneously, overlapping to form a massive black hole-like sun, protecting its owner at its center. All the purple lightning struck the black hole sun and vanished silently, perhaps completely devoured by the black hole. Zhao Sheng, despite all his tricks, relied solely on the boundless power of the ancient artifact, defying the onslaught of thunder and forcing his way into Lei Xingang's nascent soul domain. Lei Xingang's face darkened, a mortal fear rising within him. He quickly glanced below, watching Zimei and the other two dodging and dodging, their faces utterly ravaged by the countless terrifying spiritual flames. It was clear they were not only useless but also in danger of their lives. Lei Xingang's mind raced, regretting his decision to give in and enter the fray, which now threatened his own demise. In a split second, countless thoughts raced through his mind. The next second, Lei Xingang cast aside all distractions, suppressing his fear. With a ferocious, frantic expression, he raised his hands high, and a vast sea of purple lightning surged into the sky, instantly merging with the nine-dragon thunder seal. Dark clouds rolled and swept away, and a seal floated in a sea of thunder. In a flash, the seal plunged into the sea, transforming into a massive thunder dragon 1,000 feet long, adorned with horns, scales, claws, eyes, and whiskers. Roaring and blazing with lightning, it charged towards the black hole-like sun. Boom! The dark clouds were ripped apart by an unimaginable hurricane, and the azure sky reappeared. The sun hung high in the sky, shedding boundless light and heat, illuminating all darkness. Zhao Sheng, holding the three-yang blazing flag, retreated 10 miles. He frowned at the 1,000-foot-long thunder dragon roaring across the sky. He had never expected Lei Xingang to harness the power of the nine-dragon thunder seal to such an extent, even using heavenly thunder to transform into a true dragon like the five-clawed thunder dragon. Legend has it that in the spirit world, the five-clawed thunder dragon is an ancient true spirit that controls thunder tribulations, possessing the purest and most primal destructive power. However, the five-clawed thunder dragon before him was, after all, an illusion, a far cry from the true ancient spirit, its power perhaps less than 1/10 of its true master. Zhao Sheng's mind raced. A sea of golden flames appeared behind him, and within its depths, a vision of a vast, scorching sun rose faintly. Roar! With a deafening roar, the thunder dragon suddenly leaped across 10 miles of space, swooping down like lightning. Two lightning claws slammed fiercely into the three-yang fiery flag protecting Zhao Sheng. Crack! A surge of purple lightning burst forth, causing the flag to tremble violently and rapidly depleting a large amount of mana. Die! In mid-air, a fierce glint flashed in Lei Xingang's eyes. He suddenly roared, and a torrent of blood and essence erupted from his mouth. The essence and blood vanished into thin air, landing on the five-clawed thunder dragon. Suddenly, a burst of lightning erupted from the dragon's body. Its tail lifted high, and a mountain-sized ball of purple lightning emerged from it. With overwhelming force, it slammed down on Zhao Sheng's head. A resounding boom, the sky was dyed a dark purple by the purple lightning. Countless massive electric snakes and thunder pythons spread across the 10-mile radius, unable to find their target. At that moment, two desperate screams suddenly rang out from below. Lei Xingang watched with utter horror. He saw Zimei and Su Yan's heads simultaneously severed by two grayish giant swords. Even their nascent souls had no time to escape before they were instantly annihilated by the gray light, vanishing without a trace. At that moment, that damned demon star Taoist appeared out of nowhere beside them, looking up with a smile, his face etched with unmistakable sarcasm. Lei Zhengang was horrified at this scene. He looked up and around, opening his mouth to scream. Swish! Suddenly, a bolt of light as thick as an arm appeared behind Zhao Sheng, hurtling towards the dragon on his spine. The arrow collided fiercely with a protective magic field, blazing white and gold across the sky. Suddenly, a crackling sound echoed through the air. A soft puff sounded. A fist-sized hole suddenly appeared in the lower right side of Zhao Sheng's chest and abdomen, and blood spurted out like an arrow. Chapter 477's Hong Zhao does not allow such a powerful family to exist. Zhao Sheng felt a numbing sensation throughout his body. His magical energy, strangely disturbed, became chaotic and stagnant, causing the protective aura to dissipate for a moment before recondensing a moment later. All this seemed prolonged, but in reality, it happened in the blink of an eye. Zhao Sheng had barely cleared the interference and was reorganizing his magical energy when the five-clawed thunder dragon in mid-air transformed into a torrent of lightning, overwhelming the entire sky and trapping him in the center of a sea of purple lightning. Zhao Sheng's eyes were completely filled with blinding lightning, blinding him to anything else. Rumbling sounds filled his ears. His protective aura, battered by countless thunderbolts, was in imminent danger, poised to be breached at any moment. At that moment, a deep sense of danger seized Zhao Sheng. Shocked, he was about to activate his life-saving skill, Phase Shift. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, a dull, muffled sound like a wooden fish pierced the sea of lightning, piercing the aura of the Dharma realm, and pierced through the purple mansion, exploding directly above his soul sea. Boom! Zhao Sheng felt his mind go dark, his once focused consciousness shattered by the sound of the wooden fish, causing his phase shift to fail. Fortunately, Zhao Sheng's spiritual power was several times more powerful than that of his peers, and his consciousness returned to normal after only a moment's daze. At that moment, a silver-white arrow, at an incredibly sharp angle, pierced through the crack in the protective aura and shot straight for the purple palace between his eyebrows. The murderous aura that penetrated his bones made Zhao Sheng's soul tremble with fear. Buzz! Zhao Sheng tilted his head with all his strength. The arrow flew past his temple, tearing away large pieces of flesh and blood while also carving a deep bloody groove outside his left eye. Half of his scalp was torn apart, blood gushing out, and the jade-white bone plates were exposed. The scene was truly terrifying. The next second, a ball of gray light suddenly broke through the sea of thunder and streaked towards the sky, aiming directly at Lei Zhengang. Deep within the gray light, Zhao Sheng's eyes shone fiercely. His left arm was engulfed in 7 colored flames. Extremely scorching flame energy rose and expanded, transforming the area around him, several feet in radius, into an extremely high-temperature force field, repelling all unnatural forces. Hey! Instantly, he flew within 100 feet of Lei Zhengang. With a roar, Zhao Sheng thrust his left fist, tucked in at his chest, into the sea of thunder ahead. Amidst a rumble of lightning, a 7-colored flaming fist materialized, radiating an extremely scorching flame. It shattered countless bolts of lightning and slammed into Lei Zhengang. Bang! The force of thunder and the power of the ultimate flame clashed fiercely. Vast swathes of purple lightning were blasted apart by the flames, creating a massive tunnel in the sea of thunder. At the end lay Lei Zhenggang's 6-yang leader. Seeing the incoming fist flames, Lei Zhengang was terrified. His purple hair shattered with a bang. He thrust his hands forward with all his might, sending a surge of purple lightning surging forth. He dared to try to stop the chariot. Boom! A 7-colored flaming fist shattered the purple lightning and struck Lei Zhengang, instantly triggering a violent explosion. A 7-colored cloud of fire rolled in, engulfing everything around him. Before Zhao Sheng could retract his fist, a silver-white arrow of light pierced the air again, and the sound of a wooden fish simultaneously resonated within his soul sea. The two attacks were perfectly coordinated, a testament to the pinnacle of perfection. Fortunately, having just suffered a heavy loss, Zhao Sheng was prepared. Suddenly, a streak of golden light shot out from his chest and abdomen, blocking the silver-white arrow with incredible precision. The arrow, blocked, instantly disintegrated into a vast shard of sharp blades and vanished into smoke. After a slight flicker, the golden light immediately stabilized, revealing a flawless golden sphere the size of a skull. It was his life-defining magic weapon, the 10,000 fire cauldron. Zhao Sheng exhaled, and the black and white true fire of his right arm tangled and collided. He aimed his right fist forward, striking out thousands of times in an instant. Streams of gray fist light shot out, piercing the seven-colored sea of fire like lightning, bombarding Lei Xinggang repeatedly. Even then, the enemy lurking in the shadows seemed unwilling to accept defeat. Over a dozen silver-white arrows emerged from thin air, half continuing to attack Zhao Sheng, while the other half intercepted the gray fists. If any attack failed to kill the enemy the first time, subsequent attacks would be futile. Despite their cunning angles, the silver-white arrows were not only extremely powerful but also lightning fast, but they proved ineffective against Zhao Sheng, who had been on guard. The 10,000 fire cauldron, possessing immense spirituality, proactively protected its master, instantly emanating a myriad of golden rays, shattering each incoming arrow. Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed, and he casually wiped away the blood that had trickled down his chin. A sinister smile suddenly appeared on his face, as if mocking a coward who had hidden his true colors. The wounds on his chest and abdomen, as well as half of his scalp, were rapidly healing, nearing complete recovery. A hint of coldness crossed Zhao Sheng's lips. With a flick of his hand, a small, rough, jet-black arrow, palm-length, suddenly appeared in his palm. It's rude not to reciprocate. Just in time for you to experience my god-slaying arrow. Zhao Sheng's mind flickered, and with a burst of magical power from his palm, a black light pierced the void at incredible speed, flashing across the sea of thunder in the sky. At that moment, a patch of space over a dozen miles away suddenly distorted and blurred, and a bald old man, gaunt, with a face covered in black spots and thinning hair, suddenly fell out. The old man's expression was indifferent, his hands clasped together in front of his chest, holding a small ebony arrow between his palms. Drops of foul-smelling black blood dripped from the end of the arrow into the void, clearly not having completely avoided the attack of the god-slaying arrow. As the bald old man was forced out, a mutilated corpse fell from the seven-colored flaming cloud and then plummeted into the sea. Zhao Sheng narrowed his eyes slightly as he gazed at the bald old man over a dozen miles away. This man possessed a majestic aura and unfathomable strength, but there was something strange about him. He seemed to be extremely full of life, yet a strong aura of death lingered between his brows. It was like a last gasp of life. Zhao Sheng couldn't help but feel a little discouraged at this thought, but when he thought of the people below and the experiment on the secluded island, he steeled his resolve and cast aside any thought of retreat. At this moment, the bald old man clasped his hands together, grasped the god-slaying arrow, and casually placed it in the quiver at his waist. Zhao Sheng immediately lost the sense of the god-slaying arrow and, startled, shouted, "Who are you? Do you dare to tell me your name?" The bald old man suddenly chanted the Buddha's name, Amitabha. "Since I broke my vows and left the temple, my Dharma name and surname have become like a passing cloud, long forgotten. You may call me whatever you wish. Today, I have been entrusted with this task, solely to take your life. After your death, I will recite the rebirth mantra 10,000 times to pray for your salvation. Amitabha, may the Buddha have mercy on you." As soon as he finished speaking, the bald old man waved his right hand, and a small, silver-white bow, about a foot long, appeared in his palm. It looked like a toy. However, Zhao Sheng absolutely dared not underestimate this bow. Just now, he had been caught off guard and nearly shot through the head by an arrow. The bald old man raised the precious silver bow to his chest. A silver-white arrow of light suddenly condensed at the bow's waist, ready to be released. At the same moment, a wooden fish the size of a water tank materialized from the old man's feet. Zhao Sheng, seized by a precarious threat, summoned a thought, and the 10,000 fire cauldron spun, unleashing 7 or 8 different kinds of celestial spiritual fires. These fires instantly transformed into layers of flaming barriers, blocking his path. "Senior, wait. Even if I must die, let me die knowingly," Zhao Sheng shouted rapidly. At the same moment, his right hand reached across his waist, unearthing a massive peach the size of a head, its crown red and its skin jade white. The bald old man's eyes narrowed at the sight of the longevity peach, their glint flickering with intense desire. Zhao Sheng carefully placed the peach against his chest. Seeing the other man didn't attack, he felt relieved, a smile spreading across his face. Unless absolutely necessary, he would never fight a dying man, especially one whose cultivation was undoubtedly superior to his, perhaps even reaching the threshold of the divine transformation realm. The reason for this was that the arrow attack just now bore a striking resemblance to the Heavenly Sword Emperor's attack pattern, both striking mortal enemies from the ethereal realm. However, this man's arrow strikes were crude and clumsy, far less skillful than the Heavenly Sword Emperors, whose swordsmanship was incredibly precise and unpredictable. "Donor Zhao, do you have anything else to say?" The bald old man suddenly dispersed his arrows, his tone slightly softer. Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered, and he boldly flew over, stopping only when they were several miles apart. Throughout this entire attack, the bald old man made no move to stop him. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng felt a sense of relief, a surge of confidence. He spoke, "Senior, I don't know who could have persuaded you to kill me. But I guarantee that even if you succeed, you won't be able to escape my ancestors' pursuit. In the end, it's a life for a life, a loss. Besides, are you truly confident you can spare my life?" The bald old man, having heard this, fell into deep thought. Taking this opportunity, Zhao Sheng's mind raced, a myriad of thoughts racing through his mind. After the brief and thrilling encounter, he was certain the bald old man knew him intimately. No, that wasn't right. Someone or some other force hidden behind the scenes must have possessed a remarkable understanding of him. After all, very few people in this world knew of his teleportation ability, a secret unknown even to the vast majority of his clan. Thinking of possible acquaintances and forces, Zhao Sheng immediately considered the Xiandao sect of the Netherworld, followed by Lei Peng, Yanmo, Huo Feng, and others. But he quickly eliminated both options. The bald old man was clearly a master of his realm, and his power was unfathomable. Common sense dictated that the Xiandao cult couldn't possibly possess the strength to persuade a half-stepped god leader to offer his life in exchange for his own. Unless his deed was exposed, which was highly unlikely with a Heavenly Sword Emperor's cover-up. Similarly, Lei Peng, Yanmo, and the others were even less likely. The most likely culprits would be someone from the Xianzhou realm. After all, the Nanshan Zhao clan's influence was immense. Not only had they produced a great true lord who could subdue dragons and demons, but they also saw an increasing number of nascent soul ancestors, and their overall power was skyrocketing year by year. From a certain perspective, the Nanshan Zhao clan's rapid rise, their power exceeding the imagination of all other factions, inevitably disrupted the millennial-long peace and stability that had prevailed in Central Continent. In the eyes of all the established hegemonic factions, there was no place for such a powerful family in Central Continent. Therefore, there were no shortage of top factions motivated to take the necessary action. Perhaps even the Dezheng sect, the closest ally to the Zhao family, had similar considerations. But motives were one thing, and actually taking decisive action was another. Zhao Sheng initially considered the Beastmaster sect as the mastermind. After all, he had been conducting experiments on Gushan Peak for years. The faction with the most accurate knowledge of his movements was undoubtedly the Beastmaster sect, but the thought only flashed through his mind before Zhao Sheng dismissed it. If he died, the most likely suspect would be the Beastmaster sect. Only the Beastmaster sect's nascent soul ancestors would have gone mad, gambled everything on his life, and killed him. These old beast-playing thieves were each more cowardly than the other. They would surely know that if anything happened, they would not be able to withstand the wrath of the great true lord, so they wouldn't do such a foolish thing. At this point, Zhao Sheng suddenly had an idea and thought of the most likely target, the Supreme Sense sect. This sect has long held the primacy of Central Continent, consistently producing divine masters for tens of thousands of years, each generation holding the sway over the continent. Until the mass ascension event 1,000 years ago, it caught all factions off guard and caused the Supreme Induction sect to experience its first true lord generational gap. This, in turn, gave Zhao Xuanjing a golden opportunity to rise to become Central Continent's sole true lord, simultaneously catapulting the Nanshan Zhao clan to immense power, rapidly expanding to its present size. The Nanshan Zhao clan's existence undoubtedly threatened the Supreme Induction sect's supremacy. Failure to act promptly allowed a dragon-subduing true lord to reign supreme for 500 years. The Supreme Induction sect would certainly not stand by and watch as a second Zhao Xuanjing emerged from the Zhao clan. This sect possessed the deepest foundations in the realm, and Zhao Sheng didn't know the extent of its control over Central Continent, but it undoubtedly surpassed common belief. Whether considering motives, strength, or methods, the Supreme Induction sect was the primary suspect. At this moment, Zhao Sheng suddenly recalled an incident from 200 years ago. Back then, before he reached the nascent soul stage, he was forced to repeatedly perform teleportation in public to escape Li Daoxing's pursuit. Although only a few witnessed this, the secret eventually became known. Given the importance the Supreme Induction sect holds for the Nanshan Zhao family, Uncovering this secret shouldn't be difficult. After identifying the primary suspect, Zhao Sheng slowly calmed down. In reality, when the bald old man's first attack failed, he had already lost his only chance to kill him. If Zhao Sheng had wanted to, he could have easily escaped, perhaps even counterattacked. However, doing so would leave him unable to protect the younger members of his family, and the result would have been heavy casualties. Furthermore, fleeing in public would have been embarrassing. Better yet, turn hostility into friendship. Zhao Sheng glanced at the longevity peaches in his hand and thought to himself, perhaps I can win this man over and add another powerful force to my family. Amitabha, the bald old man, as if thinking clearly, suddenly chanted the Buddha's name loudly, his voice filled with a sense of determination. Zhao Sheng, alarmed by the situation, immediately flashed and teleported over 300 miles. Then, in a flash of light, he returned to his original position, shouting, "If I want to leave, you will never be able to stop me." Before he could finish his words, the bald old man stomped his right foot on the wooden fish, and a dull thud instantly resonated through the void. However, once this move lost its element of surprise, it was no longer effective against Zhao Sheng. In an instant, a light of annihilation materialized from thin air, transforming into an eggshell that protected Zhao Sheng and silenced the wooden fish's chanting. The eggshell dissipated in a thought, and Zhao Sheng sent a message with his spiritual thoughts, "Stop. Don't you want to see the scenery above the God transformation realm?" As soon as these words came out, the bald old man was shocked all over and immediately stopped his hand movements. Chapter 478 If I don't go to hell, who will? Zhao Sheng was secretly delighted by the bald man's reaction and immediately stopped, waiting for him to make his decision. He doubted he wouldn't be tempted. After all, the pinnacle of the divine transformation realm is the highest realm every cultivator in the Shiansu realm dreams of. Throughout history, countless geniuses and heroes have gravitated towards it, but only a handful have ever reached its pinnacle, overlooking all living things. The bald man was nearing death, yet he was only half a step away from the divine transformation realm. His desire for divine transformation must be countless times stronger than anyone else's. He was like a drowning man, clinging to even the slightest straw. Just when Zhao Sheng was certain he would take the bait, the bald man suddenly clasped his palms together and slowly said, "Amitabha. I have practiced Mahayana Buddhism for 2,000 years, yet I still cannot overcome the barrier of life and death." Zhao Sheng's eyes gleamed at these words, and he couldn't help but feel delighted. At that moment, the bald old man suddenly leaped up. In a blur, he appeared as if teleporting, 3 feet away from Zhao Sheng, and swiftly pointed a finger. A cold glint flashed in the old man's eyes, and a blinding white light erupted from his fingertip. Instantly, a hissing sound erupted, and a cloud of golden finger spears, as fine as golden threads, materialized from thin air, raining down upon Zhao Sheng. The speed of the finger spears was like a flash of lightning. Zhao Sheng felt the space around him tighten as an invisible, overwhelming pressure descended upon him, causing his entire body to stagnate, his magic power and spiritual consciousness to stagnate. Boom, boom, boom. Facing a life-or-death crisis, Zhao Sheng's heart was filled with alarm, but at that moment, the disturbing sound of the wooden fish suddenly exploded, nearly causing him to faint. Fortunately, Zhao Sheng had not let his guard down. He remained calm in the face of danger, his mind racing. Suddenly, a layer of gray eggshell enveloped his entire body, blocking out the demonic sound. Simultaneously, flames from the 10,000 fire cauldrons shot skyward, and streams of spiritual flames instantly burst forth, like a dazzling flaming lotus blocking its master. Simultaneously, Zhao Sheng vanished from the scene. The next moment, a golden finger arrow collided with a spiritual flame lotus. Wherever the arrow passed, the void seemed to be slit by countless wind blades, creating fine cracks as fine as silk threads. The lotus withstood the arrow for a moment before it shattered, exploding into a cloud of flames that scattered and fell. At that moment, Zhao Sheng suddenly appeared from thin air, over 100 feet behind the bald old man. 7 streams of celestial and celestial true fire, swirling around his left arm, chased and fused like spiritual dragons, forming a 7-colored ring of fire. Zhao Sheng gazed at the bald old man's back with a cold, stern gaze, gathering strength with his left arm and delivering a powerful punch. Boom! A 7-colored fire dragon, as thick as 3 people could hold together, instantly broke free from his fist, igniting the void and roaring as it charged towards the bald old man. But at that moment, as if sensing something behind him, the bald man, without even turning his head, swung his right hand back, his fingers forming a flower-picking gesture. With a flick, countless golden arrows suddenly appeared in the sky, hissing through the air and colliding headlong with the seven-colored fire dragon, exploding with a resounding boom. But amidst the resounding roar, a stream of silver-white arrows, taking advantage of the chaos, appeared around Zhao Sheng with incredible dexterity, sprinting towards him from all directions. Startled, Zhao Sheng saw no time to dodge, and spun around. The three-yang fiery flag emerged from his presence, swirling with his body, and the burst of flames instantly enveloped its owner. Boom, boom, boom. The silver-white arrows bombarded the flag, shaking its surface but completely failing to penetrate the ancient treasure's defenses. Zhao Sheng, commanding the three-yang fiery flag, swiftly fled 100 miles away, simultaneously controlling the seven-colored true flame to transform into numerous fire spirits, entwining the bald old man. The two exchanged barely a single round, yet Zhao Sheng broke out in a cold sweat. The bald old man, grasping the flower of Buddha light in one hand, withstood the assault of the seven-colored true flame, while with the other, he plucked the bowstring, continuously unleashing silver-white arrows. Simultaneously, his feet, in a mysterious rhythm, stomped the wooden fish beneath him, sending a relentless, muffled thud that assaulted Zhao Sheng's soul. The apricot yellow wooden fish, a precious ancient Buddhist treasure, its thuds capable of igniting virtually any defense, tangible or intangible, directly shocking the very soul, a truly unstoppable force. Fortunately, Zhao Sheng possessed the annihilation gray light, a pure destructive force capable of annihilating any otherworldly power. Without it, he would have been in grave danger. With a swish, 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 over 100 silver-white arrows pierced the wall of fire, pausing only briefly before continuing their trajectory towards Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng narrowed his eyes at this, and the 10,000 fire cauldron instantly expanded 1,000-fold, swirling out layers of golden flames that blocked all incoming arrows. Zhao Sheng and the bald old man were both rare nascent soul cultivators. After only a few rounds of fighting, each quickly adapted to the other's attack rhythm. Although Zhao Sheng's cultivation was far inferior to his opponent's, he possessed valuable treasures and mastered countless secret techniques. After a brief exchange, he held his own against the bald old man, holding his ground. As the two continued to clash, their mana drained significantly, and the bald old man's complexion gradually dimmed. Amitabha, the nameless old monk suddenly chanted the Buddha's name again, and a white bone demon subduing pestle suddenly slipped from his left sleeve. The pestle was about a foot long, with a sharp three-edged blade at the front and three fist-sized human skulls at the end. The skulls were divided into three forms: smile, scold, and anger. Each had two beams of Buddha's light in their eyes, and each held a colorful Buddha bone relic in its mouth. Zhao Sheng's heart leaped upon seeing this object. Its distinct features made him instantly recognize it as the three demons returning to enlightenment pestle, also known as the three demons entering the Buddha's way to return to enlightenment's holy primordial blade. This treasure, one of the most precious treasures of the holy Buddha temple in the Great Snow Mountain, had been enshrined for generations. Rumors had it been lost for 1,000 years. Who would have thought it would appear in the hands of the bald old man today? Zhao Sheng's mind raced, and he instantly thought of a secret story about this treasure. He couldn't help but shout, kowtowing to the Buddha for 1,000 years. "You are the old monk Yin Zhen, but it turns out that you didn't pass away. So, the rumor that you couldn't become the abbot, so you held a grudge, and stole the three demons' return pestle and escaped from the Snow Mountain, and have not been heard from since, is actually true. Yes, I am Yin Zhen who stole the return pestle. But this is what the holy Buddha temple owes me. The position of abbot should have belonged to me, but it was snatched away by that bastard Yin Xiu. I ask myself that I am 100 times more pious than him, but I ended up like this. I'm not reconciled. I'm not reconciled." The bald old man became more and more excited as he spoke, and his face was distorted like a devil, and he looked like a roaring ghost. But the next moment, his entire body suddenly trembled, then instantly regained its composure. With a solemn expression, he bowed his head and said, "Amitabha, Buddha, may your mercy be upon me. I was just lost in thought." When Yin Zhen raised his head, Zhao Sheng was startled by his cold, emotionless eyes, realizing he was determined to kill. Today's battle is a fight to the death. At this moment, Yin Zhen slowly raised the gimmicky pestle in his left hand and gently swung it towards Zhao Sheng. In an instant, A pestle as massive as a mountain appeared out of thin air above Zhao Sheng's head and slammed down heavily. The surrounding space froze, and Zhao Sheng felt as if time had slowed to an incomparable speed, everything around him almost standing still, save for the incredibly swift light of the pestle. Just as he was about to be crushed to pulp by this blow, a streak of golden light shot overhead, colliding head-on with the pestle. Boom! A resounding roar shook the heavens, the pestle's light shattered, and the 10,000 fire cauldron was sent careening over 10 miles away, yet it had saved its master's life. Zhao Sheng, having narrowly escaped death, broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing Yin Zhen raise the Gimri pestle again, his hair stood on end. He thrust his right fist forward, and a vast expanse of gray light suddenly materialized, instantly filling the surrounding area and obscuring Zhao Sheng's form. Elder monk Yin Zhen frowned at this, unable to lower his raised bone pestle. However, the silver-white bow before the man suddenly shone with divine light, unleashing dozens of silver-white arrows that pierced the void like lightning and pierced the chaotic gray light. At this moment, Zhao Sheng suddenly appeared out of thin air behind Yin Zhen, his nascent soul domain compressed to its limit. The area around his fist suddenly distorted and blurred. Under the intense heat, a gray spear, blazing with piercing flames, stabbed Yin Zhen's back like a meteor. As the flames rose, a faint glint of the power of the law of lightness and heaviness emanated from the surface of the gray spear. In an instant, the spearhead became as heavy as Mount Tai, while its speed exploded tenfold, approaching the speed of light. In a split second, the spear pierced Yin Zhen's back. Suddenly, a blinding Buddha's light erupted from the spot, shaking the void and blinding everything. But then, the gray spear effortlessly pierced through the Buddha's light's defenses, piercing Yin Zhen through and through. Boom! At that moment, the spear could no longer maintain its form, exploding into a vast ball of annihilating gray light, instantly engulfing Yin Zhen. Zhao Sheng retreated several miles, his eyes narrowing as he gazed upon the raging destructive force. Mani Padme Hum. The next second, the gray light dissipated, and Yin Zhen sat solemnly, chanting the Buddhist six-syllable mantra. His entire body was now shrouded in a brilliant white light, making it impossible to discern the extent of his injuries. Suddenly, his ears, eyes, and 7 orifices ignited with glazed Buddha fire. Buddha power surged and swirled like an ocean, and countless glazed golden lotuses swirled around him. Then, with a single finger movement, the countless golden lotuses rapidly merged, transforming into a 1,000-petaled lotus platform spanning over 10 feet in diameter, which supported him. At the center of the lotus platform, a blinding white light flickered wildly, evidently extremely unstable and poised to erupt at any moment. Zhao Sheng sensed the terrifying power contained within the white light, his expression changed slightly, and his body blurred as he was about to move away. But then, a remarkably clear thud suddenly reached his mind, its force several times greater than before. Even though Zhao Sheng had previously cast multiple mental barriers within his soul sea, he still stumbled and fell through the air, his innate supernatural power suddenly interrupted. Zhao Sheng's face changed drastically. He glanced over and saw that elder monk Yin Zhen was using the Gimri pestle as a mallet, striking the wooden fish. No wonder the power had so dramatically increased. However, Zhao Sheng wasn't afraid, but rather delighted. The stronger the old monk's aura, the more pronounced his deathly aura became. Now, a wisp of black energy was slowly seeping into the white light, like a flaw in white jade that couldn't be erased. While I still have a few breaths left, you may flee. But your descendants will bear the brunt of my wrath, Yin Zhen said coldly to Zhao Sheng, his expression indifferent. Though his voice was low, it carried 100 miles, reaching every ear. This was a blatant conspiracy, and it depended on Zhao Sheng's concern for his people's lives. Don't even think about it, Zhao Sheng shouted, raising his hand. The 3 suns fiery flag suddenly curled into a spear. 3 suns, red, purple, and black, roared from the spear's tip, then flashed into a dark, deep black hole, resembling a solar eclipse. With a sudden thrust of Zhao Sheng's arm, the 3 yang fiery flag shot out like a meteor, slamming head-on into Yin Zhen's head. A smug smile crossed Yin Zhen's face, and he and his lotus platform flew head-on. Wherever the white light passed, the void violently distorted. Simultaneously, the Gimri pestle's power surged 1,000-fold, its massive 3-edged blade striking the 3 yang spear, sending it careening backward. A piercing sound of air-shattering pierced Zhao Sheng's body, and before he could fully grasp what was happening, a terrifying crack filled his mind. followed by a bone-chilling chill that reached his brow. Just 2 inches further and his head would explode. Zhao Sheng's expression changed dramatically, his eyes blazing with light. A 9-story gray-white pagoda materialized from thin air, blocking the blade's tip. A sharp, piercing crack sounded, and Zhao Sheng was sent flying backwards, his head gushing with blood. However, his hands remained tightly gripping the 9-nether pagoda. At that moment, the gimmick pestle radiated a golden, red, and black Buddha light. Its tip struck the pagoda wall, emitting a dazzling white flash, yet it failed to harm the pagoda in the slightest. Just then, a flaming meteor shot down from the distance, smashing down on Yin Zhen, who was slumped on the lotus pedestal. Fueled by countless celestial spiritual fires, the 10,000 fire cauldron's power reached an incredible magnitude. Seeing the approaching meteor, the 1,000-petal lotus platform abruptly closed, its edges surging with hundreds of layers of golden light in an attempt to stop the 10,000 fire cauldron. But it was in vain. The 1,000-petal lotus platform could barely hold out for a moment before violently trembling and twisting, then collapsing with a bang. Meanwhile, the 3-yang fiery flag, surging with flames and bearing 3 suns, descended from below. With the 10,000 fire cauldron above and the 3-yang fiery flag below, Yin Zhen faced a pincer attack from both sides. There was no escape for him. Of course, Yin Zhen didn't even think of escaping. He silently recited the Buddha's immeasurable sutra, and his entire body was instantly engulfed in glazed Buddha fire. The white light also transformed into Buddha fire, and within the fire, a wrathful-eyed Vajra Buddha emerged. The Buddha pointed to the sky with one hand, easily sending the 10,000 fire cauldron flying. With one finger, he pointed to the ground, forcibly suppressing the 3 suns. All living beings have suffered immeasurable calamities. The Buddha says, if I don't go to hell, who will? At this moment, a Buddhist chant suddenly echoed through the sky. Zhao Sheng shouted loudly, clasping his hands together and lifting the 9-netherworld pagoda with all his might. Black light surged, barely suppressing the 3 demons' pestle at its base. Whoa! He gasped for breath and was about to flee. But at that moment, Zhao Sheng suddenly lost touch with a Yin Zhen. At that moment, in the void several miles away, the wrathful-eyed Buddha statue suddenly burst into flames, emitting a vast golden rainbow light that continuously spread into the surrounding void before slowly fading into form. Zhao Sheng gazed at this wondrous scene, a vague understanding dawning on him. Old monk Yin Zhen unexpectedly passed away midway through. It turned out that it wasn't because the old monk's heart was unwavering, but because he was only breathing his last breath, with no hope of breaking through to the state of incarnation. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 479. I suddenly had a bold idea. As the dark clouds dissipated, the rainbow light of the Dharma image gradually dispersed across the heavens and earth. A Grand Master, halfway to the divine transformation stage, vanished into thin air. Seeing this outcome, Zhao Sheng finally relaxed. With a wave of his hand, magical artifacts like the 10,000 fire cauldron, the 3-yang blazing flag, and the 9-nether pagoda flew back to their owners. The next moment, a streak of white light flew from afar, landing in his hand and transforming into a jade-white demon-subduing pestle. Immediately, Zhao Sheng unleashed his divine consciousness, which expanded mightily toward the sea below, quickly enveloping the surrounding area for 100 miles. Whoosh! A small silver bow, an apricot yellow wooden fish, the 9-dragon thunder seal, a purple thunder banner, and a corpse, a host of other items, soared from the sea, quickly reaching Zhao Sheng, who collected them one by one into his storage bag. After several life-or-death experiences, Zhao Sheng finally reaped a bountiful harvest. Although Zhao Sheng was still terrified, the sight of so many treasures brought him a sense of relief, as if his efforts had finally paid off. After collecting the treasure, Zhao Sheng flashed and instantly arrived above Hermit Island. Zhao Wangxin and the others were overjoyed to see the ancestors' triumphant return. They quickly dismantled the formation barrier and flew forward, shouting in unison, "Congratulations, Ancestor, for slaying the formidable enemy and greatly enhancing our clan's prestige. Ancestor's magical power is boundless, unrivaled." Having witnessed the series of breathtaking battles, these Zhao clan members had come to regard the Kaiyongshan ancestor as a deity, filled with reverence. Zhao Hongxin respectfully returned the myriad symbols formation plate to the ancestor. After Zhao Sheng collected the plate, he offered a few words of encouragement to the group, urging them to work diligently in the future. Then, he dismissed them all, leaving Zhao Hongxin alone. As for the remnants of the Heavenly Thunder and Earth Fire sect, they had already fled in fear after their leader's dismembered body. "Ancestor, what are your orders?" Zhao Hongxin asked submissively. Zhao Sheng said calmly, "Things on Hermit Island will be managed by you for the time being. Remember to keep good records of the experiments. By the way, there are a few people you need to pay special attention to." At this point, Zhao Sheng mentioned several names, including a Yang Boxen. Zhao Hongxin bowed solemnly and said loudly, "Hongxin, I will obey your orders and will live up to your trust, ancestor." "Yes." Zhao Sheng nodded in satisfaction and continued, "I have important matters to attend to and will be away for a few days. This experiment on Hermit Island concerns the destiny of our clan for 10,000 years. You must give your best, and your best. Once this is completed, I will personally commend you to our ancestor for your achievements. Don't worry, ancestor. Hongxin will never make a single mistake," Zhao Hongxin promised solemnly. After saying this, Zhao Hongxin's face darkened, and he suddenly asked, "Grandfather, are we going to let the thieves of the Heavenly Thunder and Earth Fire sect go so easily?" A fierce look flashed in Zhao Sheng's eyes, and he said coldly, "Of course not. I'll report this matter to grandfather." "Humph. The Heavenly Thunder and Earth Fire sect has no need to exist anymore." Zhao Hongxin's eyes flashed with a fierce gleam. If grandfather hadn't just slaughtered all the powerful enemies with his overwhelming strength, their fate would have been self-evident. None of them would have survived. This life or death feud, the Southern Sky Zhao clan will absolutely avenge. Zhao Sheng then gave Zhao Hongxin some detailed instructions. A moment later, a streak of golden light shot up into the clouds, quickly breaking through the barrier between heaven and earth, and hurtling towards the central continent. 2 days later, a streak of light suddenly broke through the sea of clouds and plummeted into Xianzhu Mountain. Zhao Sheng, exhausted, arrived at the mountain city and met Zhao Xuanjing without incident. He was bustling with activity. If one hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have guessed that a true lord, standing atop the heavenly pillar, would be dressed like an ordinary craftsman, beaming as he personally drew blueprints and built houses. Yes, everyone has hobbies. For example, True Lord Zhu Wuxu once transformed himself into Old Man Li and publicly sold erotic charms. Zhao Sheng had also interacted with him, learning the art of true and false talismans. Coincidentally, Zhao Xuanjing's hobby was to be a spiritual craftsman, building houses and fortifications, and in his early years, he had earned the reputation of a divine craftsman. Zhao Xuanjing looked slightly surprised to see Zhao Sheng appear, but he immediately brushed off the non-existent dust from his hands and jokingly said, "Busy man, how could you be so reluctant to come back to see me today?" Zhao Sheng's expression was serious, and he immediately sent a brief message. Zhao Xuanjing's smile faded. He then turned to the people nearby and told them to leave. Then, Zhao Xuanjing gave Zhao Sheng a look, and Zhao Sheng nodded in understanding. The next second, they both vanished from their original location. A moment later, they reappeared in the dragon cave beneath Mountain City. As before, the mountain dragon's massive form still coiled in the center of the cave, towering like a mountain and emanating a powerful aura. Zhao Xuanjing invited Zhao Sheng to sit down and inquired about the incident. Zhao Sheng immediately recounted the entire incident, including his suspicions about the Supreme Induction sect. He then produced the 3 demons returning to destruction pestle, the apricot yellow wooden fish, the 9-dragon thunder seal, and the remains of Lei Xingyang as proof. After reviewing the evidence, Zhao Xuanjing's expression grew grave, and he snorted coldly, "HMPH. For hundreds of years, my Zhao family has never suffered such a loss. Since it's the Supreme Induction sect behind this, I'll have a word with Z. Our Zhao family doesn't bully others, but we won't let ourselves be bullied." Upon hearing this, Zhao Sheng couldn't help but secretly applaud his ancestors' arrogance. However, sometimes things are easier said than done. Thinking of this, Zhao Sheng hurriedly grabbed Zhao Xuanjing, who had risen, and advised, "Grandfather, don't be impulsive. After all, there's no evidence in death, and this is just my grandson's speculation. After all, the Supreme Induction sect is deep-rooted and its strength is unfathomable. If you rashly approach them to cause trouble, you'll easily be bitten back. Not only will you lose face for nothing, but if word gets out, outsiders will think our Zhao family is unreasonable. HMPH, This is the second time. If you weren't so powerful, you would have been killed long ago. Zhao, you are the family's greatest hope. If anything goes wrong, I will destroy the Supreme Induction Sect's gate even at the cost of my life. Alice, maybe it wasn't the Supreme Induction Sect, but some other force. Zhao Sheng smiled wryly, feeling both moved and moved. To think that the little kid he once protected had now grown into a towering tree, now protecting him in return. Fate has never been more extraordinary than this. Zhao Zunjing waved his hands and said in a bad tone, I know what's going on. No one dares to do this except the Supreme Induction Sect. Although Yinzhen has apostatized and turned to the devil, he is also one of the rare top grandmasters in the world. There are not many forces in this world that can drive Yinzhen to risk his life. Who else can it be except the Supreme Induction Sect? Zhao Sheng nodded, but felt a little strange. Ancestor, I usually keep a low profile and am almost unknown among the elders of the clan. Why does the Supreme Induction Sect always target me? Haha, the needle is in the bag, and its brilliance is immediately revealed. Although you want to restrain your edge, Zhao, you can never hide it from the eyes of others. What's more, the Supreme Induction Sect has been able to dominate Zhongzhou for tens of thousands of years, so it must have its extraordinary qualities. Zhao Zunjing shook his head slightly and smiled. My family possesses the secret art of fortune-telling. For thousands of years, our family has produced countless outstanding individuals thanks to this art. The Xinyudong family also possesses a secret method of fortune-telling. Their history is long and their strength has endured through the generations. The reason is self-evident. Since our two families possess such unique techniques, it's not surprising that the Supreme Induction Sect must also possess similar secrets. I've heard of them before. Zhao Zunjing then recounted numerous legendary anecdotes from the history of immortal cultivation in this world. Since ancient times, the Supreme Induction Sect has been renowned for its mystique. Each generation of disciples never numbered more than 100, yet each possessed numerous opportunities, with the lowest cultivation level exceeding the golden core stage. Rumor has it that within the Supreme Induction Sect's mountain gate lies a mysterious treasure capable of sensing the mysteries of the heavens, thereby identifying individuals with exceptional fortune and luck from among the masses. These individuals, possessing both exceptional aptitude and exceptional opportunities, are then proactively sent out to recruit these prized individuals into their ranks. Furthermore, successive Taishuang Induction Sect disciples, while traveling for training, have always proactively established friendships with certain individuals or offered favors to them. In retrospect, it's often proven that the foresight of the great travelers throughout history is exceptional. Anyone who befriends or bestows a favor upon them, as long as they survive, achieves remarkable feats. Many of these individuals have transcended the nascent soul stage, and even many of the past true lords of transformation have benefited from the Taishuang Induction Sect in their early years. As such incidents have become increasingly common, the world of immortal cultivation has come to realize a truly alarming truth. The disciples of the Taishuang Induction Sect possess a natural perceptive eye, consistently able to preemptively target individuals and ultimately reap enormous rewards. Of course, the Taishuang Sect's members occasionally fail to make accurate predictions, overlooking numerous exceptional individuals. Their greatest miscalculation over the past millennium was overlooking Zhao Zunjing, the true lord of subduing the dragon. The Taishuang Sect has always been mysterious, always aloof from the world, secretly manipulating the situation in central China, and constantly fanning the flames, hoping for chaos. They think no one knows. Humph, I have long been fed up with this group of sinister and cunning people. Now they are repeatedly trying to kill you. This is intolerable. I will not let Z go, young man, and will definitely seek justice for you, Zhao Zunjing finally said with a domineering look. Zhao Sheng listened thoughtfully, and in his heart he believed Zhao Zunjing's words. This made logical sense. The Zhao family of Nanshan had already given the Supreme Ganying Sect a headache just by having Zhao Zunjing appear. How could they allow a second great lord conquering dragons and demons to appear, or even more in the future? Zhao Sheng's mind raced, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. He immediately said to Zhao Zunjing, Ancestor, the blood plague experiment is close to success. But I suddenly have a bold idea, and I would like to discuss it with you. Tell me about it. Zhao Zunjing suddenly became interested when he heard that. I once heard a great man say this: struggle is about making more friends and fewer enemies. It's about uniting the majority and fighting the minority. Zhao Zunjing nodded. Yes, that makes sense. You mean to rally the other 7 sects and join forces to attack the Supreme Induction sect? That's easy to say, but difficult to do. After all, the Supreme Induction sect has dominated Central Continent for tens of thousands of years. Their power and influence are unfathomable, far beyond the reach of our Zhao clan, Zhao Sheng said. Under normal circumstances, we would certainly take a long-term approach. But now we have a golden opportunity. Ancestor, I wish to entrust the blood plague experiment to the third ancestor. Zhao Xuanjing frowned, immediately grasping Zhao Sheng's implication. The blood plague experiment is highly valued by the heavenly Dao of this realm, and it is undoubtedly a meritorious deed. If Zhao Chengdu were to take on this task, he would surely receive a vast amount of heavenly merit, potentially playing a decisive role in successfully breaking through the divine transformation passage. After all, the number of true lords in this realm is fixed, and those with profound merit are undoubtedly more likely to ascend to the divine transformation stage than their peers. But, Zhao Xuanjing frowned, about to persuade him to change his mind. Zhao Sheng, however, reassured him, "Don't worry, old ancestor. I possess immense luck, and the true lord position is within my grasp. Furthermore, I've already received the majority of the merit, so the remaining amount is perfectly suitable for the 3 ancestors to share, preventing waste." Zhao Xuanjing, upon hearing this, found it perfectly reasonable and ceased his objection. Zhao Sheng then continued, "Also, I would like to involve the Dizeng sect, the Dending sect, and the other 7 sects. Infecting the netherworld and the underworld is far too difficult. While our Zhao clan is powerful, we are ultimately weak and cannot undertake such a major undertaking. Moreover, since ancient times, those who seek only one thing have always been doomed to failure. This way, everyone can contribute to the good, while also sharing most of the risks. This is a matter of immense benefit, with no downsides. I hope old ancestor will consider it carefully." Zhao Xuanjing pondered for a moment after listening, and suddenly laughed heartily. Zhao Sheng saw it and knew that Zhao Xuanjing was happy from the bottom of his heart. Good, good, good. Kaiongshan, you actually have such a big picture view. I am very pleased. Haha, my Nanshan Zhao family has successors. Successors? Zhao Xuanjing slapped his thigh and laughed so hard that tears almost came out of his eyes. Okay, let's do it according to your idea. Let's isolate the Supreme Induction sect first, and then use a blunt knife to cut the flesh and slowly take revenge in the future. However, I will get some interest back for you first." Having said this, Zhao Xuanjing's expression became stern, and he suddenly stood up and shouted coldly, "You wait, I'll be back soon." Before the voice fell, Zhao Xuanjing's whole body suddenly rose with a ball of yellow light. In an instant, it soared into the sky, and disappeared into the dome in a flash. "This ginger is too impulsive." Zhao Sheng looked up at the dome, with an expression on his face that didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who knew that this wait would last for 2 days and 2 nights? Zhao Sheng waited anxiously, thinking Zhao Xuanjing had met with an accident. But seeing the mountain dragon still motionless on the ground, snoring soundly, he felt reassured. On the 3rd day, Zhao Xuanjing hurried back to the dragon's lair. Seeing him safe and sound, Zhao Sheng felt completely relieved. Zhao Xuanjing landed in front of him, waved his hand fiercely, and declared arrogantly, "I've smashed all of Z's teeth, giving you some relief. As for the rest, we'll settle the score with him later." Zhao Sheng, upon hearing this, quickly raised his hand and gave a thumbs up, praising him. "Grandfather, you're just that, HMPH, that's not even the beginning. I only exerted 1/3 of my strength, I didn't even mobilize Xiaojin." Zhao Xuanjing had unexpectedly been quite arrogant. However, Zhao Sheng felt that, beyond the bragging, there was a grain of truth in his words. After all, Zhao Xuanjing was essentially a beast-taming cultivator, and being favored or not was a completely different matter. Chapter 480 The Return of the Apprentice. After Zhao Sheng and Zhao Xuanjing had carefully negotiated, Zhao Xuanjing quickly sent out invitations to all the major sects in Central Continent. However, the fastest to arrive was, of course, Zhao Chengdu, the 3rd patriarch of the Zhao clan. Even before arriving at Shansong City, Zhao Chengdu had already understood the entire situation. He was fully aware of the enormous stakes involved, and the immense sacrifice Old 16 had made. Therefore, upon meeting Zhao Sheng, the imposing 3rd patriarch's voice trembled with emotion. "Kaiongshan, you?" Zhao Sheng immediately interrupted. "Hey, 3rd patriarch, don't be so reserved. It's a tradition to keep wealth within the family. Besides, I'm a lazy person and absolutely loathe dealing with outsiders. Your taking over this matter would truly save me countless troubles. While it was a given, it was more than just a hearing. Zhao Chengdu understood better than anyone the enormity of this favor, a true rebirth, a reversal of fate. Kaiyongshan, what should I do? Originally, this matter was arranged by you alone, and now it is about to be completed, but I have taken advantage of it for nothing. What if it gets out? At this time, Zhao Xuanjing on the side couldn't stand it anymore, and immediately scolded, Okay, Chengdu, you are getting older and older, why are you becoming more and more pedantic? Just take over if I tell you to. Why are you talking nonsense? Yes, this is what our ancestors taught me. Chengdu will correct it in the future. When Zhao Chengdu heard this, he bowed quickly. Zhao Xuanjing nodded and said, Have you prepared everything I instructed you to do? Zhao Chengdu immediately replied, The personnel for the experiment are ready. Including those from Hermit Island, there are over 1,300 people, which should be enough. We have also informed them of the dangers of this journey. All the clansmen have written wills. Well done. Kaiyongshan, do you have anything to add? Hearing the old ancestor's question, Zhao Sheng pulled 7 or 8 jade slips from his sleeve and handed them to Zhao Chengdu, explaining, Everything I want to say is recorded in these slips. The third ancestor will know when he sees them. As he finished speaking, Zhao Xuanjing suddenly exclaimed in surprise, Wow, they're here so fast. Come on, Huyan is here. You too, come with me to meet him. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Xuanjing soared into the air and flew out of the building. Zhao Sheng and the others saw him and quickly followed. Huyan was a middle-aged, sturdy man with a plain face. Although his appearance was not impressive, he was a rare and great cultivator. Furthermore, this person possessed another identity. The current leader of the Descendant sect, he was the grandnephew of Zhao Xuanjing, and since childhood, he had revered his great-grandmaster as a deity. On the afternoon of the Descendant sect's arrival in Mountain City, Xian Oyo sect, Lingayan Academy, and Lishan Sword Dao arrived one after another. Each of these arrivals was a highly respected nascent soul stage patriarch of their respective sects. The summons from the great true lord of subduing dragons and demons was a call that no sect dared to neglect. They all rushed to the scene with utmost speed. Consequently, the next day, the ancestors of the Danding sect, the beast-taming sect, and the immortal weapons sect also rushed to Mountain City to pay their respects to the great true lord. Thus, a clan meeting of the 7 sects, known only to a select few within the Xianzhu realm, was secretly convened within the Dingzhu Tower in the heart of Mountain City. When the 7 ancestors arrived at the top floor of the palace, everyone was startled, then stared at each other in silence, and the atmosphere immediately became somewhat unsettled. The most powerful factions in Central Continent were present, yet no one from the Supreme Ganying sect showed up. It would be strange if there weren't some hidden agenda. Rumors had long been circulating that the Nanshan Zhao clan and the Supreme Ganying clan were secretly feuding, constantly engaging in foul play. Now, it seemed, this was true. The Supreme Ganying clan was indeed powerful, having received top-secret intelligence about the gathering in Mountain City. However, with the great true Lord Zhao personally in charge of Mountain City, not a single disciple of the Supreme Ganying clan could enter the city without an invitation, let alone participate. As for true Lord Zijunan, he'd been disfigured by Zhao Xuanjing's hammer, so how could he dare to show up again? The real leader hadn't yet appeared, so only the third patriarch of the Zhao clan came out to exchange pleasantries and laughs with his 7 clan ancestors. Seeing this, the nascent soul clan ancestors were seized with a tangle of thoughts, wondering if the Zhao clan was truly intent on severing ties with the Supreme Ganying clan, and forcing the 7 clans to choose sides at today's gathering? If so, that was unfortunate. The veterans resolved to remain silent if questioned. Sorry. The 2 factions were so powerful, no one dared to provoke them, aside from the Dizeng sect's Huayin sect master, who already knew the inside story. Only Jin Kanzi of the beast-taming sect had a vague suspicion of the Zhao family's intentions. This was precisely why Jin Kanzi was truly restless and tormented. The reason was simple, he was the traitor, having long ago informed the Supreme Induction sect of the Blood Plague experiment. In the Xianzhu realm, Jin Kanzi was one of the first to realize the profound significance of the successful Blood Plague experiment for the entire realm. Initially, Jin Kanzi hadn't intended to reveal the secrets of the experiment, but one day, a senior from the Supreme Sect suddenly approached him. He instantly realized the secret had been leaked. Unable to hide it any longer, Jin Kanzi simply revealed everything. Initially, he was puzzled as to why the Supreme Induction sect hadn't intervened. It wasn't until he recently heard of a major incident on Yunai Island that Jin Kanzi was startled, realizing the Supreme Induction sect's cunning and foresight. Unfortunately, no matter how meticulous the plot was, someone bludgeoned it, resulting in a resounding victory. A moment later, Zhao Sheng strode into the building. His giant-like figure, simply standing there, exuded an awe-inspiring aura, forcing all the cultivators to rise and bow their heads in respectful and humble obeisance. Haha, everyone, take a seat. I've always been approachable, but you always go through all this red tape, it's so annoying. Don't do that in the future, just feel free to do what you want. Zhao Sheng laughed heartily, walking to the very top and taking a seat. Zhao Sheng, who had accompanied him, sat below the third patriarch, Zhao Chengdu, taking the second seat. Upon hearing this, the 7 ancestors all smiled and slowly took their seats. The great true lord's words were just for show, anyone who took them seriously was a fool. Zhao Sheng didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. I've summoned you here today to share a great event with your 7 sects. Kaiongshan, please tell me more. Yes, ancestor. Zhao Sheng stood up and surveyed the 7 nascent soul ancestors. He paused briefly before Jin Kanzi, then cupped his fists in a salute and spoke aloud. I am Zhao Kaiongshan, honored to meet the senior Daoists from each sect. The good news you mentioned begins with a strange extraterrestrial fungus. Zhao Sheng spent half an hour detailing the general details of the blood plague infecting all beings in the 2 realms. This included not only the fungus cultivation experiments but also the plan for mobilizing the forces of this realm to covertly spread the blood plague. He even briefly hinted at the significance and benefits of this. As the saying goes, a loud drum needs no heavy hammer. The 7 ancestors, to their current status, were all exceptionally intelligent. Upon hearing this, everyone realized the profound significance of this event, which could very well determine the future of the 3 realms. At this thought, the Azure Gang Sword Saint of the Sky-Splitting Sword Dao could no longer sit still. He immediately demanded, don't blame me for pouring cold water on you. I want to ask you, the netherworld is filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers, and countless masters. How can you guarantee that the blood plague can't be cracked? At these words, the other 6 sect ancestors' hearts suddenly jumped, and they immediately cast their gazes at Zhao Shiliu, standing at the head. Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed, and he said approvingly, Brother Jian, that's a good question. Empty words are useless. How about letting fellow Daoist Jin Kanzi speak? He's also a participant. Oh, the Azure Gang Sword Saint looked surprised, and he turned his head to see Jin Kanzi standing up with a proud expression. Haha, I'm grateful for your appreciation, fellow Daoist Moxing. I've also contributed somewhat to this effort. Speaking of my knowledge of the blood plague fungus, I dare say I'm second only to fellow Daoist Moxing. This alien demon fungus is truly terrifying. I've never seen such a bizarre creature that even divine consciousness can't detect. The most terrifying thing is that once it enters the human body, no medicine or magic can save the person unless they're killed, and even the corpse becomes, in front of everyone. Jin Kanzi solemnly exaggerates the power and terror of the demon fungus. While some parts are inevitably exaggerated, the vast majority of what he says is true. After listening to Jin Kanzi's account, the 6 clan ancestors were delighted but also worried. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng stood up again and, continuing Jin Kanzi's words, began to introduce the Hermit Island to everyone. Half a day later, rays of light of various colors broke through the 9 layers of cloud sea in the Xiansu, suddenly speeding southward along the edge of the atmosphere. 3 days later, Zhao Sheng and Zhao Chengdu, along with the 7 patriarchs, landed on Yunai Island, startling Zhao Batao, the 18th patriarch of the Zhao clan who presided over the island. For the next 3 days, the 7 patriarchs dispersed to explore the island, secretly unleashing their full potential in a desperate attempt to cure the bloodpox. As expected, all efforts failed. Witnessing the incurable nature of the blood plague, the 7 major sects, including Dizan, Xiaoyao, and Danding, were deeply moved. Suppressing their excitement, they signed top-secret contracts with the Zhao clan of Nanshan, publicly swearing a great oath, known as the 3 Realms Blood Alliance, pledging their own lineages. Throughout, the Supreme Induction sect was excluded, and the 7 clans, happy to receive a smaller share of the spoils, remained silent. Over 20 days later, with Yunai Island completely under the control of the 7 clans and the Zhao clan, Zhao Sheng quickly returned to Xiansu Mountain. According to Zhao Zunjing, Kaiongshan lacked discipline and, now that he was overly prominent, he needed to cool down and tone down his charisma to avoid further accidents. Zhao Sheng, naturally aware of Zhao Zunjing's good intentions, was happy to temporarily step back. However, even when the tree desired stillness, the wind still blew. A few days after returning to Shansong City, he suddenly received a message from Zhao Zunjing. With a flash, he appeared on the top floor of Dingzhou Tower. Upon emerging, Zhao Sheng glanced across the hall and saw a graceful and elegant woman in palace robes sitting opposite his ancestor. Her attitude was neither humble nor overbearing, and her aura was undeniably impressive. Zhao Sheng's heart skipped a beat, immediately realizing the woman's identity. He exclaimed in shock, "Fairy Jushin of Shumu Palace rarely leaves Bihun continent, so why is she here now? Could it be, Fairy Xianzhou is the new generation of Huishan's engine of Shumu Palace? Rumor has it that she possesses a cold, aloof, and heartless disposition. She has always lived in seclusion within Shumu Palace, disliking outsiders and even less the world." As Zhao Sheng pondered this, his peripheral vision caught sight of a man and a woman standing below. The woman, clad in white, possessed a face of unparalleled beauty, reminiscent of the otherworldly goddess of the nine heavens, a truly extraordinary and stunning beauty. The man's crimson hair soared upwards, like a rising flame, his entire body radiating a fiery blaze. Even though he had completely suppressed his pride, a hint of defiance lingered on his face. His gaze, however, was filled with utter fascination and intoxication, directed solely at the peerless beauty beside him. The moment Zhao Sheng saw them, a vein popped in his forehead, and he felt a surge of rage. "Evil creature," he shouted, instantly snapping Zhao Hongyan out of his trance. He turned to look, and upon seeing his master suddenly appear, he was so frightened that his heart and liver trembled. He instinctively fell to his knees, shouting tremblingly, "Master, spare me, evil creature, how dare you return? You have brought disgrace upon our family. Today, I will eliminate our clan." As he spoke, a sun materialized from thin air behind Zhao Sheng, and then a giant flaming palm suddenly appeared above Zhao Hongyan's head, slamming down with the force of the mountain splitting open. Wait, suddenly, Fairy Xianzhou, seated at the head, spoke. With just 2 words, a thin layer of crystal-clear ice appeared, perfectly blocking the flaming palm. With a resounding boom, the flames exploded, yet they were powerless to touch the thin ice. Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered, and he looked up at Fairy Xianzhou. At this moment, Zhao Zunjing suddenly rebuked, "Don't be rude. Why don't you come forward and greet Senior Xianzhou?" Zhao Sheng immediately bowed and said, "Junior Zhao Kaiongshan, I greet the fairy. In my eagerness to teach, I may have offended you. I beg your forgiveness." Zhao Sheng's words were soft yet pointed, yet impeccable. "No problem." Fairy Xianzhou, with her profound self-control, showed no trace of anger. "Fair, you and Yaner, come forward." Fairy Xianzhou's eyes swept over the 2 people below, and her voice was cold. This peerless beauty was none other than Yu Fifei, the current saintess of Shumu Palace. She reached out and pulled Zhao Hongyan up, and they both stepped forward to pay their respects to the 2 true lords of transformation. Brother Jianglong, Fifei and Hongyan are in love and have become Taoist companions. I hope you will help these young men. Fairy Xianzhou, after all a woman with a narrow mind, deliberately ignored Zhao Sheng and directly appealed to the Zhao family's ancestor for a favor. Zhao Zunjing smiled proudly, saying, "Haha, let the young men handle their affairs. We old men will just watch. If anything is handled improperly, we will intervene at any time." Zhao Sheng understood and immediately glared at Zhao Hongyan, scolding, "You useless creature, you only cause trouble for me. What are you standing there for? Get over here." Zhao Hongyan was stunned by this and hesitated, not knowing what to do. Just then, Yu Fifei quietly pushed him. Zhao Hongyan suddenly woke up as if from a dream. He slid to his knees before Zhao Sheng and quickly offered his humble words. Yu Fifei also stepped forward with lotus steps, bowed and saluted to meet the patriarch of the sky. Perhaps she had not expected the Zhao family's grandfather and grandson to be so shameless, and Fairy Xianzhou could not help but frown slightly, and her breath became even colder. Chapter 481 Breaking through the 8th level, the living Buddha comes to the West. Some things need to be done in moderation. After all, in front of Fairy Xianzhou, showing your attitude is enough, and other things should not be overdone. After receiving a glance from Zhao Zunjing, Zhao Sheng calmly waved his sleeve, sending out a stream of undercurrent, and helped Yu Fifei to her feet, saying with a hint of coldness, "Get up." Yu Fifei rose with a momentum, her expression soft and obedient, her earlier arrogance completely gone. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng secretly admired this woman for her extraordinary qualities. With this thought, Zhao Sheng turned and glared at Zhao Hongyan, angrily shouting, "You evil creature, why are you still kneeling on the ground? Are you trying to give me a hard time? You bastard." "Hey, master, calm down. Your disciple will get up right away." Zhao Hongyan was overjoyed upon hearing this, and jumped up with a smirk. Then, he took the initiative to approach Zhao Sheng and said some nonsense, such as, "Your disciple missed you so much?" You'd be surprised to learn that after over 100 years, Zhao Hongyan's face-lifting skills have truly reached peak perfection, and his rhetoric is incomparable to a century ago. Just now, Zhao Sheng had secretly checked his cultivation level and was astonished to discover that his disciple's progress hadn't slowed down much, now reaching the 4th level of the Golden Core realm. Considering a single spiritual root aptitude, this rate of advancement is truly remarkable, considering Zhao Hongyan is barely 200 years old. After this brief incident, the atmosphere in the hall calmed considerably. Later, Zhao Sheng, through the conversation between the two true lords of transformation, quickly learned the purpose of Fairy Xianzhu's visit to Mountain City. As expected, it was for the blood plague experiment. Zhao Sheng wasn't surprised at all. Whether the information was leaked or someone deliberately informed the Shumu Palace, he welcomed it. Legendary tales like overthrowing the blood god Heavenly Dao, where a single individual slays the heavens, have an extremely low success rate, thus requiring unity of purpose. The more powerful the forces involved, the greater the chance of success. A moment later, Zhao Sheng quietly exited the hall, accompanied by his humble disciple and the saintess Yu Fifei. While the two true lords were negotiating within, the younger generation would be wise to withdraw first, to avoid loss of dignity. After leaving Dingzhou Tower, Zhao Sheng, citing fatigue from the journey, immediately arranged for Yu Fifei to be escorted to Tingwen Pavilion for a short rest. Zhao Hongyan was deeply reluctant to leave, but upon meeting his master's stern gaze, he dared not utter a word. Yu Fifei, however, was incredibly shrewd and showed no sign of discontent, simply following the others in obedience. As they parted, she didn't even glance at Zhao Hongyan. Instead, Zhao Hongyan watched the beautiful woman disappear, his eyes filled with infatuation. Zhao Sheng watched the scene unfold with a cold gaze, his anger boiling over. He thought to himself, this disciple seems to be useless. He could tolerate his disciple's arrogance, even greed and selfishness. But he could not tolerate his disciple's obsession with the women, so captivated by one woman that he even forgot his own surname, Zhao. Back in the Shenxi Tower abode, Zhao Sheng, expressionless, sat gracefully on the futon, looking at his bewildered disciple. He suddenly shouted, "Kneel!" This shout, imbued with pure magical power, sent a direct impact into Zhao Hongyan's purple mansion soul sea, sending his very being trembling. Bang! Zhao Hongyan fell to his knees, his expression transforming into heroic, fearless one, like a hero willing to sacrifice everything for love. "You bastard! Decades of my teachings and actions are in vain, and you can't even get a woman. What use is there for me?" Zhao Sheng slammed the J table in front of him, angrily scolding him. Huh? Where am I? Who am I? Is that old man talking about me? Zhao Hongyan had expected a torrent of reprimands, but instead, he heard this, leaving him stunned. Seeing his master's murderous glare, Zhao Hongyan shuddered, quickly kneeling, and hesitantly said, "Master, please understand. Fifei and I have a bond stronger than gold. We are like souls, living together, but our intentions are limited to courtesy. We haven't, at this point," he faltered, unable to continue. "Haha, you idiot, only pursuing your realm but not your brain. You've brought disgrace upon the Zhao family," Zhao Sheng sneered, scolding his disciple. Then, with a casual toss, several streams of light suddenly arced out, landing in front of Zhao Hongyan. The light faded, revealing 3 pure white pill bottles, each the size of a palm, on the ground. Zhao Hongyan was stunned, completely confused as to what his master was selling. "HMPH, what are you standing there for? Put it away," Zhao Sheng snorted coldly, and after cursing, he did not forget to explain. "It contains 3 kinds of elixirs, Spring Wind and Rain Dew Pill, Love Pill and I Ching Treasure Embryo Pill. These are the unique secret pills refined by the master. There are no other in this world. Now, they are all yours. Now, do you understand what the master means?" I understand. Disciple understands, Zhao Hongyan shouted excitedly after hearing this, and at the same time quickly put the pill bottle on the ground into his arms. Zhao Sheng ignored his disciple's excitement, and ordered sternly, I don't care what means you use. At the latest before the next Stargate opens, I must see you two give birth to a child. Master, it's less than 30 years before the Stargate opens. In such a short time, I can't guarantee it, Zhao Hongyan complained hesitantly. At this moment, Zhao Sheng became completely unreasonable, barking insolently, HMPH, I don't care. If you can't do it, I'll break all 3 of your legs. Do you hear me? I hear you. But bullshit. Get out of here right now. Terrified, Zhao Hongyan quickly stood up and flew out of the cave, disappearing into thin air. However, he might have gone to find his beloved. Once his disciple left, Zhao Sheng's fury instantly vanished, his gaze becoming intensely penetrating. His anger had been feigned, his scolding half-hearted, but the meaning behind his words was undeniably genuine. Fairy Xianzhu's intention in bringing the two to Shansong City was self-evident, not only to ease tensions with the Zhao family, but also to form a marriage alliance. Like Zhao Hongyan, Yu Fifei possessed a single spiritual root. Any child born from their union would likely also have a single spiritual root, possibly even a mutant thunder root. A Taoist partnership would bring significant benefits to both the Southern Sky Zhao family and the Shumu Palace. Zhao Sheng and even Zhao Zunjing welcomed the outcome. Though the question of where the couple would settle down and which family their children would inherit remained uncertain. The current situation was highly unfavorable for the Zhao family. However, one factor was extremely favorable. The Shumu Palace now needed the help of the Nanshan Zhao family. It all depended on what outcome Zhao Zunjing and Fairy Xianzhu could achieve through their negotiations. Zhao Sheng believed that no matter how unsuccessful Zhao Hongyan was, he was still a direct descendant of the Zhao family, and he couldn't truly expel him from the sect and sever their relationship as master and disciple. Since the disciple was too useless, he simply dismissed him out of sight and out of mind, thus avoiding disturbing his spiritual focus. Time flew by, and 6 months passed in a flash. With the increasing number of outsiders, Shansong City became increasingly prosperous. While not as popular as Dongshan City, it far surpassed it in other respects. Fairy Xianzhu stayed in the city for 2 weeks. After a cordial exchange of spiritual experiences with great True Lord Zhao, she departed on her own. Besides Saint Yu Fifei, a group of elite female cultivators from the Shumu Palace remained behind, all under Yu Fifei's command. Yu Fifei was also responsible for participating in the experiments on Secluded Island. Even the Shumu Palace nascent soul cultivators who arrived later were solely responsible for guarding, with no intention of interfering. Zhao Sheng and Zhao Zunjing discussed this for a while, both admiring the Fairy Xianzhu's demeanor and skill. Beyond anything else, her attitude of frank cooperation alone was enough to endear her. Boom! That day, above the Wooting Star Cave, a vast sea of fire raged endlessly. Within the flames, a 7-colored fire lotus swirled and opened and closed. At that moment, a small silver-white bow bobbed in the center of the fire lotus, constantly being refined and burned by the true fire of heaven and earth. After 3 months of continuous refining, the spiritual imprint within the precious bow had been completely erased. At this moment, Zhao Sheng sat suspended in midair, his hands repeatedly casting a series of spiritual spells. A dazzling divine light emanated from his brows, and countless divine thoughts transformed into spiritual imprints, flowing continuously into the bow along with the spiritual light. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Day after day, a halo of light swirled around the small silver-white bow, emanating a faint silvery white glow. Densely intricate runes intertwined and overlapped within the clear light, forming countless dazzling streams of light. Zhao Sheng's face showed a hint of fatigue, yet his expression was extremely excited. Now that the initial rituals were nearing their conclusion, a wealth of information about the small silver-white bow was pouring into his mind from the bow itself, and Zhao Sheng quickly mastered it. This bow, called the Falling Immortal Bow, had unknown origins, but it contained a full 9 treasure prohibitions. Even for a top-grade magic weapon, it would be considered a top-tier ancient treasure. Crucially, the bow's main material was an unknown meteorite gold from outer space, its properties naturally aligned with the laws of time and space. In terms of rank, it surpassed the golden crow true fire, making it a higher-level exotic artifact. The Falling Immortal Bow's ability to unleash such elusive bolts of light is largely due to the unique materials used to refine it. Buzz! At one point, the falling immortal bow emitted a crisp, melodious hum, then instantly transformed into a stream of silvery white light, shooting out from the fire lotus and landing before Zhao Sheng. The entire bow was ablaze with brilliance, emitting an unparalleled aura of unparalleled power. Zhao Sheng fondly caressed the precious bow, his magical power continuously channeling into its interior. In the blink of an eye, a foot-long silver-white arrow of light suddenly materialized, ready to be released at the mere thought of its master. 2 breaths later, Zhao Sheng's mind stirred, and the light arrow abruptly disintegrated. The falling immortal bow shrank to the size of a palm, transforming once again into a streak of light that descended into the dantian of the abdomen. The falling immortal bow soared deep into the Qi Sea, ultimately coming to rest opposite the 3-yang fiery flag. The 2 treasures, one cold and one hot, each emanated a terrifying aura, equally powerful, though inferior to the 10,000 fire cauldron that suppressed the sea of mana. Boom! As the falling immortal bow returned to its place, a tornado of mysterious light suddenly erupted from the sea's surface, enveloping the precious bow. Strands of pure mana circulated through the bow, becoming increasingly refined and continuously refining the falling immortal bow. One day, a month later, Zhao Sheng suddenly opened his eyes, a hint of joy crossing his face. 80 years after his return, his cultivation had finally broken through the 7th level, successfully reaching the 8th level of the nascent soul stage. This was cause for celebration. 2 months after his advancement to the 8th level, Zhao Sheng was immersed in his cultivation when one day he received a summons from Zhao Zunjing. Confused, he vanished from the Wooting Star Caverns in an instant. A moment later, a streak of light darted out from a tunnel in the mountain wall, swiftly sweeping across most of the mountain city before landing on the top floor of the Dingzhu Tower in the city center. The main hall remained the same, its furnishings unchanged from years before. However, the guest had been replaced by a portly, big-eared old monk. Zhao Sheng entered the hall and, upon first sight of the old monk, was startled, recognizing his presence. In the Xianzhu realm, there was only one other old monk who could rival the great true lord of subduing dragons and demons. Only one other living Buddha in ancient Buddhism, the mad monk Beneng. Born in the Great Snow Mountains, the mad monk was not a high-ranking monk of the Holy Buddha Temple. Instead, he was a feral monk who roamed the western wasteland continent, swindling food and drink. Because Beneng sometimes appeared lucid and sometimes mad, he earned the nickname Mad Monk. 200 years ago, for unknown reasons, this mad monk ascended the Great Snow Mountains and meditated for a full 10 years in front of the Holy Buddha Temple. For 10 years, the mad monk seemed rooted to his buttocks. Despite the countless magical powers of countless eminent monks, they could not move him. 10 years later, the mad monk awoke one day and, with a simple yawn, the sky suddenly shifted, and a brilliant Buddha's light descended from the heavens, enveloping the Great Snow Mountain for 3 days and 3 nights. What happened next is unknown, but soon afterward, the Holy Buddha Temple issued a decree, ordering all 18,000 Buddhist temples and nunneries to reduce the Buddha tax by 30% and halve the number of monks and temples. The Buddha's birthday celebrations were also extended from annual to 10-year intervals. A few years later, the immortal cultivation communities of the other continents of the Xianzhu realm learned that a new living Buddha had emerged from the western wasteland continent. The former mad monk had become the current mad monk. Mad monk was no compliment. This alone reveals the complex and unpredictable attitude of the eminent monks of the Holy Buddha Temple toward the current living Buddha. Seeing Zhao Sheng emerge, Zhao Zunjing couldn't help but smile and waved his hand. "Kaiongshan, you're here. Come and pay your respects to the living Buddha Beneng," Zhao Sheng responded by leaping forward and bowing to the old monk Beneng. Before he could say anything, he felt a powerful force descend, sealing his mouth shut. The words reached his throat, but he couldn't utter them. "Hey, it doesn't matter whether I pay my respects or not. One less bow will save the old monk some money. Hurry up, young man, bring out your treasures. Let the old monk see if they're real. This is the real deal, as the saying goes, hearing about someone is worse than seeing them in person." The tone and manner of the crazy monk Beneng's words completely surprised Zhao Sheng. This man was no enlightened monk, but a frivolous old rogue. "Haha, all right. Kaiongshan, bring out the Buddhist treasure you got from Yinzhen," Zhao Zunjing said with a hearty laugh. Zhao Sheng nodded in agreement, and then with a thought, he saw several objects shining brightly fly out from the storage bag on his waist. Chapter 482, Turning Harm into Benefit, 3 Great Coup. When the three demons pestle and the apricot yellow wooden fish were suspended in midair, the old monk Bening's eyes lit up, and he reached out with a laugh, grabbing the two treasures from a distance. The next moment, the two Buddhist treasures were sucked into the old monk's hands, and then he began to play with them. After playing with them for a few times, the crazy monk's smile faded, and he nodded seriously and said, "Not bad. This is the ancient Buddhist treasure that the Holy Buddha Temple has been searching for thousands of years. With this, let's see if those little bald guys dare not come to me for it." At the end of his words, the crazy monk's face suddenly showed a strange smile, which made people feel quite uncomfortable. At this moment, Zhao Sheng smiled faintly and suddenly said in a deep voice, "Old monk, the treasure now belongs to my Zhao family. You may take it back and worship it, but you must offer a treasure of equal value in exchange." "I have nothing of my own, how could I possibly exchange it with your family? After I return to the Great Snow Mountain, I will have the Holy Buddha Temple's band of bald monks negotiate with the Zhao family. The Holy Buddha Temple is a vast and powerful place, with treasures as vast as the sea. You must not be polite to them." The mad monk instinctively spoke such words. Zhao Sheng frowned slightly after hearing this, and turned his gaze to Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng was well acquainted with the mad monk's character, so he didn't buy it. He immediately made a domineering offer, "Old monk, a recipe for the Great Enlightenment Pill, and the Mocha Wulian Pavilion is open to my Zhao family for 3 years of perusal. If you agree, you can take the Buddha treasure. If not, you can leave the treasure behind." Zhao Sheng was shocked after hearing the old ancestor's offer. You should know that the Great Enlightenment Pill of ancient Buddhism is a supreme elixir on par with the Zhao family's Enlightenment Pill, possessing the same profound power to increase the wisdom of the 7 consciousnesses and aid one in realizing the Great Dao. Its value is immeasurable. The Mocha Wulian Pavilion, akin to the Sutra Repository, is the most confidential repository of ancient Buddhism. It houses not only a vast collection of Buddhist scriptures and esoteric texts, but more importantly, it also contains a vast collection of lost or incomplete manuals on divine skills, the myriad arts of cultivation, the insights of predecessors, and other crystallizations of civilization within the Xianzhu realm. Ancient Buddhism is the most ancient religious sect in the Xianzhu realm, with an incredibly ancient history, dating back to before the arrival of the spirit race. This was a time in the nearly oblivion of time, when it seemed as if ancient Buddhism had mysteriously appeared in the world shortly after humanity had established itself in the Xianzhu realm. Faced with the Zhao family ancestors' exorbitant request, the crazy monk instinctively nodded nonchalantly, and actually agreed without hesitation. "If this is the only condition, I will simply speak for those little bald guys and agree to it." Speaking of which, the crazy monk and the Holy Buddha Temple are not of the same kind, but it was him who came today. The meaning behind this is hard to explain. Zhao Sheng clapped his hands and laughed, saying, "Haha, that's delightful. I appreciate straightforward speech. Old monk, why don't you tell me your true purpose?" "I'm all ears." The mad monk casually tossed the 2 Buddhist treasures into his sleeves, scratched his belly with his hand, his eyes clear as water, and spoke seriously. "I have practiced for 2,000 years and performed 9,999 good deeds. Now, I only need one more to achieve the rainbow transformation and ascension. A while ago, while in a state of meditation, I received a revelation from the Buddha, who told me that the last good deed I needed to seek from the true dragon of this realm. So, upon emerging from meditation, I immediately sought out Donor Zhao, begging him to help me complete my practice." After hearing these words, Zhao Sheng and Zhao Sheng suddenly understood what the mad monk meant by the good deeds he mentioned. As for the true dragon, it was referring to the true dragon destiny. Over 700 years ago, when Zhao Sheng successfully survived the divine transformation thunder tribulation and was finally enshrined as a true lord, the destiny of the true dragon in this world shifted. Originally, the destiny of the true dragon belonged to the Zhou clan, descendants of the Yan queen, but from then on, the destiny belonged to the Zhao. The great Yan dynasty suddenly fell apart over 700 years later, and the royal Zhou clan suffered a tragic end of being utterly exterminated. This was the result of the entire clan being unable to withstand the backlash of karma from the entire continent after their true dragon destiny was ruthlessly stripped away. Since the destiny was returned to the Zhao clan of Nanshan has produced countless outstanding individuals from generation to generation, and their power has expanded rapidly. In less than 1,000 years, they have developed into a behemoth of this scale. As for whether to help the crazy monk achieve perfection in his practice and ascend to heaven, it didn't even require a brain. Zhao Sheng nodded in agreement without hesitation, and instantly sent a telepathic message to the crazy monk. A moment later, the mad monk suddenly assumed a solemn and majestic appearance. 3 9-colored halos suddenly appeared behind his head. These halos, the product of meritorious deeds, shone forth with a dazzling divine light and 1,000 auspicious colors. At this moment, bursts of Buddhist chanting emerged from the depths of the void. Zhao Sheng, hearing this chanting, felt a sudden urge to convert to Buddhism. But the next moment, Zhao Sheng's vision cleared, and he immediately closed his purifying mansion, blocking out the chanting from his soul. Amitabha, well-meaning, the mad monk, with a solemn and majestic appearance, suddenly chanted the Buddha's name. However, at the end of the Buddhist chant, he suddenly broke into a strange laugh, completely losing his earlier dignified demeanor. He exclaimed with great joy, "Haha, I'm about to become a Buddha." Seeing this, Zhao Sheng stepped forward, clasped his fists, and saluted, saying, "Congratulations, senior. You've found the opportunity to achieve enlightenment. In the future, you will surely transform into a rainbow and ascend to heaven, enjoying eternal freedom." Congratulations. You, the Zhao family, are truly remarkable. The old monk's smile was like Maitreya Buddha, yet he was inherently stingy, never giving a cent. Zhao Sheng, helpless, glanced at Zhao Sheng, only to see him smile slightly and nod gently. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng knew for sure that the old monk had a way to make him pay handsomely. To show his sincerity, Zhao Sheng personally accompanied the old monk on a trip to the hermit island. Unexpectedly, once they arrived, the old monk refused to leave. Suddenly, a 1,000-story pagoda was erected on the island. The old monk transformed himself into a great monk, appearing daily in front of the pagoda, preaching the Dharma in public. As the days passed, millions of residents gradually flocked to the island, drawn by its reputation. Upon arrival, they were edified by the Dharma and quickly became devout Buddhists. The 7 sects of Central Continent were deeply displeased with the mad monk's overreach, as this action would undoubtedly divert a significant portion of heavenly Deo merit. If the mad monk succeeded, the 7 sects' gains would be greatly reduced. However, despite their dissatisfaction, the 7 sects could not do anything about a Buddhist master comparable to the true Lord of Transformation. Furthermore, the Zhao clan of Nanshan, who were leading the experiment, secretly favored the mad monk. The 7 sects wondered what benefit the Zhao clan had gained from this. 2 months later, the Zhao clan dispatched the first group of their giant and clan members to the Holy Buddha Temple in the Great Snow Mountains. Afterward, the Mokawulian Pavilion extended its services to the Zhao clan. When the 7 sects of Central Continent received this information, all those aware of the situation suddenly realized the truth. A year later, the blood plague experiment on Hermit Island concluded successfully. During the experiment, countless brilliant ideas emerged and were quickly taken up by each nascent soul master. Successful ones continued to be tested, while failures were abandoned. In just 1 year, the blood plague bacteria evolved several times, increasing from 6 to 8 strains. Transmission also expanded through air, blood, and insects, adding genetic and bodily fluid contact. Notably, the mad monk gave everyone a major surprise. Buddhism has long held the saying that the human body harbors 100,000 insects. The mad monk thus proposed the experimental approach of transforming harm into benefit. Anyone with even a modicum of immortal cultivation knows that the human body harbors numerous parasites, each with varying degrees of benefit and harm. Therefore, the blood plague bacteria need not necessarily harm the human body, they could also be transformed into beneficial insects. Upon learning this idea, not only were everyone thrilled, but even Zhao Sheng marveled at the mad monk's remarkable and imaginative thinking. The next day, Zhao Sheng temporarily put aside his cultivation and rushed to secluded island to work with everyone on developing a plan for cultivating beneficial bacteria. Zhao Sheng had completely underestimated everyone. From the very beginning of developing his cultivation plan, he witnessed the participants' insane intelligence, as well as their numerous unconventional techniques and uncanny magical instruments. As the saying goes, one person's plan may be short, but the other's plan can be long. With the exceptionally rich experimental data from previous trials, Zhao Sheng and his team quickly narrowed down 7 or 8 original strains from nearly 100 alienated strains. The next 10 years were a process of large-scale selection, targeted cultivation, continuous screening, and elimination. Compared to his previous playing house approach, Zhao Sheng now truly understood the meaning of deep pockets and unlimited resources. Thus, in less than a decade, the Mad Monk's strategy of turning harm into benefit had been successfully realized. Furthermore, there were 3 types of beneficial fungi: the energy goo, the ki-boosting goo, and the essence-nourishing goo. All 3 fungi parasitize the blood cells of the human blood. Normally, they are harmless to humans, invigorating and prolonging one's breath, even enhancing one's physical strength. However, if a blood cultivator refines an excessive amount of essence blood pearls, these benefits will also revert to their original form, revealing the terrifying side of the void devil fungus. 10 years of hard work finally yield a sword that will shock the world. With this, Zhao Sheng now possesses 9 strains of blood plague goo, representing 6 harmful and 3 beneficial species. This should be a great surprise for both the Nether God and the Dark Knight realms. With over a decade remaining before the Stargate's opening, the 8 major factions of Central Continent began cultivating the blood plague goo on a large scale, while also secretly spreading the 3 benefits throughout Central Continent. Don't forget, the Blood Demon sect's predecessor, the Gian sect, once flourished in Central Continent, leaving countless fragments of the Blood Soul Sutra scattered throughout the various regions of the Central Continent. Consequently, even today, many eager cultivators secretly cultivate these demonic techniques. In the following years, despite numerous setbacks, the Central Continent cultivation world remained largely peaceful. However, when the first case of crystallization disease appeared, Lingayan Academy, the first to receive the information, immediately informed the other 6 sects and the Southern Skyzhou clan. Then came the second and third cases. Over the past 7 or 8 years, over a dozen cases of crystallization have been exposed, and there are likely even more hidden ones. The major sects of Central Continent seized this opportunity and unexpectedly tracked down the Netherworld's dark network. However, none of them acted to alert the enemy, choosing instead to play the long game. In the 12th year, disciple Zhao Hongyan and his Taoist companion traveled thousands of miles to Earthflame Island to report the good news to their master. After enduring untold hardships and nearly breaking their backs, their hard work finally paid off, and Yu Fifei became pregnant that year. Zhao Sheng, overjoyed, gifted his disciple the 100-flame cauldron, along with the 7 flames of earth flame, and passed down the ritual formula for the magical 7-flame fan. The 7-flame fan was so powerful that it had long been personally collected by the ancestor, never to be revealed to anyone. Zhao Sheng's teachings were like dangling a thick, long carrot before Zhao Hongyan's eyes, waiting to see if his disciple would fall for it. Needless to say, Zhao Hongyan was incredibly excited. To quickly acquire the 7-flame fan, he renounced all female desires and devoted himself to cultivation and seclusion. In his 15th year, Yu Fifei gave birth to a daughter, gifted with dual spiritual roots of water and fire. Upon seeing her, Zhao Sheng personally named her Zhao Fangxin and gifted her with a dragon and phoenix pendant, imbued with the power of water and fire, balancing them. In his 16th year, the blood plague goo was successfully cultivated on a large scale, with over 1,000 large colonies alone, and the human population of Central Continent infected by over 100 million. That same year, Zhao Sheng, on a whim, suddenly emerged from his seclusion, leaving Dian Island and embarking on a journey across the land. For 3 years, he traveled north and south, exploring the vast regions of Central Continent. He also secretly buried numerous treasures in locations where the Zhao clan gathered, such as Longli Lake, Taiwu Mountain, Xinglong City, and even Xianzhou Mountain, the capital of Xianlong Valley, for his own reincarnation. Beyond these locations, he also specially selected numerous prosperous realms for cultivating immortals, leaving numerous backup plans. By the spring of the 19th year, Zhao Sheng had dispersed most of his wealth across the continents and seas of the Xianzhou realm. And the year was less than 2 years away from the opening of the Stargate. Winter gave way to spring, and all things revived. Within Shenlong Valley, vast expanses of spiritual fields flourished with lush greenery. Dazzling little suns gradually rose above them, emitting a soft, vibrant light. One day, a streak of light descended from the sky, traversing most of Shenlong Valley before plummeting to the center of a spiritual field. As the light faded, a handsome young man in a crimson Taoist robe was revealed, Zhao Sheng, returning from his travels. Zhao Sheng glanced and spotted the portly figure busy in the spiritual field. He couldn't help but smile and greeted, "It's been a few years since we last met, Master Fuji, how are you?" Zhao Fuji heard the familiar voice and immediately stood up from the field. Looking up, he burst into laughter. Haha, Kai Ungan, you've actually decided to come back. How bizarre. As he spoke, he soared into the air and flew over to Zhao Sheng, his face filled with joy. Zhao Sheng smiled and said, the Stargate is about to open, so how could I not come back? Besides, that matter also requires me. Zhao Fuji knew what he was talking about and naturally didn't ask any more questions. However, he was quite curious about why the always troublesome old 16 had come to him upon his return. With this in mind, Zhao Fuji asked frankly. Zhao Sheng was startled at this, then suddenly shook his head and smiled. To be honest, I'm here to borrow someone from you. Zhao Fuji's brows furrowed as he heard this, and he tentatively asked, which one? Nanjur, isn't it? That's exactly him. Zhao Sheng nodded. Zhao Fuji shook his head repeatedly. No. Nanjur is my only heir. I can't take any chances with you. Zhao Sheng was at a loss for words. Grandmaster Ji, I haven't even told you what he's going to do yet, so don't rush to refuse him. HMPH, don't think I don't know your devious ways. Besides being sent to the netherworld, what else could possibly happen? Zhao Sheng was speechless upon hearing this. Zhao Fuji was right, this was exactly what he came for. Nanjur, whose full name was Zhao Wenan, was a master of both alchemy and weaponry. His cultivation ranked among the top 3 among the Southern Sky Zhao clan members under 500 years old, and he was also a leader in other areas. After careful selection, Zhao Sheng finally chose Zhao Wenan as one of the seed candidates for the cross-world teleportation array. There were 2 other candidates like Zhao Wenan in the family. One was Zhao Zhanhe, the 9th ancestor of the Zhao family, and the other was Zhao Gujiu, a martial saint who had reached near perfect ki. Chapter 483, Final Arrangements. Zhao Sheng tried to persuade him repeatedly, but Grandmaster Fuji refused to budge, appearing completely stubborn. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng had no choice but to bring up the statue of Grandmaster Fuji and said helplessly, this is what Grandmaster Fuji meant. If you still disagree, you can ask Grandmaster Fuji for mercy. Zhao Fuji was stunned when he heard this, and his attitude immediately softened. However, he still couldn't bear to let his disciple take the risk, so he froze his face and muttered, with so many outstanding young people in the family, why did you choose Nanjur? I must talk to Grandmaster Fuji. Can't I just send someone else? Zhao Sheng shook his head at this and sighed with regret. Alice, Grandmaster Ji, you have good intentions but have done something bad. You have no idea what Grandmaster Fuji meant. If you do as you say, you will really delay Wanlong's future. Huh? What do you mean? Zhao Fuji frowned and asked immediately. Zhao Sheng demanded, you only know one side of the story. Let me ask you, can you guarantee that Zhao Wenan will successfully ascend to the nascent soul stage? Well, I can't guarantee that. Zhao Fuji hesitated, then shook his head. Haha, if Wenan can participate in this, he'll gain 2 great benefits. First, before the Stargate opens, the ancestor will summon him to his side and personally guide his cultivation. Second, I guarantee he'll have a promising future. Grandmaster Ji, what do you think? Zhao Sheng looked at Zhao Fuji confidently. He had the audacity to make such a bold promise, so he must be incredibly confident. Seeing that Zhao Fuji had reached this point, even though he felt reluctant, he couldn't delay his apprentice's path. Finally, he nodded helplessly and relented. Zhao Sheng was overjoyed and quickly followed Zhao Fuji back to the Wan'ao Inn. Upon returning to the base, Zhao Fuji immediately issued a talisman. Soon, a burly, stern-looking middle-aged man arrived on a cloud from the northwest, landing before the 2 men in a flash. This man was Zhao Wenan, whose cultivation level was above the 5th level of the Golden Core. After a round of greetings and formalities, Zhao Sheng got straight to the point, explaining the situation to Zhao Wenan. Emphasizing the pros and cons as expected, Zhao Wenan gave it a brief pause before agreeing on the spot. Zhao Sheng nodded in appreciation and gave him 2 weeks to deal with his affairs before he would depart for Mountain City for specialized training. Of the 3, Zhao Wenan was the most challenging. With his affairs handled, the other 2 would be no problem. The 9th ancestor, Zhao Zhanhe, could be approached by the old ancestor, leaving Zhao Sheng no need to worry. Zhao Gujiu, on the other hand, was alone and free of worries. Therefore, a mere edict was all that was needed for him to readily agree. A year later, Shiansu Mountain was shrouded in a sea of clouds. The cliffs were lush and green, dotted with ancient trees and strange vines. A strong wind blew, bending the ancient trees low on the cliff face, sending earth and rocks flying. A fist-sized stone suddenly plummeted thousands of feet into the void. Just after falling 1,000 feet, it suddenly crumbled to dust in mid-air. Suddenly, a faint ripple appeared in the air, quickly spreading into a faint, transparent barrier, enveloping an acre-sized depression below. Suddenly, with a flash of light, a tall, graceful figure suddenly appeared in the depression. Zhao Sheng flicked his finger and fired a stream of light, striking the barrier above the depression. The barrier quietly melted away, leaving a hole over 10 feet high. The next second, a stream of light instantly flew out of the hole and soared into the vast sea of clouds. Just as the barrier healed and disappeared, the light also disappeared into the sea of clouds. A moment later, Zhao Sheng ascended the floating light platform and soon encountered Taoist Tuo Feng, who was fascinated by formations. After decades of absence, Taoist Tuo Feng looked even more impressive than before, his cultivation even more advanced, reaching the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. After a frank conversation, Zhao Sheng immediately dispelled Taoist Tuo Feng's optimism. No matter what, Zhao Sheng would never let him return to the netherworld, and his motive was obvious. Taoist Tuo Feng's repeated requests for information had finally allowed Zhao Sheng to find time to personally meet him. Taoist Tuo Feng was deeply disappointed, but ultimately, he had no choice but to accept the situation. 2 days later, Zhao Sheng finished the last of the abandoned mansions and returned to Mountain City. Boom! Loud roars echoed through the underground dragon cave. As Zhao Sheng arrived, he witnessed a tall, muscular young man, shrouded in a dazzling light, throwing punch after punch at the mountain dragon's true form. With each punch that struck the dark gold dragon hide, an indescribably piercing edge radiated, instantly slicing through the impenetrable mountain dragon hide with countless bloody wounds, followed by streams of thick, sticky dragon blood. Zhao Sheng's arrival startled the tall, muscular young man. Upon seeing the heavenly ancestor's appearance, Zhao Gujiu immediately retracted his fists. In a flash, he appeared before Zhao Sheng like a ghost, clasping his fists in a salute. Zhao Sheng nodded slightly and glanced around. To the southwest of the cave, he saw the ancestor, Zhao Xuanjing, lecturing Zhao Wanan. Beside them stood a stern, smiling, hands clasped behind his back, a dignified old man in a brocade robe. Who else could it be but the 9th ancestor, Zhao Zhenhe? Zhao Sheng smiled faintly and whispered to Zhao Gujiu to withdraw. Then, with a fleeting movement, he arrived beside Zhao Xuanjing and the other two. Wan Nong greets the ancestor, Old 16, you're back. Upon seeing Zhao Sheng, Zhao Wanong and Zhao Zhenhe both smiled and greeted him. Zhao Sheng returned the favor with a smile, then bowed to Zhao Xuanjing. After a few pleasantries, Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered, and he suddenly sent a telepathic message to Zhao Xuanjing. A hint of surprise crossed Zhao Xuanjing's face, then he nodded solemnly, then instructed Zhao Wanong and Zhao Zhenhe to leave. When they were the only two left in the dragon cave, Zhao Sheng removed a storage bag from his waist and handed it to Zhao Xuanjing. Zhao Xuanjing took the bag, and a flash of light flashed in his right hand, revealing a white jade ruai, approximately a foot long, inlaid with 7 star-shaped pearls. Examining the 7-star ruai carefully, Zhao Xuanjing's face lit up with surprise. He said meaningfully, "You've been hiding it too well, kid. You've only just now revealed your treasure, and you're still holding it up. Aren't you afraid I'll embezzle it?" Zhao Sheng sensed something was amiss and quickly smiled. "Grandfather, please calm down. I simply forgot. Yes, I was so busy at the time that I forgot to tell you. HMPH, besides the one I have, how many do you have left? There are 20 with you, so I only have 3 7-star ruai left," Zhao Sheng confessed. In reality, there were a total of 27 7-star ruai, but Zhao Sheng had intentionally left out 4. One was buried in an ancient ruined mansion above and below Xianzhu Mountain. The other 3 would be hidden separately in the future. 2 were hidden somewhere in the Netherworld and Dark Night realms, respectively, and the final one was placed inside a meteorite outside the Shangsu Meteorite Sea. Zhao Sheng's purpose for doing this was self-evident. Zhao Xuanjing nodded, not questioning further. Instead, he pulled 3 palm-sized, earthy yellow stone talismans from his bosom. The talismans looked unremarkable, like ordinary stones. However, Zhao Sheng was startled, then overjoyed. These talismans were elusive Taoist talismans, sealed within them with the full force of the true Lord of Transformation, priceless treasures for anyone The fact that Zhao Xuanjing used all three at once demonstrated his deep regard for Zhao Sheng. He casually tossed the talismans into Zhao Sheng's arms and said, "Take them. Your merits deserve a reward. I won't let you suffer in vain." Haha, thank you, old ancestor. Zhao Sheng smiled and took the talismans into his bosom. When he reached out his hand, he found a square jade box, densely covered with sealing talismans, revealing the contents to be of extraordinary significance. Zhao Xuanjing's heart raced at Zhao Sheng's cautious demeanor, a surge of inexplicable anticipation rising within him. Zhao Sheng slowly peeled off the sealing talismans one by one, then scraped away the mud seal, gently lifting the lid with his fingernail. Peeking inside, Zhao Xuanjing saw a crystal clear, red fruit the size of an egg. The fruit glowed with a faint, crystalline light, its surface radiating a mystical aura. Huh? At this moment, Zhao Xuanjing suddenly exclaimed in surprise. His eyes shone brightly, his expression showed a bit of shock, and he immediately asked, "What is this? Why are there fluctuations of laws in it, and the power of the soul is so abundant?" Zhao Sheng put away his smile and introduced solemnly, "This thing is hard to find in the heavens, it is called the soul fruit. The formation of one means that a true god has passed away because of it. This fruit not only contains most of the soul power of a true god, but also contains the true god's understanding of the Tao. Eating one may create a true god. The value is immeasurable." Zhao Xuanjing's eyes flashed with surprise after hearing this, and he stretched out his hand to take the soul fruit, rubbed it repeatedly in his hand, and finally closed his eyes, carefully feeling the fluctuations of laws in the fruit. After a long moment, Zhao Xuanjing let out a long sigh, slowly opened his eyes, and exclaimed in amazement, "The Yuanshan fruit truly lives up to its reputation. I've only briefly sensed it, and yet I've already gained something. No wonder you boasted that this fruit could create a true lord of transformation. It truly is true." At this point, Zhao Xuanjing suddenly burst into laughter, saying, "Haha, with this Yuanshan fruit, I'm finally relieved." He abruptly placed the Yuanshan fruit back into the jade box, closed the lid, and pushed it back toward Zhao Sheng, saying in a deep voice, "Kaiyongshan, since this Yuanshan fruit was obtained by you, it should be yours. Is there anyone in our family more qualified to consume it than you?" Zhao Sheng smiled and shook his head, then, under Zhao Xuanjing's puzzled gaze, pushed the jade box back. Before he could speak, Zhao Sheng flipped his hand over, revealing another identical jade box. Even the sealing talisman affixed to it was identical. Zhao Xuanjing's expression shifted upon seeing this scene, a look of uncontrollable surprise crossing his face. "Hey, you dare to keep me in suspense? You're asking for a fight. Tell me, how many soul fruits have you hidden?" Zhao Sheng set down the jade box and chuckled, "Not many, not many. 4 if you add one." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and 2 more identical jade boxes suddenly appeared on the ground, lining up with the previous 2. 2 breaths later, all 4 jade boxes were opened, each containing a crystal-clear soul fruit. The largest was about the size of an egg, the smallest was like a longan grape, yet its essence was the richest. Great, great! With these 4 treasures, our Zhao family will have peace of mind forever." At that moment, Zhao Xuanjing felt his burden melt away, and he burst into laughter. Then, with his eyes narrowed, he sneered, "Haha, thank you, Junin, Supreme Induction Sect. Let's see who will rule the Xianzhou realm from now on." He didn't know if it was an illusion, but after these words, Zhao Sheng felt that Zhao Xuanjing's energy was more lively and agile than before, as if his cultivation had reached a new level of depth. "Here, keep it," Zhao Xuanjing said with a heroic gesture, pushing a jade box towards Zhao Sheng. But the next second, it was pushed back. "I have another one in my hand, no need." Just these words nearly broke Zhao Xuanjing's defense. "Good boy, why didn't you tell me earlier? Are you deliberately trying to embarrass me, unjust? Even if I had the guts to do that, I wouldn't dare to make fun of you, my ancestor. It's just that you didn't ask." Humph. Zhao Xuanjing snorted coldly after hearing this, deliberately putting away all the jade boxes in a huff, his expression akin to, "I'm pissed, but I'll let you go." Zhao Sheng, with a smile on his face, knew Zhao Xuanjing wasn't truly angry, merely trying to save face. After this incident, Zhao Xuanjing was truly stumped. He racked his brains, but couldn't come up with a reward for old 16. After all, the Yuanshan fruit was such a precious divine object, it couldn't be exchanged for equal value with ordinary treasures. Zhao Sheng, sensing his dilemma, immediately and sincerely stated that he was offering the treasure solely for the family's future, not simply for a reward. His words came from the heart, and Zhao Xuanjing could clearly hear them. If an equal exchange were truly necessary, even if the entire Nanshan Zhao family's assets were sold, they probably wouldn't be able to buy 4 Yuanshan fruits. Both of them were well aware of this. Yet, the more he thought about it, the more guilty Zhao Xuanjing felt. So, for the 3 months before departure, Zhao Xuanjing personally took Zhao Sheng with him, teaching him day and night and exchanging Taoist techniques, imparting everything he had learned to him without reservation. After 2 months, Zhao Sheng felt immensely benefited. Not only had he mastered countless profound beast-taming techniques and earth-moving methods, but more importantly, he no longer had any doubts about the ultimate path to spiritual transformation. Since 6 months ago, reports from the Shattered Star Sea have frequently returned of signs of a star god's resurgence. So, 3 months ago, from spiritual veins across central continent, flying fortresses and large cloud boats took off one after another, forming a vast flying army that sailed from central continent toward the Shattered Star Sea, billions of miles away. 3 months later, a bright yellow cloud of light broke through the 9 layers of the sea of clouds, bursting into the outer void. Then, clinging to the outer membrane, it sped westward at incredible speed. Deep within the cloud of light, Zhao Xuanjing and Zhao Sheng sat on the cloud platform, their expressions relaxed and at ease. A closer look revealed a faint glimpse of dark gold stone armor beneath Zhao Sheng's cyan robe. Around Zhao Xuanjing's waist was a thumb-thick leather belt covered in golden patterns. The belt occasionally wiggled slightly, proving it was actually alive. Chapter 484, The Gathering of the True Lords, The Doomsday of the Spiritual Race. On October 10th, the sky was clear and the clouds were light. Over the core waters of the Shattered Star Sea, an atmosphere of immense solemnity and awe filled the air. Nearly 1,000 flying fortresses and large cloud boats slowly formed a formation, stretching out for hundreds of miles around. The vast expanse appeared as a dark, overwhelming mass, its scale terrifying. Looking out, the ocean below was carpeted with endless seaweed, creating a vibrant scene. In the outer void, Zhao Sheng stood atop a cloud platform, looking down at the vast ocean below, only to see his entire view filled with a vibrant green carpet. He withdrew his gaze, his expression calm as he surveyed his surroundings, his eyes wincing slightly. Zhao Sheng hadn't expected the opening of this stargate to attract so many divine transformation masters from across the world. Among those he knew were the ancient Buddhist mad monk Ben Neng, the Water Palace's fairy Tianju, and the Eastern Demon Continent's lord, the Pig Emperor. These 3 powerful figures, owing to their close friendship with their ancestors, formed a subtle alliance. At that moment, the 4 supreme masters appeared on the cloud terrace, engaged in a lively conversation. Zhao Sheng felt somewhat uneasy in the company of these 4 masters, constantly being met with 2 or 3 furtive glances, giving him a chill. Fortunately, this situation didn't last long. A few minutes later, a black boat suddenly broke through the clouds, piercing the heavenly atmosphere with lightning speed and soaring into the outer void. The boat was clearly a rare treasure, its hull and tail erupting in 3 halos of light. In a flash, it reached the side of the cloud terrace. Haha, everyone, I'm late, so late. With a long laugh, an old man with a dark complexion, a thin body, and a goat's beard emerged from the bow of the boat, holding a turquoise fishing rod. A faint light flashed, and the old man suddenly appeared before everyone. Senior Zhou, you're so late. Could it be that you're going to the storm ocean to fish for dragons again, and that's why you forgot the time? Zhao Xuanjing quipped. Haha. That's all I've ever done. Excuse me, fellow cultivators, excuse me, the goat-bearded old man beamed, his fishing rod embracing his arms, and with a smile, he cupped his fists and gestured towards the 4 divine transformations. Zhao Sheng looked at him, his eyes flickering as he pondered, this must be the uncrowned king of the storm ocean, Senior Zhou, known as the Dragon Angler. Zhou had the longest lifespan of all the divine transformations, and was the first to ascend to divine transformations. Less than 60 years had passed since all the true lords of the Xianzhu realm followed the mighty one to ascend to the spirit realm, and Dragon Angler Zhou had broken through the barrier, becoming the only divine transformation true lord of that year. It was a pity that he arrived 60 years too late, missing out on the final opportunity for ascension, a truly regrettable experience. However, Zhou was a man of open-minded character, not deeply obsessed with ascending to the spiritual realm. He lived a carefree life fishing for dragons in the storm ocean. Zhao Sheng was deeply surprised that the Dragon Angler, known for his carefree life, had even appeared. His appearance seemed like a premonition. In a moment, a slender figure suddenly emerged from the end of the arc of the atmosphere, tens of thousands of miles away from the cloud terrace. Yet, this slender figure, with a stride of 100 miles, approached the cloud terrace. Its steady pace seemed to cover 1,000 miles in the blink of an eye, leaving countless after-images in the dark void. In less than 3 breaths, the newcomer had already stepped onto the cloud terrace, gazing at the 5 fellow Taoists with a gentle smile. He appeared to be in his 20s, with striking features, a refined and easygoing demeanor, and a scholarly air, like a well-read scholar. Zhao Sheng was startled upon seeing him, recognizing his identity. This person was none other than the newly transformed god of the Supreme Induction sect, Zijunan, the eternal lord of gambling. Humph! Zhao Xuanjing snorted upon seeing him approach, his gaze cold. Zijunan seemed oblivious to the coldness, still politely greeting the other true lords. He then quietly joined the dragon angler. His words seemed to possess a magical power, effortlessly dispelling the awkward and cold atmosphere with just a few words. Every word piqued the interest of a true lord, and they were soon engaged in lively conversation and laughter. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng couldn't help but marvel at this person's unfathomable cunning and his exceptional eloquence. In just a moment, Zhao Sheng had discerned some clues. The Supreme Induction sect was indeed a time-honored power, with a ties to ancient Buddhism and the Shumu Palace stretching back no less than 10,000 years. Although, out of consideration for personal relationships, the Mad Monk and Fairy Xianzhu didn't openly side with each other, they were already subtly expressing their unwillingness to help either side. Only the Pig Emperor clearly disliked Zijunan, so he unceremoniously sided with the Hao clan. However, as the Emperor of the demon race, the Pig Emperor could not and should not interfere in the affairs of the human race, lest he incur trouble and lead to a general attack. As Zhao Sheng was secretly pondering the delicate positions of the 6 true lords, Zhao Xuanjing suddenly beckoned him and said, "Kaiongshan, come forward." Zhao Sheng responded by walking up to the crowd, bowing respectfully to the 5 true lords, and then quietly awaiting his ancestors' instructions. Zhao Xuanjing waited until this moment before speaking solemnly, "This is my killing child. After me, Kaiongshan is the only one capable of supporting our vast Zhao family fortune. It's a shame that some cunning little people have dared to repeatedly plot against my killing child. I'm making this known in front of all you fellow Taoists. If anything like this happens again, don't blame me for repaying you tenfold." As he spoke, Zhao Xuanjing's gaze was fixed on Zijunan, a warning. The Mad Monk, Fairy Xianzhu, and the others also glanced over, while Dragon Fisherman Zhou fixed his gaze on Zhao Sheng, his gaze etched with 3 parts curiosity and 7 parts shock. Even then, Zijunan remained graceful and gracious, his face radiating a warm smile, seemingly oblivious to the situation. "Haha, young friend, you are handsome and blessed with unparalleled luck, and brother Zhao values you so highly. I, Z, cannot help but feel delighted. Come, come, this is the ancient turtle jade I've worn for a long time. I'm giving it to you today. Take it." Zijunan looked at Zhao Sheng with deep admiration, removing a turtle-shaped jade from his waist and offering it to him. To accept or not, that was the question. Zhao Sheng's mind raced, and he suddenly smiled broadly. He reached out to take the jade, casually stuffing it into his storage bag, while expressing his gratitude. "Senior, I cannot refuse this gift. Thank you, true lord, for this treasure." With that, Zhao Sheng took a step back, retreating behind Zhao Xuanjing. Seeing this, Zijunan's eyes flashed with a fierce glint, imperceptible to anyone else, but his smile softened. At that moment, the dragon fisherman Zhou suddenly broke into a hearty smile and waved at Zhao Sheng. "Come here, young man. I'm pleased with you today, so I'll give you a treat." With a flick of his hand, a massive gallbladder, the size of a water tank, dark green in color and emitting a strange fragrance, appeared. Zhou smiled faintly and casually tossed the gallbladder over. Zhao Sheng's expression shifted slightly, and he immediately extended his hand, sending out a golden rainbow of light. With a gentle swirl, the gallbladder was caught. If his guess was correct, the gallbladder must have come from a powerful dragon, nearing the level of a divine being. At this moment, the Pig King's eyes flashed with alarm, his hair standing on end. He shouted in shock, "Master Zhou, you've reeled in that wild dragon king from the storm ocean too? My goodness, I'll have to avoid you from now on." Upon hearing this, Zhao Sheng quickly and carefully stowed the gallbladder away in his sea berry. Rumor has it that the desolate Dragon King is the descendant of the last true dragon in the Xiansu realm. Barely expecting his bloodline to return to its ancestral lineage, he'll transform into true dragon. Even Zhao Sheng, the mad monk, and the others wouldn't be able to defeat the desolate Dragon King in the vast ocean. This shows just how powerful he is. Who could have imagined that the dragon angler, with his immense power, could actually slay the world's most promising 10th-ranked Dragon King? The transformed gods all looked on with skepticism, each with their own thoughts. Haha, I've waited 600 years for this lucky culprit. Please forgive me, my fellow cultivators. In 2 years, I'll host a true dragon feast in the storm ocean. You must all come and feast on dragon liver and marrow with me, no problem. I'll be there first, the Pig King, without mentioning his earlier escape, echoed with a salivating mouth. Such a grand feast, Z certainly wouldn't miss it. What about you, Brother Zhao? Zhao Sheng said coldly. Senior Zhou has graciously invited me, how could I possibly be absent, Amitabha? I've practiced Buddhism for thousands of years, yet I've never tasted dragon meat. Isn't that a great regret of my life? Thankfully, Benefactor Zhou has been so generous and has finally fulfilled my great wish, the mad monk said. Humph, while a true dragon feast may be rare, don't forget why we're here. Zibajan, it's time to share the intelligence you have. Fairy Xianzhu's voice, as cold as ice, instantly awakened everyone. Seeing all eyes on him, Zijunan remained calm and said with a gentle smile, I've obtained a topographical map of the entire Lingyan, and I even fully understand the patterns of the abyss's tides. It's time to wipe out the last remnants of the Ling clan and once and for all settle the karmic relationship between the two clans. I wonder if you would all like to join us in this great undertaking? Nonsense. Why would I, this old pig, travel all the way to the Shattered Star Sea if I wasn't willing? Let me make it clear in advance that I will be the first to use the Spirit Washing Pool, one of the 3 great artifacts of the Ling clan, the Pig King shouted. Fairy Xianzhu also spoke up and asked, the Ling clan's altar is guarded by the ancestral spirits of generations past, making it extremely difficult to breach. I wonder if fellow Taoist Z has any comprehensive plans or two. The Ling clan doesn't have any incarnated gods guarding it. They only have a 1,000-year-old camel mountain turtle, which is a bit troublesome. But with Senior Zhou here, it's nothing to worry about. We can destroy the Ling clan's altar with all our might. If we join forces, no matter how many ancestral spirits there are, they won't be able to withstand a single blow, Zijunan explained confidently. The dragon-fishing old man suddenly interrupted, besides the altar, we must also guard against the Spirit Clan destroying the Void Spirit Bell before their demise. This treasure is crucial to our ascension, and we absolutely cannot afford to damage it in the slightest. Don't worry. The Void Spirit Bell is a spiritual treasure. Although its true form has been suppressed by the Heavenly Dao, it's not something a mere nascent soul can destroy, Zijunan patiently explained. Zhao Sheng listened silently, realizing that the 6 great true lords were about to embark on an unprecedented undertaking. If this undertaking were a resounding success, the 6 great true lords would surely receive the favor of the Heavenly Dao. With their accumulated merits, they might even be able to find a way out. After all, it's long been rumored that the Void Spirit Bell possesses incredible power. When struck, its sound can be heard throughout the heavens, offering a remote chance of communicating with powerful beings in the spirit realm. The Tai spirit realm is home to many veterans who ascended from the Xiansu realm, many of whom are still alive today. Successfully connecting with them through the Void Spirit Bell would bring countless benefits. Most importantly, it would give the previously despairing transformed gods a glimmer of hope for ascension. However, they seem to have deliberately forgotten something. Why? Ever since the Ascension Array was damaged, the successive ascended true lords in the spirit realm hadn't responded at all. No, that wasn't right. Zhao Sheng was startled, suddenly remembering that among the last batch of ascenders over 1,000 years ago was a true lord Ziwuxu. According to family intelligence, this individual was Zijunan's ancestor. Furthermore, in the Xiansu realm, the Taishanganiying sect boasted the largest number of ascenders. So, did this sect have some secret channel connecting them to the ancestors of the upper realm? This speculation wasn't entirely unreasonable, it was even highly likely. It seemed that Zijunan's motive for actively summoning the divine transformers of this realm to jointly eliminate the remnants of the Spirit Clan was more than simple. Besides gaining Heavenly Dao merit, there was likely a greater agenda behind this. With this in mind, Zhao Sheng immediately transmitted his speculation to Zhao Zunjing in coded language. Kaiongshan, your guess is correct. The Xitigarbha sect's inner treasury has long been documented. The Taishanganying sect has deep roots. Rumored to be a branch of a supreme sect whose influence spans the universe. However, their methods of communication with the higher realms are not only severely limited but also extremely costly, so they are not a concern for now. Furthermore, I brought Xiaojin with me this time as a precaution. As long as Xiaojin is here, no one in this world can defeat me. Zhao Zunjing spoke with confidence, as if even the combined forces of the 5 great true lords couldn't stop him. Zhao Sheng's mind was instantly reassured. After all, when it came to life-saving skills, his own ancestor was the best in this realm. His earth-moving divine escape had reached the pinnacle, and with the combined power of man and dragon, he could escape 2,000 miles in an instant. No one in the Xianzhou realm could contain them. At that moment, the ancestor's voice suddenly echoed in his ears, Kaiongshan, the Stargate is about to open. It's time for you to descend. Zhao Sheng, upon hearing this, flashed and reached the edge of the cloud platform. Looking down, he saw the atmosphere and clouds shifting, an unimaginably vast spiritual wave slowly resurfacing. At that moment, the entire sea of clouds in the sky was torn apart by a giant, invisible hand, revealing a clear, translucent sky. Zhao Sheng turned back and clasped his fists in greeting at Zhao Zunjing. Then, his figure suddenly transformed into a streak of light, plummeting through the void, shrinking to a point of light in an instant. A moment later, a streak of light descended from the sky, landing on the deck of a large cloud ship at the edge of the Zhao clan fortress complex. The light faded, revealing a young Taoist with an ordinary face and figure. It was Zhao Sheng, in disguise. He emerged and was quickly ushered into the first-floor cabin. Inside the cabin stood 3 people, 1 old, 2 young, their appearance and demeanor drastically altered, leaving no recognizable trace of their original identities. Zhao Sheng exchanged silent glances with the 3 men, but no words were exchanged. They didn't wait long before a massive space-time vortex, nearly 100 miles in diameter, suddenly emerged over the ocean. Its interior was a chaotic, gray haze, rippled by nameless, irregular ripples. In the dead silence, the vortex was suddenly pierced by a vast, boundless spiritual storm, firmly suppressed. Woo woo woo, accompanied by the piercing, high-pitched roar of drums, nearly 200 floating fortresses and large cloud boats launched, slowly forming a precise and strict formation. Starting slowly and then accelerating, they finally charged headlong into the vortex. Among the last 10 or so cloud boats in the formation, the one Zhao Sheng and his 4 companions were on was nestled among them, appearing ordinary and inconspicuous. Chapter 485, The Grand Master of Divination, 100 Years and 2 Worlds. 3 months later, in the Netherworld, on the Hezhou continent, the southwest of Hezhou lies a mountainous region, sparsely inhabited and characterized by exceptionally thin spiritual energy. One day, a silver-white disc-shaped boat streaked through the mountains at lightning speed, finally landing above a 1,000-foot-tall peak cratered with crimson rock. Midair, the boat quietly rips open a portal, and a group of black-robed monks filed out, landing on the peak before dispersing. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Sheng, clad in a green robe, stepped from the boat and descended in a flash of light. The tall, muscular young man Zhao Gujiu, the stern-faced old man Zhao Zhenhei, and the resolute Zhao Wanan also flew down to the peak. Each of them found a spot to sit cross-legged in meditation, quietly awaiting his final wishes. Zhao Sheng glanced up at the sky, then a faint divine light shone between his brows. A wisp of divine thought quietly flowed into the sound transmission device in his right hand, and a message was silently transmitted. After this, he telepathically transmitted a message to everyone, instructing them to sit down and rest. Zhao Sheng also found a smooth, large rock to sit on, then closed his eyes in deep thought, silently reviewing the experiences of the past 3 months. 3 months prior, the battle at Stargate had been brief but exceptionally brutal. Taking advantage of the chaotic battlefield, a large number of cultivators from various sects, including Zhao Sheng, tasked with a special mission, fled the battlefield using various methods, such as feigning death and invisibility, to reunite with their respective counterparts. Zhao Sheng, along with Zhao Zhenhei and the other 2, met Dragon Lord Zhao Yaxun at their old location. Afterward, they flew for 3 consecutive days and successfully returned to Dragon Island's base camp. After settling in, Zhao Sheng detailed a mission's mission, contaminate all living beings with a blood plague and severely damage the blood god's foundation. He also entrusted him with irrelevant jade slips, a large number of plague fungus nests, and poisonous insects like bloodlusting insects and white-eyed black mosquitoes. The two spent a day and a night simply discussing the mission's procedures and numerous details. Upon learning that not only the Nanshan Zhao clan but also all the top sects in the Xianzhou realm had joined in, Zhao Yaxun was stunned. Then, besides being filled with excitement, he was deeply impressed by Old 16's ability to orchestrate such a dramatic event. Immediately after emerging from seclusion, Zhao Yaxun issued a Dragon Lord summons, recalling most of the Longine members to their headquarters. Zhao Sheng then spent 2 months providing specialized training to the Longine organization's undercover agents, transforming them into qualified plague messengers. 2 months later, these plague messengers, bearing the blessings, dispersed to the various immortal realms of Longzhou and Kangzhou. Meanwhile, undercurrents were brewing across the various continents of the Nether God realm. Like the Longine organization, the spy organizations of ancient Buddhism, the Shumu Palace, and the 7 sects of Central Continent also dispatched their trained plague messengers to plant fungal nests and spread poisonous insects, spreading their good news to all. Thus, unbeknownst to the vast majority of the netherworld, an unprecedented blood plague revolution slowly unfolded. To this day, no one knew that the ultimate goal of this monumental change was to overthrow the blood god Heavenly Dao. Time slipped by, the twin suns gradually setting behind the mountains, and night slowly descended. The sky was filled with stars, the moon was bright, and suddenly, a massive, pitch-black disc-shaped ship silently descended overhead. Zhao Zhenhe, Zhao Gujiu, Zhao Wenan, and the others were awakened by the disc-shaped ship, each looking warily at the uninvited guest. Zhao Sheng stood up and declared, "Don't panic. It's here to take us away." As he spoke, a portal opened on the surface of the disc-shaped ship, and a flash of black light suddenly burst forth, transforming into a black rainbow that plummeted downward, landing not far from Zhao Sheng. The black light dissipated, and the Yama ancestor, with an expressionless face, strode towards Zhao Sheng. As he appeared, a vast, ocean-like pressure erupted, enveloping the entire mountain and nearly suffocating everyone. Nearby, Zhao Zhenhe's expression suddenly changed, his magical power surging. A vast, boundless azure ocean suddenly appeared behind him, its surface surging with surging waves and shrouded in mist. The next moment, however, the awe-inspiring old monster in the black robe knelt expressionlessly on one knee, bowed to Old 16, and shouted, "I, Yama, pay my respects to you, my lord." Zhao Sheng nodded indifferently and said, "No need to bow. Rise." The old ancestor, Yama, stood up with a gloomy expression, his mind observing everyone, secretly trying to determine their true identities. At this moment, Zhao Zhenhe quietly approached Zhao Sheng, gave Elder Yama a wary look, and whispered, "Old 16, who is this great cultivator? Did you really subdue him?" Even with the facts before his eyes, Zhao Zhenhe still found it hard to believe that such a late-stage great cultivator had been accepted into Old 16's fold. Zhao Sheng nodded slightly and sent a divine thought to Zhao Zhenhe. Zhao Zhenhe's face suddenly changed again. What Old 16 had just said sounded like a fairy tale. He actually claimed that he had subdued more than just this one nascent soul elder, but as many as 3 or 4. If such a thing hadn't come from the person himself, no one would have believed it. "Master, the black ship has docked in the outer void. Do you think we can board it?" Elder Yama asked solemnly, suppressing his displeasure. Zhao Sheng nodded, then waved to the others, ordering them to embark. Soon, the black-clad cultivators boarded the pitch-black disc-shaped ship, followed by Zhao Gujiu, Zhao Wenan, and the others. When Zhao Sheng and Patriarch Yanmo finally boarded the ship, the pitch-black disc-shaped vessel, just as it had arrived, rose silently into the night, disappearing into thin air in the blink of an eye. As Zhao Sheng led his men aboard, deep within the Wan'ai Mountains in the center of Huzhou, a series of suspended spiritual palace islands towered above the peaks, shrouded in a thick spiritual mist, appearing incredibly mysterious and ethereal. This was the mountain headquarters of the Taoist sect, Huzhou's dominant power. In a valley shrouded in spiritual clouds, a free-spirited, gray-robed elder with disheveled hair sat on the ground, rocking a gray tortoise shell in his hands and muttering strange, incomprehensible divinations. With a whoosh, the tortoise shell flipped, and 6 black and white copper coins fell from its mouth, landing on a bone plate inscribed with densely packed mystical symbols, forming a 3 black and 3 white pattern. These 6 black and white copper coins were round on the outside and square on the inside, their faces emblazoned with thousands of coiled Yao patterns. Even more bizarre was the moment this hexagram appeared, the bone pelvis also shone with a dazzling aura. Mysterious symbols suddenly broke free from their restraints and soared into the air, forming a complex, incomprehensible river of runic light that echoed the hexagram on the Yao coins below. Upon witnessing this remarkable hexagram, the gray-robed elder was overcome with excitement, exclaiming, "Yin and Yang collide and suddenly converge. This is auspicious, auspicious. A glimmer of hope has finally arrived. Where does good fortune lie?" Divination. As he spoke, the gray-robed elder grabbed the tortoise shell in one hand and the 6 yin and yang Yao coins in the other. He dropped them all into the shell, then held the shell with both hands and shook it frantically. After 9 breaths, the shell flipped, and the 6 yin and yang Yao coins fell back onto the bone pelvis, instantly revealing a new hexagram. Good luck 30,000 miles southwest. The hexagram actually indicates a living being. No, it's actually a being from the other world, unbound by destiny. Could this person be the reincarnation of a banished immortal? How about another hexagram? The gray-robed old man, with a frenzied expression, plunged another Yao coin into the tortoise shell and shook it frantically once more. But as the Yao coin left his body, the old man suddenly spat a mouthful of blood onto the tortoise shell. Instantly, the tortoise shell shone with divine light, and a clear image of the ancient Hello region emerged from its back. Ding, ding, ding. 6 yin-yang Yao coins landed on the plate, stacked one on top of the other to form a long dragon, with the yin and yang arranged in a clear, distinct, and strikingly distinct layer. This time it's like a dragon rising from the sky, a sign of utter upheaval under heaven. Could it be that this man is responsible for all these changes? No, I must leave the mountain quickly. I must seize that single variable. With this thought, the gray-robed elder immediately sheathed his divination artifact. Then, enveloped in a ball of white light, he soared into the heavens, then streaked southwestward. The outer void was dark, deep, and boundless. Even the mountain-like black ship of the domain realm seemed like a speck of dust against a backdrop of this darkness, incredibly small. The disc-shaped ship carrying Zhao Sheng and his companions slowly broke through the extremely thin ionized atmosphere, finally freeing itself from the planet's gravity and arriving beneath the domain realm black ship. Then, the disc-shaped ship was sucked into the ship's bowels. A moment later, Zhao Sheng and his companions flew out of the ship, successfully reaching the interior. Then, led by the Yama patriarch, the crowd surrounded Zhao Sheng and headed towards the hall on the top floor. At this moment, unnoticed even by Zhao Sheng, a ball of gray light darted out of the boundary membrane, tracing the disk's trajectory and rapidly approaching the domain realm black ship. Deep within the light, the gray-robed elder was unmistakably his. His speed was terrifying, accelerating ever faster. Quickly increasing from 10 times the speed of sound to 20, 30 times, and even accelerating continuously. Had Zhao Sheng witnessed this, he would have been astonished. The gray-robed elder's speed was several times faster than his own, hinting at surpassing the upper limits of the nascent soul realm. About a quarter of an hour later, the domain realm black ship suddenly erupted from stillness, slowly following its course toward the netherworld realm, billions of miles away. Moments after the black ship took off, a streak of gray light streaked from the darkness, landing on the ship's surface in an instant before vanishing. The journey from the netherworld to the netherworld took the black ship 5 years. These 5 years felt both long and fleeting. Zhao Sheng first arranged for Zhao Zhenhe, Zhao Wanggu, and the others to stay, then summoned Patriarch Yama and began to inquire about the major events that had occurred in the netherworld and the underworld over the past century. Facing a master whose life depended on him, Patriarch Yama dared not conceal anything and immediately presented a stack of jade slips containing a wealth of information on both realms. Zhao Sheng spent over 100 breaths reviewing all the slips, quickly gaining a comprehensive understanding of the major events of the past century. Leaving aside the netherworld for now, let's focus on the underworld. Since Xian Kong's return to the underworld, the Guanshu clan's attitude towards the human race has rapidly shifted, from hostility to neutrality. Furthermore, Patriarch Lei Peng, temporarily unable to return to the underworld, issued a decree to his clan, "Do not embarrass the human race." Upon receiving the ancestors' decree, despite uncertainty about its meaning, no one dared to disobey. As a result, pressure from the human race on the 9-demon continent was dramatically reduced, and territorial disputes significantly decreased over the past century. Meanwhile, the Huangshan sect, rooted in the Skyfire Plains, saw its influence surge, garnering countless followers thanks to the covert support of two alien races. The Huangshan faith expanded beyond the Skyfire Plains to encompass the entire human race, quickly spreading to both the Liping and Guanshu tribes. However, due to a century-long absence, intelligence revealed that many within the Huangshan sect had begun to harbor dissent. They were either colluding with large human tribes, collaborating with alien races, or secretly becoming disciples of a human nascent soul cultivator, all with a single goal: to seize control of the sect. The most ambitious of these individuals was none other than Dao Zhan, the current leader of the Huangshan sect. Without the constraints of internal and external forces, Dao Zhan's legacy would likely have been usurped long ago. After all, intelligence revealed that Dao Zhan had successfully achieved the Dan level stage and achieved nascent soul status over 20 years prior, becoming one of the 5 great nascent soul ancestors of the human race. Of course, Zhao Sheng paid no heed to Dao Zhan's ambitions. As long as he reappeared, everything would be peaceful. Instead, Zhao Sheng was most concerned about the personnel changes on the Xianmu continent. Over the past 100 years, the major human factions on the Xianmu continent have suddenly launched a war of annexation. Countless small and medium-sized religious families have been annihilated, absorbed, or even voluntarily joined the larger powers. According to the latest intelligence, only 5 dominant factions remain on the Xianmu continent, secretly backed by the dominant powers of the Netherworld. Among the 4 major factions identified are the Xiandao sect, the Xianjin sect, the Wendao sect, and the Black Heaven sect. What surprised him most was the unprecedented activity of the Blood God Sun during this century. Excluding those unknown to the public, the world has witnessed 8 such sightings, including 5 in the Netherworld and 3 on Netherworld night. Each appearance of the Blood God Sun has brought a bloody storm, either completely annihilating a sect or devouring a nascent soul ancestor alive. The Blood God Sun's unprecedented activity has alarmed billions of cultivators in both realms, leading to speculation of a major event and numerous outlandish theories. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng couldn't help but wonder if the Blood God Heavenly Dao had foreseen something, hence his frequent dispatches of the Blood God Sons on a killing spree. Soon, he began to harbor a secret fear, fearing his ultimate vision would be thwarted before it was even realized. Just as Zhao Sheng's expression shifted from gloomy to uncertain, his heart racing, the Yama ancestor's expression suddenly changed. He abruptly turned his head to look at the nearby bulkhead and roared, "Who are you? You coward! Get out here!" Boom! A vast expanse of black light, like a tidal wave, brimming with soul-devouring, bone-corrupting power, rolled inward, crushing the area. Ha! At that moment, a long laugh erupted from the depths of darkness, followed by a grey curtain of light that materialized out of nowhere, unexpectedly blocking the surging tide. Zhao Sheng jerked his head upward, his eyes aglow as he peered over. Just then, he spotted an elderly man in a grey robe and disheveled hair emerging from behind the curtain of light. This person had an ancient appearance, eyes as clear and pure as a baby's, and looked at him with curiosity. When their eyes met, Zhao Sheng was suddenly shocked, feeling that he had been seen through from head to toe. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 486. The 2 realm lords begin to stand together. Upon seeing the man, Patriarch Yama suddenly took 2 steps back, his expression filled with shock, and he uttered, You, the Patriarch of Divination, haha. I haven't walked the earth for 1,000 years. I can't believe someone still recognizes me. Rare. I remember you. You seem to be a young nascent soul of the Corpse Mushroom clan, and your name seems to be Yan Yama or something. The gray-robed elder addressed Patriarch Yama, but his gaze never left Zhao Sheng. In fact, the more he studied him, the more delighted he seemed, as if he had seen a priceless treasure. Zhao Sheng felt somewhat uncomfortable being stared at, and without turning his head, he gave Yama a wink. Patriarch Yama understood and immediately transmitted a telepathic message to him, explaining the man's identity and origins. The gray-robed elder was the Grand Master of the Taoist school, having risen to fame 3,000 years ago. His unerring accuracy in divination earned him the name Divine Diviner of Divination. Later, This person disappeared from public view for over 1,000 years, yet before his retreat, he had already reached the great perfection of the nascent soul stage. For the past 1,000 years, because the patriarch of Diao had remained silent, the world assumed he had passed away due to the end of his lifespan. How could this person suddenly appear before them today? Patriarch Yanmo was most shocked to see the patriarch of Diao still alive, as it meant he had surely broken through that critical barrier, becoming a supreme being capable of influencing the fate of the world. Zhao Sheng's pupils narrowed after hearing Yanmo's account, and as he once again gazed at the gray-robed elder, his eyes were filled with deep solemnity and wariness. Seeing this, the Grand Master of Divination and Yao smiled benevolently, waved his hand, and said, "Don't be afraid, young friend. No matter where you come from, no matter if you're friend or foe, I won't embarrass you. On the contrary, I have a favor to ask of you." Zhao Sheng's heart raced upon hearing this, and he had already grasped a great deal from this man's words. To him, the divine transformation true lords of the netherworld and the underworld were most likely friends, not enemies. After all, these true lords, standing at the pinnacle of their realms, faced a constant danger of being devoured by the blood god. Even so, the gray-robed elder's frankness still surprised Zhao Sheng, and his hostility diminished significantly. "What do you mean by that, senior? If you have any requests, please ask my Taoist friend Yanmo first. I'm sure he'll be of great assistance." Upon hearing this, Patriarch Yanmo immediately responded, "Brother Yanqiang is absolutely right. If the Patriarch has any requests, I, Yanmo, will be at your service." "Oh, my friend, your name is Tianqiang? That's a very interesting name. You sound like someone with great fortune, destined to become an immortal in the future." Patriarch Xiao looked at Zhao Sheng with a smile, his smile growing wider, as if with anticipation. Zhao Sheng's heart trembled, and he couldn't help but be extremely cautious. Since ancient times, the two most difficult types of people to provoke in the world of immortal cultivation have been the mystical witches and shamans, and the fortune tellers. Because these professions are known for their ability to pry into the mysteries of heaven and fate, ordinary cultivators often stay away from them. Patriarch Xiao is undoubtedly the forefather of the divination and fortune-telling profession, so it's no surprise that he could discern his background. Zhao Sheng raised his palm and bowed, saying, "Junior is just a wandering cultivator, I don't deserve such praise from the master." "Ah, my friend, you are wrong. The sky is the sky the other way around. There is a divination saying, follow the will of man and go against the will of man to become an immortal. It's just a matter of turning things upside down in the middle. It can be seen that you were born with great luck, and have the mission of correcting the chaos and restoring the order of heaven and earth." Zhao Sheng was shocked after hearing this, but he suppressed his extreme horror and said in surprise, "Senior, are you kidding me? I don't understand what you mean, haha. It doesn't matter if you don't understand now. You will understand the deep meaning of my words in the future." The Master of Divination laughed and said. Then, he suddenly looked at Patriarch Yama and asked calmly, "I'm suddenly feeling a little tired. Yama, please find me a place to meditate and sleep. From now on, I'll stay here." Patriarch Yama, seeing this, quickly extended his hand in a gesture of invitation, saying politely, "Master, there's a top-notch cave on board, rich with spiritual energy. Please follow me." "Yes, lead the way." The gray-robed elder nodded with satisfaction. Two beams of light soared up, leaving the hall in an instant. Zhao Sheng stood alone in the hall, watching the two men depart, his mind racing with countless chaotic thoughts. He had no doubt that Patriarch Yama had come specifically for him. He just couldn't comprehend his true purpose. Did he truly see the divine secret? Or had he divined clues about the blood plague in the two worlds and come to track down the culprit? However, it seemed clear that this person harbored good intentions and perhaps had yet to reveal any malicious intent. The Divine Master's power was unfathomable, with a 90% probability of reaching the rank of True Lord. Since he was far inferior to him, Zhao Sheng had no choice but to take his words at face value and wait and see. The Yama Patriarch left for a moment, then hurried back to the main hall. Zhao Sheng immediately inquired about the Divine Master's sudden appearance. The Yama Patriarch's response echoed Zhao Sheng's assumptions. This person was most likely a friend, not a foe, otherwise, the two would have been captured and perhaps even killed from the outset. The domain realm black ship accelerated ever faster, reaching over 300 times the speed of sound by the second day. It then maintained its maximum speed, beginning its long 5-year journey. Since the first month of the journey, the Divine Master had been intentionally or unintentionally approaching Zhao Sheng, regularly visiting him to discuss Taoist principles or offer guidance. His attitude was always cordial and kind. After 6 months, Zhao Sheng could no longer withstand the pressure and was forced to temporarily avoid the man under the guise of retreating for cultivation. However, his attempt was doomed to failure. Remember, Zhao Sheng wasn't the only one aboard the ship. Zhao Wenan, Zhao Gujiu, Zhao Zhenhe, and other members of the Zhao clan were also aboard. With the discerning eye of the divination and Yao Patriarch, it was easy to detect numerous quirks among these individuals and, with a few subtle tricks, easily extract their identities and origins. Did Zhao Sheng know he couldn't hide this? Of course he did. That's why he announced his retreat. The matter was clearly a dead end, yet the divination and Yao Patriarch refused to expose it. Zhao Sheng, seeing this, was content to feign ignorance. However, their tacit understanding puzzled the onlooker, the Yama Patriarch. Even more baffled was Zhao Zhenhe, the 9th ancestor of the Zhao clan. 2 months ago, Zhao Zhenhe had unexpectedly encountered the gray-robed elder. Their brief exchange had left him sweating profusely and filled with dread. It was only afterward that Zhao Zhenhe learned the identity of the gray-robed elder from Zhao Sheng, and also learned that he was actually a true lord of transformation. Fortunately, he was kind and showed no hostility toward the Zhao clan. After Zhao Sheng's retreat, Zhao Zhenhe took over the heavy responsibility, tightening the reins on the clan members' behavior and ordering them to practice in seclusion and avoid contact with outsiders. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Zhao Sheng found it strange that the ancestor of divination and Yao didn't seem eager to reveal his hand. Not only did he continue to reside on the ship permanently, but he also solemnly performed divinations every 6 months. Zhao Sheng wasn't completely ignorant of divination and calculations. He had secretly observed the divination process and knew that he used tortoise-shell divination and the 6-line divination of yin and yang. However, he could not discern the resulting hexagrams. They seemed shrouded in layers of mystery, everything obscure and distorted. The Grand Master of Divination and Yao seemed oblivious to Zhao Sheng's prying, openly casting divinations each time, his expression growing more and more joyful each time. Zhao Sheng returned home and pondered for a long time before a flash of inspiration struck him. He suddenly connected the divination results to distance. It seemed that as the black ship flew farther and farther, the divinations became increasingly accurate, and the hexagrams increasingly aligned with the other party's wishes. Over time, Zhao Sheng began to discern a clue. Perhaps the other party had already seen through everything and was simply waiting for him to confront them. So, in the 5th year of his flight, as the black ship was about to reach the Dark Night realm, Zhao Sheng removed all illusions, revealing his true self, and took the initiative to visit the Grand Master of Divination and Yao. He acted in deference to the kindness the other party had shown him throughout. That day, Zhao Sheng walked into the hall openly and met the real master. The Grand Master of Divination and Yao seemed prepared for this. He wasn't the least bit surprised by his handsome face. He simply smiled gently and said, "Young friend Zhao, please take a seat." "I've been waiting for a long time." Zhao Sheng wasn't surprised. He walked forward confidently and sat on the cushion opposite him, smiling back. "Grandmaster, you are truly patient. I bow down to you. Now, I'd like to introduce myself to you. I'm Zhao Qiangshan, from the Zhao clan of Southern Heaven. I've infiltrated the 2 realms on an important mission." The Grand Master of Divination and Yao shook his head. No, while you may bear Zhao blood, you're also a native of the Netherworld. Furthermore, I'm not optimistic about the Zhao clan's blood plague plan. The blood god status is far too high. If he could be defeated so easily, how could the heavenly Dao of the 2 realms have withstood tens of thousands of years of constant destruction? Would that make the struggles of past true lords and sages a complete joke? The implication was that countless transformed gods in both realms had been unable to accomplish something over tens of thousands of years, so how could the Southern Sky Zhao clan easily pull it off? Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered, but he confidently replied, "If the Grand Master wasn't optimistic about this matter, we wouldn't be sitting here today. Since I've been frank, I hope you'll be more forthright as well, haha. No wonder the Zhao clan assigned you to this matter. Your insight into worldly affairs is truly astonishing." The Grand Master of Divination and Yao praised him. He then nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed. I've divined 9 times in a row, and each time the results were remarkably consistent. In each instance, a hint of change emerged amidst despair, and change represents both life and hope. Seeing Zhao Sheng's delight, the man's expression darkened, and he said coldly, "Don't be happy yet, young friend. Changes don't guarantee success. I'd even venture to estimate the probability of success at most at a tenth. This is considering your extraordinary fate in the blood god's increasingly chaotic and insane consciousness." Despite the repeated blows, Zhao Sheng showed no sign of discouragement. Instead, he sensed a hidden meaning in the other person's words and immediately added, "In the past 100 years, the blood god has been striking repeatedly. Could it be that because he's on the verge of losing consciousness, he's madly devouring the souls of the living? If so, both worlds are poised for an unprecedented catastrophe of destruction. By then, I'm afraid masters like you will be the blood god's primary targets. Alice, my friend, you know too much? The blood god is as overwhelming as the sky, oppressing all beings in the two worlds and making it difficult for them to breathe. Not only me, but also many of my fellow Taoists are in constant fear day and night, fearing that one day they will become the blood god's prey. Therefore, after divination of the only variable, I came to you without hesitation. To be honest, no one in this world wants your plan to succeed more than I do. It's a pity that the chances of success are slim." Zhao Sheng continued firmly, "Everything depends on human effort. I believe that man can conquer nature. If there was only a 10% chance before, now with the help of the Grand Master and many more senior true lords, I believe the success rate of this matter will definitely increase greatly, at least to a 30% chance. Your idea is good, but unfortunately, not only can this old man and others not take action openly, we can't even participate secretly. The reason is clear to you if you think about it." Zhao Sheng's brows furrowed upon hearing this, but he nodded thoughtfully, saying, "I was mistaken. A true god of transformation like you should be the blood god's most watched target. As long as you're within this realm, even your every move cannot escape his scrutiny." That's a bit of an exaggeration, but it's not far off. We still have a little freedom, so we can sneak around and do small things. But any major move will be completely hidden from the blood god, Alice. What a shame, Zhao Sheng sighed. However, I can secretly hint to my fellow Daoists not to embarrass you, while also suppressing any unauthorized movements within my command. This will buy you as much time as possible, allowing your cause to proceed more smoothly, said the Grand Master of Divination and Yao. Zhao Sheng was overjoyed. That's excellent. Then I'll trouble you to make the journey. It's a trivial matter, nothing to worry about. I just have a question, and I hope you'll be frank. Please speak, Senior, Zhao Sheng said, his thoughts stirring. The Divine Master's eyes were filled with inquiry, and he asked with extraordinary earnestness, "For the past 5 years, I have performed divinations over 100 times. I've discovered that my only hope for survival lies with you, my friend. I wonder what advice you have for me." Zhao Sheng was lost in thought. Seeing this, the Divine Master couldn't help but feel anticipation, his expression growing even more serious. After a moment's deliberation, Zhao Sheng suddenly realized something and thought, if my guess is correct, then hope for survival probably refers to a cross-realm teleportation array. If the Divine Master could successfully teleport to a foreign realm, his chances of survival would undoubtedly increase significantly. Even after his death, his spirit would still return to the netherworld, to be devoured by the blood god. On the other hand, once out of the blood god's hunting range, he would undoubtedly outlive other local true lords. Sometimes, living longer often means greater uncertainty. Chapter 487, Yuanying arrives like a stream, King Kong comes uninvited. At this moment, Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered slightly, and he hesitated, wondering whether to tell the other party about the cross-boundary teleportation array. The Grand Master of Divination and Yao seemed to sense his hesitation and said, "Young friend, take your time to think about it. I've waited 1,000 years. There's no rush. When you've figured it out, tell me. I can wait for decades, even centuries." Zhao Sheng was surprised that a true lord of transformation would be so humble. Seeing this, his mind raced, and he tentatively asked, "Senior, if you can wait a few more decades, I'll definitely tell you the truth once I've dealt with this matter. I don't think you'll be disappointed, haha, with your words. Why wouldn't I wait even a few decades? In that case, we have a deal." As a great master of divination and fortune-telling, the Grand Master of Divination and Yao firmly believed in the theory of the 5 elements, 5 virtues, and 5 tribulations. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, he was reluctant to offend someone like Zhao Sheng, who clearly possessed great fortune and profound karma. "Okay, it's a deal," Zhao Sheng nodded confidently. Half a month later, a pitch-black disc-shaped ship streaked from the depths of the void. After slowly squeezing through the boundary membrane, it plummeted into the atmosphere like a meteor, plunging rapidly into the inner atmosphere. Directly below lay a vast continent. On the 7th day of the 3rd lunar month, during the daytime season, the sun shone brightly, the sky cloudless. That day, the towering Huangshan Peak was bustling with activity. Dense swarms of pilgrims stretched from the summit to the foot of the mountain, a vast, dark mass, like a giant dragon climbing the summit. As midday approached, the sun intensified, the temperature soared, and amidst the solemn sounds of chanting, a vast cloud of incense smoke filled the mountain temple. The heat, smoky yellow clouds, rose continuously into the heavens, carrying away the wishes and wishes of countless believers. It was the 7th-day grand ceremony, and the Huangshan sect members at the front gate had been bustling since dawn, eager to welcome the devout devotees who had flocked from far and wide. Even though the Huangshan sect had grown into a preeminent force among the human race in recent decades, boasting a vast multitude of skilled practitioners, it hadn't yet overcome many of its earlier bad habits. The 7th-day grand ceremony was one such event. After each grand opening of the mountain gate, the lower-level members suffered unbearable hardship and exhaustion. Of course, their complaints and discontent were never heard by the higher-ups. Since ancient times, the joys and sorrows of humankind have been completely unconnected. Daozan, the leader of the Huangshan sect, had always been aloof, like an immortal or Buddha perched in the clouds, overlooking the vast world, yet unconcerned with their joys and sorrows. At this moment, in the Huangshan Hall, nestled in the back mountains, the leader of the Huangshan sect, clad in ornate robes, sat upon the altar, his expression impassive as he gazed down upon the kneeling masses below. Waves of flattering compliments incessantly reached Daozan's ears, only to make him increasingly irritated and weary. HMPH, Daozan snorted, growing increasingly impatient. Suddenly, the hall fell silent. Daozan gazed at the trembling chief priests and elders below, feeling both irritated and complacent. He had held power for nearly 200 years, and he had forged the entire sect, both inside and out, like an ironclad impenetrable barrier. Any dissenting forces were quickly eliminated, and those who disobeyed, discontented, and disloyal were utterly slain. However, a single concern loomed, a thorn in Daozan's side, a thorn in his side, a thorn in his side. In recent days, he had once again failed to refine the mountain-shaking wild rhino. Sensing the exceptionally powerful divine imprint within the desolate rhino, Daozan felt extremely irritated, unable to resist the urge to explode. "Get out!" Daozan suppressed his rage, shouting in annoyance at the people below. Yes, the giant and chief priests, as if granted amnesty, respectfully performed their formalities before transforming into streams of light and whizzing out of the hall. HMPH, seeing this, Daozan's eyes flashed coldly, and he couldn't help but snort again. The next moment, a huge, piercing flame suddenly erupted from the altar. The flames flashed and disappeared, and Daozan was nowhere to be seen in the hall. The Black King Cave was gloomy and deep, with rich spiritual energy faintly gathering into clouds, lingering around the 9-story platform in the center. A scaly beast, as huge as a mountain, lay peacefully atop the platform, seemingly in a deep sleep. At that moment, a ball of fire shot through the cave entrance, flashing across the 1,000-foot void before landing on the platform, its flames blazing into the sky. Suddenly, the flames faded. Daozan, riding the waves of fire, walked with the swift, unwavering stride of a dragon or a tiger to the front of the Hanshan wild rhino, gazing up at the behemoth. After a moment's observation, he suddenly pressed his hands together, a mysterious light flickering between his fingers, as if he were about to attempt to refine the beast once again. At that moment, Daozan's body stiffened, and the mysterious light between his fingers faded. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, distinct footsteps echoed from below the platform. Someone was ascending the steps. Daozan's expression stiffened, and he slowly turned, just in time to see the nightmare bearer deep within him ascend the platform. Zhao Sheng walked slowly about 10 feet away, observing the person with a half-smile on his face, but remained silent. Pressure. An unimaginable pressure suddenly surged over Daozan. Although he had imagined countless reunions over the years and conjured countless ways to banish the nightmare, when the person actually stood before him, Daozan felt only panic, his former ambitions and struggles completely forgotten. Resist death. Fight death. Disobedience also must die. Gazing into those piercing eyes, Daozan suddenly broke into a grim smile. He raised his hands high above his head, bowed deeply, and saluted. "I, Daozan, pay my respects to the Lord," but what awaited him was a long, dead silence. Daozan's heart grew increasingly terrified as the man's aura suddenly surged, becoming immense and overwhelming, like a vast ocean. Zhao Sheng deliberately ignored him for a moment, until he saw cold sweat beading on his forehead. Then he said calmly, "No need for formalities." Daozan, as if hearing heavenly music, quickly stood up straight, his hands hanging at his sides, and bowed his head in respect. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief, knowing he had escaped a great disaster. Seeing that this man was not sensible, Zhao Sheng put his thoughts aside for the time being. Having left the Huangshan sect for nearly 200 years, it was inevitable that Daozan would harbor ambitions to usurp the throne. This was human nature, not surprising. What caught Zhao Sheng's attention was that Daozan, despite his apparent ambition and having successfully ascended to the nascent soul stage, had seen his strength skyrocket countless times. He was quite surprised that Daozan, upon his return, offered no resistance at all. "Come out." With these words, a cloud of black energy suddenly materialized before their eyes. The next second, the black energy surged uncontrollably, and the Yama ancestor, beaming from the depths of the black atmosphere, stepped to Zhao Sheng's side, bowed, and offered a greeting. "Lord, greetings." The terrifying aura emanating from the Yama ancestor intimidated Daozan. With a single glance, he recognized the newcomer. The Yama ancestor was a late nascent soul cultivator from the Corpse Mushroom clan, once a formidable figure across the Nine-Demon continent, his fame still lingering. How could Daozan not recognize him? However, the fact that the Lord commanded such respect from the Yama ancestor revealed the unfathomable depths of his power. At that moment, Daozan was deeply grateful for his choice. Over the next few days, as the Lei Peng clan's ancestor, Lei Peng, and the Guanshu clan's Xian Kong clan's ancestor successively arrived at the Black King Cave to pay their respects to the Lord, Daozan, horrified by what he witnessed, felt a wave of dread. He immediately suppressed all ambition and resentment, refusing to harbor even the slightest trace of dissent. Only then did he truly understand why the Wangyan sect had enjoyed such smooth sailing over the past century, and why the two alien tribes had repeatedly yielded. It wasn't his own skill, but the Lord's. With this realization, Daozan worked even harder, not ignoring his Lord's instructions. After returning to the Wangyan sect, Zhao Sheng designated a restricted area in the back mountains and settled Zhao Zhenhe and other members of the Zhao clan there. They would acclimate themselves to the area, learning the local language and familiarizing themselves with the people, geography, and customs of the Nine-Demon continent before officially beginning their mission. 3 days passed in a flash. That day, the Black King Cave was shrouded in layers of iridescent barriers, shutting out outsiders. Atop the cave's high platform, the mountain rhino continued to slumber. Zhao Sheng sat cross-legged at the head, flanked by Yama, Lei Peng, Xian Kong, and the 4 nascent souls of the 9th patriarch, Zhao Zhenhe. After a cup of tea, Zhao Sheng paused, glancing between the two. Ancestor Yama, already well-informed, was certainly not as utterly horrified as Ancestor Xian Kong. "My lord, can you truly bring down the blood god?" "That would be difficult," Ancestor Xian Kong, with his pointed head and rat-like eyes, asked hesitantly, his eyes darting. He swallowed hard, unable to resist. Even after hearing it firsthand, Ancestor Xian Kong found it hard to believe that anyone could dream of destroying the blood god. The blood god stood supreme, like the eternal way of heaven, eternal and everlasting. How could a mortal man possibly defy the heavens? Indeed. "My lord, please reconsider," Elder Lei Peng quickly echoed. "HMPH. You're going to teach me how to do things." Zhao Sheng's expression suddenly changed upon hearing this, and he turned his gaze towards Xian Kong and the others. "I dare not, I dare not. I absolutely dare not." Elder Xian Kong was startled, feeling the inner demonic curse stirring deep within his soul. He immediately waved his hands and shouted in panic. Elder Lei Peng's expression changed slightly, but he was speechless. Seeing the two men surrender, Zhao Sheng's expression relaxed slightly. He said coldly, "I don't care what you think, but you must not only do what I command you to do, but you must do it without a single mistake. If anyone messes up, don't blame me for destroying your soul and never returning to life." As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 alien Yuanings, Yanmo, Lei Peng, and Xian Kong, all felt a chill in their hearts, no longer daring to neglect their master's orders. No matter how absurd their master's orders, Yanmo and the others had no choice but to obey. A day later, Yanmo and his two companions quietly departed the Black King Cave, carrying a large number of fungus nests and goo insect bags. Sometimes, the turbulence created by the flapping of a butterfly's wings can stir up a devastating storm thousands of miles away. On this day, the butterfly gently flapped its wings. One wonders whether that devastating storm will actually occur in the future, and what form it will take. The laws of nature are unpredictable, and the world is unpredictable. Even Zhao Sheng, who had personally nurtured the butterfly, could hardly have realized how long this storm would take to brew. Time flows like water, never to return. In a blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. A talismanic edict spread throughout the human realm, and tribes and clans, large and small, had received word that the founder of the Huangshan sect had returned to the Mountain Gate 2 months earlier and issued a decree inviting all human leaders to attend the Huangshan Dharma Assembly. As the Dharma Assembly drew near, human cultivators from all corners of the world journeyed to Huangshan Peak. Those who were nearby had already arrived, while those far away were within a fortnight's time. Huangshan Peak hasn't been this bustling since the nascent soul ceremony over 20 years ago. Every day, the Mountain Gate welcomes hundreds of human cultivators. Thanks to the ancestors' advance decree, the entire Huangshan cult took no chances, diligently welcoming the distinguished guests and promptly arranging accommodations. Efficiency was over 100 times higher than ever before. After all, this was the first decree issued by the Supreme Being since his return, and no one dared to challenge it. Upon learning of Xianqiang Sanren's return, Mobili, the 9-demon continent's only human cultivator in the middle nascent soul stage, was overjoyed and immediately rushed to Huangshan Peak. Coincidentally, upon hearing the news, the other 3 human nascent souls also arrived. The Huangshan cult boasts not only 2 nascent souls, Xianqiang Sanren and Daozan, but also the nascent soul corpse beast, Hanshan Huangxi, making it the strongest human cultivator in the 9-demon continent. It's no wonder that Mobili and the other human nascent souls took the event so seriously. However, when Mobili excitedly arrived at Huangshan Peak, he only found Daozan, not the real leader. Over the next 2 days, the 5 nascent souls of the human race gathered at Huangshan Peak, but the real leader still failed to show up. Daozan repeatedly apologized. Even so, some nascent soul ancestors persisted, sarcastically accusing him of being too arrogant and disdaining to socialize with fellow cultivators. Faced with their dissatisfaction, Daozan swallowed his anger and offered a stream of rare and precious fruits, determined not to disrupt the unity of the human race. Was Zhao Sheng truly arrogant? Not at all. An unexpected visitor had temporarily tied him up. Zhao Sheng was completely unprepared for the sudden arrival of the blue sky ancestor. Thousands of feet above, deep in the mist, a 4-pillared, octagonal wooden pavilion loomed in the clouds, enveloped by a faint, clear glow that blocked out the fierce winds. Fellow Taoist Xianqiang, please take a seat. In the stone pavilion, Patriarch King Kuang extended his hand in an invitation, a smile on his face. Zhao Sheng took 2 steps to the opposite side and sat cross-legged on the cushion. He gazed calmly at Patriarch King Kuang, whose green hair and green robes held emerald eyes, and asked directly, I wonder why Senior King Kuang invited me here. Patriarch King Kuang was the eldest of the Tree Charms, having reached the 9th level of the nascent soul stage, making him one of the most elite cultivators in the 9-demon continent. What was particularly remarkable was that Patriarch King Kuang had always served Guangzhou and rarely ventured into the outside world. His sudden appearance today left Zhao Sheng perplexed as to the purpose of this top cultivator. King Kuang smiled brightly and said, Fellow Taoist Xianqiang, did you know that I met Patriarch Diao before I came here? Oh, really? Zhao Sheng's eyes lit up at this, and a great deal of clarity suddenly dawned on him. Chapter 488, The 2 world bosses are standing by, I am alone and laughing at the sky. Seeing this, Patriarch King Kuang explained, Fellow Taoist Zhao, please don't misunderstand. Patriarch Diao once strongly recommended you as the first to break the impasse. I was curious, so I came to see you. Beyond that, I have no other intention, so, we're one of us. Zhao Sheng emphasized the word one of us, believing the other to hear the tone in his words. Patriarch King Kuang's eyes flickered, and he suddenly shook his head. Fellow Taoist, you're mistaken. I was forced to do this, and I'm not on the same page as you. However, I believe no one likes to have a hungry wolf constantly hovering over everyone. While I and many of my fellow Daoists may not possess your incredible courage, we can still maintain a neutral stance, Zhao Sheng immediately understood. As Patriarch King Kong had said, the blood god entrenched in the heavens of the two realms would always pose a deadly threat to any true lord or even a nascent soul cultivator. Given this premise, whether or not Xianqiang Sanren was an alien visitor was ultimately irrelevant. After all, these high-ranking monks cherished their lives so much that they wouldn't dare defy the blood god. But they undoubtedly welcomed the presence of a fool like him. With just 2 words, Zhao Sheng had grasped the subtle mindset of King Kong Patriarch and the others, and heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he felt a surge of excitement. It was only then that Zhao Sheng realized he'd been overthinking things. His only real enemy, from the beginning, had been the blood god and his unknown number of his descendants. King Kong Patriarch, observing his expression, seemed to discern his thoughts. He pulled 3 emerald jade slips from his sleeve and gently pushed them toward Zhao Sheng, saying, "Taoist, take a look at these first, then consider your decision." Oh, Zhao Sheng's eyes lit up with surprise. He reached out and plucked the 3 slips, his mind penetrating them, a flood of information flooding his mind. 27,300 years ago, a madman called himself the Star-Picking Heavenly Venerable set up the 99 Heavenly Demon-Slaying God formation in the boundless sea, hoping to subdue the heavens. However, he angered the heavens, who rained down endless blood thunder. The madman could only hide in the formation for 2 days before being slain by the heavens. 19,800 years ago, the Shanling sect dominated the continent. They boasted 2 true lords and 72 nascent souls, a formidable force. However, 30 years later, one day, the Shanling sect's main gate was razed to the ground, and all the disciples were slain. The culprit was a mere 3-headed blood god messenger. 13,000 years ago, the Juai tribe accidentally inherited something from outer space. The Juai king was unparalleled in combat power, and was said to be unrivaled for 3,000 years. Because his ascension was blocked, the Juai king went mad with rage, and later disappeared for no apparent reason. The Juai tribe has never recovered since then. Supplementary note: 12,000 years ago on the Xianmu continent, a blood god messenger suddenly appeared in the Crystal Rock Valley. He is suspected to be the Juai king in disguise. Be careful, be careful. 11,000 years ago, the day star appeared, and the dark night season arrived half a month early. An unknown cold wave disaster swept the entire world, killing and injuring hundreds of millions of lives, and the transformation into a god was extinct. 3 years later, the disaster was over, and the number of mountain gods and sea spirits increased by half. Supplementary note: in the 3rd recorded riot of the Heavenly Dao, the blood god was defeated again. After this incident, the blood god messenger disappeared for 1,000 years. 8,000 years ago, this world was unprecedentedly prosperous, but the nether god realm suddenly invaded. Since then, the war has lasted for 1,000 years. From 27,000 years ago to 300 years ago, this world civilization gave birth to a total of 62 transformed gods. Aside from 8 who perished for unknown reasons, 39 disappeared without a trace, 9 are suspected to have passed away, their natural deaths are questionable, and 6 flew into deep space, never to return. Elder Muzhai, who rose to fame 27,000 years ago, was the most powerful true lord of his time. A statistical analysis of the appearance patterns of the blood gods messengers, an estimate of the number of blood gods messengers still alive, an analysis of the blood gods' existence, a deduction of the activation of the Heavenly Dao, a connection between the decline of this world's spiritual energy and the blood god. After reading the jade slip, Zhao Sheng was deeply shocked. It turned out that the Dark Night realm didn't simply allow the blood god to invade without resistance. Quite the contrary. This world had always had individuals and forces challenging the blood god. Though they all failed, they left behind a wealth of lessons and countless inspiring stories. Furthermore, for tens of thousands of years, dedicated individuals had recorded this history and passed it down from generation to generation. Mountain spirits, earthly deities blessed by the laws of heaven, are endowed with long lifespans and aloof from worldly desires. They are undoubtedly the best historians of civilization. Now, through the hands of Patriarch King Kong, this inestimable historical legacy has been passed on to Zhao Sheng. He believes such events have occurred many times before, despite the failures of previous generations. With these 3 jade slips, this exchange can effectively conclude. Dao Yao Zhao, do you consider my sincerity sufficient? Patriarch King Kong suddenly asked, smiling at Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng paused for a moment, then nodded. Then, with a burst of magical power from his palms, he suddenly crushed the 3 jade slips into dust. Patriarch King Kong was startled by this, then smiled with apparent satisfaction, saying, "Very good. I greatly appreciate your discretion. However, there's one thing I must inform you of in advance." Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed, anticipating what the other party was about to say next. And the next moment, it happened as he had anticipated. Patriarch King Kong solemnly declared, "Due to various concerns, I and my fellow Daoists cannot intervene. This is all we can do now. The rest depends on your efforts, fellow Daoist Zhao. I believe you can understand our difficulties, haha, this generous gift is sufficient. I wouldn't ask for more. From now on, you can remain neutral, but don't aid the evil." Patriarch King Kong replied without hesitation, "Of course. I can guarantee that the vast majority of my fellow Daoists will remain in their stance. It's just that some sects are too deeply intertwined with the blood god. They cannot, and dare not, disobey his instructions." Hearing this, Zhao Sheng asked, For example, the Wuji sect in the Xianmu continent, the Wuiahesi Siren clan, and the Xiandao sect and Xianjin sect in the Nether God realm?" Patriarch King Kong recounted, clearly familiar with the blood god's vassal forces. "Well, they're just a few sects. Nothing to worry about," Zhao Sheng responded with a somewhat nonchalant expression. Patriarch King Kong immediately warned, "Fellow Taoist Zhao, don't take it lightly. Although the greatest threat is still the blood god's messenger, vassal forces like the Heavenly Dao sect should not be underestimated. Thank you for the reminder, senior. I know what's going on." Seeing this, Patriarch King Kong didn't know what to say. So he pointed to the wooden pavilion under his feet and said, "This is the 8-sided wind-locking tower. It's a rare treasure that can not only block the key but also temporarily isolate the Heavenly Dao from searching. I'll give this treasure to you today to refine. It's a small token of my appreciation." Zhao Sheng didn't refuse and accepted it directly and readily. "I dare not refuse a gift from the elder. Thank you, senior, for the treasure. Fellow Taoist Zhao, you're welcome. You can refine this treasure here first. I'll protect you." Hearing this and seeing the other party's serious expression, Zhao Sheng couldn't help but feel moved and said with a smile, "Okay, then I'll trouble you, senior." As he spoke, Zhao Sheng extended his hands outward, and circles of magical light rippled out, instantly enveloping the entire 4-pillared octagonal pavilion. Zzzz. As the mysterious light touched the wooden pavilion, a layer of emerald light suddenly appeared in every corner, resisting the mysterious light's refining, and a sizzling sound was heard. Ancestor King Kong watched carefully from the side, secretly assessing Zhao Sheng's strength. 2 breaths later, she felt a mixture of joy and worry. She was pleased that his strength was comparable to hers, but she was also worried that with such limited strength, he could escape the pursuit of the blood god's messenger, which was undoubtedly a fantasy. Thus, Zhao Sheng devoted himself to refining the rare treasure, while the 5 human Yuanying waited in vain at Huangshan Peak, feeling resentful. 7 days passed in a flash, and Ancestor King Kong quietly departed. After refining the precious treasure, Zhao Sheng finally emerged from seclusion and met with the human Yuanying elders. Some had initially intended to use this as an opportunity to cause trouble, but Zhao Sheng's mere display of half his strength dispelled all resentment, prompting them to rush to curry his favor. When the 9 demon continents' only great human cultivator appeared, who would care about a minor indiscretion? It would be foolish not to curry favor. Zhao Sheng also sought to make friends, so the exchange meeting was a joyous occasion. After the group had gradually departed, Zhao Sheng suddenly sighed deeply, his meeting's outcome worrying. Of the 5 great human Yuanying cultivators, including Dao Zan, only Mobili had not practiced a Blood Soul Sutra. This demonstrated a prevalence of the Blood Soul Sutra among human cultivators. These blood cultivators would be rotten meat that needed to be eviscerated, inevitably siding with Zhao Sheng. 6 months later, while Zhao Sheng retreated to Black King Cave, painstakingly analyzing the information contained in the 3 jade slips, Zhao Zhenhe dispatched batches of trained plague messengers to various locations. Unlike the netherworld, the plague messengers of this realm were completely unaware of the situation. They patrolled the human territories under the guise of tribal rituals. Unaware, they had become nests of plague, spreading the blood plague wherever they went. Meanwhile, Zhao Gujiu and Zhao Wanan led their own clan members to infiltrate various parts of the continent, covertly spreading the 6 major plague bacteria and poisonous insects. If one were to ask how long it would take for several highly contagious yet non-lethal plagues to spread throughout the nine-demon continent, the Zhao clan of Nanshan had already conducted similar experiments in Central Continent decades earlier. The results showed a time frame far shorter than anyone had imagined. Qianlongyan, Zhao family city. Cough cough, Zhao Xinglei slowly opened the door of an ordinary, old courtyard west of the city, stepped into the courtyard, and, gazing at the sky, suddenly began to cough violently. He felt unwell, his face flushed red from coughing. Several bloody pimples, pus and blood, appeared on his forehead. At this time, middle-aged woman in gray cloth clothes suddenly walked out of the left wing quickly. When she saw Zhao Xinglei, she stepped forward with a distressed look on her face to support her husband, and urged him anxiously, "Boss, why did you come out? You are not well yet, go back to bed and rest." Zhao Xinglei smiled and comforted, "You have been lying down for 3 days and sweated twice. I think I am almost well, so I came out to take a breath." The middle-aged woman was very excited when she heard it. She put her hands together and bowed to the surroundings, and kept chanting, "Thank you ancestors, thank you God. Boss, you are finally alive. Hey, don't forget to thank Emperor Huangshan. If it weren't for the master giving our family a few bowls of talisman water for free, how could we recover so quickly?" Zhao Xinglei reminded. Yes. Thank you Emperor Wangbian for your blessing. Thank you Master for your kindness. You've saved not only my family, but the entire city, young and old. I sincerely hope that the Emperor will unleash his supreme power to quickly eradicate the plague and bring happiness and well-being to all. Half a month ago, a sudden plague swept across Qianlongyan, severely impacting Zhao. In just a few days, over 90% of the city's residents were unfortunately infected with a blood plague. In the midst of panic, a savior master sent by the Wangbian sect arrived in Zhao. That very day, he used his magical powers to dispel the gloom from the city and distributed free talismanic water that could cure all ailments to the residents. The talismanic water's effects were immediate. In just 3 days, 1/3 of the city's patients not only recovered their health, but also experienced extraordinary energy, and some of their old ailments were also healed. Within half a month, the plague had succumbed to no more than 100 elderly, weak, and disabled people. This result shocked the entire city, and the city's young and old regarded the master as a god, and the Wangbian sect gained countless devout followers. The story unfolding in Zhao is merely a microcosm of countless similar events unfolding within the human territories of the nine-demon continent. However, an unknown plague has swept not only the human race but the entire nine-demon continent. Unlike other alien races, the plague's natural resistance alone has helped them withstand the onslaught, with minimal casualties. Despite the sudden and devastating impact of this continent's sweeping plague, the threat posed only to the mortal world, leaving the monastic community largely unaffected. Seeing the plague's limited harm, most monastics quickly ignored it. However, a few wary factions, for various reasons, secretly investigated the source of the plague. The results horrified all monastics, as the plague seemed to appear out of nowhere, leaving no one able to pinpoint its origin or the specific pestilence responsible. Of course, those in the know, like Patriarch King Kong, knew this was the work of the Southern Skyzhou clan. As for their motives, no one currently knew. However, they would soon understand their intentions. Let's get back to business. While the entire Zheogia city rejoiced over the victory over the plague, the atmosphere within the city lord's mansion was unusually heavy. Everyone was hushed and afraid to move. At that moment, in front of the ancestral hall in the rear mansion, the Zhao family head and the elders, surrounded by their ancestor, faced off against a figure on the opposite side. The atmosphere was extremely tense, and a fierce battle was imminent. The figure standing in the Zhao family's opposite direction was a dignified figure with a gleam in his eyes. He was clad in a golden robe and a Wangbian Liuli crown, exuding a terrifying aura. Behind him emerged a vision of a 9-foot-tall giant bear, a chief priest at the Jiandan realm. Senior Brother Ren, do you really disregard the bond we shared in our early years as fellow disciples and insist on disturbing the peace of our ancestors? Zhao Linzong, standing at the front of the crowd, glared at Ren Link with a stern expression and suddenly demanded. Junior Brother Zhao, you misunderstood. I just wanted to pay my respects to the ancient sages. I don't have any ill intentions at all. Although the words sounded nice, there was obvious sarcasm and malice in Ren Link's eyes. Chapter 489, Yao allows treasures and descendants. At these words, Zhao Linzong's eyes darkened. He spread his palms, and a vast ocean suddenly materialized from behind him. In the blink of an eye, a massive water dragon leaped from the surface, swirling and soaring into the sky. I'm telling you this for the last time, no outsiders are allowed to set foot in the ancestral hall. Otherwise, they will be killed, Zhao Linzong declared in a resounding voice. Instantly, a murderous aura permeated the air. The water dragon suddenly raised its scales and claws, roaring silently at the other side. Huge waves surged, and the vast ocean rolled up into 1,000 waves. In the Dark Night realm, the ancestral hall was the most sacred and important place for every family. How could outsiders be allowed in so easily? Renlink's actions had clearly been a deliberate provocation. If anyone else had dared to say such a thing, they would have been dead long ago. However, Renlink's face turned pale, his expression gradually became extremely indifferent, and he said in a deep voice, Zhao Linzong, the law of nature will be cyclical, and retribution will come. You robbed me of my opportunity back then. Later, you took away my beloved. You should have expected this retribution today. Humph, for the sake of Elder Mu Yang, if you commit suicide in public today, I will let the elders and children of your clan live. Otherwise, let them go to the underworld with you. As soon as the words fell, the current head of the Zhao family in the crowd shouted indignantly, Ancestor, this person is too bullying, let's fight him. Zhao Linzong slowly raised his right hand, and saw the Zuinun water dragon in the air suddenly swelled up, and waves condensed out of thin air, lingering on both sides of the dragon's body. He seemed about to attack, but secretly sent a message to the people behind him, you'll die if you go forward. Once I've captured this guy, flee as quickly as possible. Those who survive will live forever. You'll live in obscurity and won't have to avenge me. Leave. Renlink's cultivation was at least at the second level of the Golden Core, while Zhao Linzong had only been at the Golden Core stage for over 20 years before he stabilized. If the two clashed, Zhao Linzong would be no match. The Zhao family head and the other foundation-building elders were all furious. Although the ancestor had allowed them to escape, most of the clan had already committed suicide. What was going on? Renlink saw through Zhao Linzong's intentions and burst into a frenzied laugh, giving the Zhao family no chance to escape. Ah! With a deafening roar, the giant yellow bear behind Renlink suddenly leaped high and, with the force of thunder, pounced on the water dragon. A pair of bear paws slammed down on the dragon's waist, unleashing a force of millions of pounds, shaking the vast ocean into surging waves. The water dragon, composed of Zuinun heavy water, could not withstand the force and exploded, dispersing into a vast cloud of vapor. Renlink, taking advantage of his situation, roared, Giant wilderness, open the sky. The giant yellow bear instantly doubled in size, transforming into a behemoth nearly 20 feet tall. Its body radiated a rock-hard glow. Two paws, as big as houses, rose high and slammed down upon the crowd below. Before the palms could reach them, an unimaginable pressure enveloped the surrounding area within 10 feet, instantly immobilizing everyone. No. There was still one more person. Zhao Linzong's expression was resolute. He thrust his hands upward, and two streams of water erupted from his palms, rushing upward like two giant pillars, temporarily supporting the bear paws and abruptly slowing their descent. Naive, Renlink scoffed at the sight. With a flick of his finger, a green stone shot out. Mid-air, the green stone rapidly expanded in size, transforming into a whistling green mountain of stone, bearing down from the sky. Perhaps in the next second, everyone would be crushed into mud. At this moment, Zhao Linzong opened his mouth and blasted out a stream of golden light, shooting directly into Renlink's face. The light, as swift as lightning, was within 3 feet of him in an instant. However, in this world, the one who knows you best is always your enemy. Renlink seemed prepared, his expression unfazed. At that moment, a yellow light suddenly flew from his arms, instantly transforming into a massive shield of Gangayan rock, intercepting the incoming golden light with incredible precision. Bang! The golden light pierced the rock shield, creating a fist-deep chasm. The golden light dissipated, revealing a small golden sword deeply embedded in the shield, humming and struggling, as if struggling to break free. What happened? The rock shield's surface shimmered with layers of yellow light, pinning the golden sword firmly. It looked like a fish caught in a swamp, powerless to escape. Seeing this, the Zhao family, young and old, bearing a mountain of pressure, suddenly felt a wave of despair. Most of them felt their spirits suddenly drain away, and they collapsed to the ground, resigned to their fate. The power gap between a foundation establishment cultivator and a golden core true person was as vast as heaven and earth. The mere suppression of one's realm could render most foundation establishment cultivators powerless to fight back, leaving them vulnerable to the enemy. At this critical moment, a sudden creaking sound came from behind the group. The door to the ancestral hall was unexpectedly opened from the inside. The next moment, a medium-sized, slightly hunched, elderly figure slowly emerged from behind. A closer look revealed a hunched old man with thinning hair and a withered face. Renlink narrowed his eyes at the sight of the old man, his heart filled with shock. He had previously used his spiritual sense to investigate countless times, and was absolutely certain that, aside from the array of ancestral corpse figurines, the ancestral hall contained no living beings. How could a dead person transform into a living being? Unless this person had emerged from a crack in the stone. But this was absolutely impossible. Renlink's mind raced, his guard raised to the limit. With a fleeting thought, several streaks of yellow light shot out, transforming into 4 massive shields of Gangayan rock that protected him from all sides. Where did you get these idiots to interrupt my meditation? You're making so much noise, the hunchbacked old man shouted impatiently as he stepped over the threshold. The word dead was still lingering in the air when a giant flaming palm, 100 feet tall, suddenly materialized from thin air, filling everyone's field of vision. Boom. The next moment, the flaming palm slammed down on Renlink's head, effortlessly swatting a mosquito. Before the mighty palm, the giant Gangayan shield, the giant yellow bear, and the golden core priest were mere toys, swept away by the crushing force. In the blink of an eye, a deep, massive 5-finger print appeared on the ground of the square. The center of the print was a full 2 feet deep, and fingerprints were clearly visible at the bottom. By then, Renlink had completely vanished, as if he had never existed. The Zhao family members were first shocked, then overjoyed. They all rose from the ground and turned to look behind them. A flash of horror crossed Zhao Linzong's eyes, and he abruptly turned, just in time to see the hunchbacked old man slowly descending the steps. His pupils narrowed, and his gaze fixed on the old man's face, straining to identify him. For some reason, Zhao Linzong felt a strange sense of familiarity upon seeing him. The next moment, his mind raced, and he suddenly remembered someone buried deep within his heart, someone he would never forget. Dragon Master, Zhao Linzong muttered, his voice cracking as he gazed at the increasingly familiar face. At that moment, Zhao Sheng, the Zhao family patriarch, limped up behind him and asked excitedly, "Old ancestor, do you know which generation of our ancestor is standing across from us? And how should we address him?" Zhao Linzong, startled awake, immediately ordered his clan members to evacuate the square without delay. Seeing the situation was unfavorable, Zhao Sheng quickly withdrew, urging the elders to leave the area quickly. In less than 2 breaths, the Zhao family retreated like water, leaving only 2 people in the square. Zhao Sheng simply watched, making no effort to intervene. Once the clan members had departed, Zhao Linzong quietly calmed his turmoil, a smile of gratitude spreading across his face. He scurried over to Zhao Sheng and knelt without hesitation. "Dragon Master, please accept my respects." Zhao Linzong knelt and kowtowed respectfully. In fact, his worship was well-deserved. After all, if Zhao Sheng hadn't appeared in time, the Zhao family would have been wiped out today. Zhao Sheng accepted the man's generous gift, but didn't even offer him a friendly look. He snorted coldly, "HMPH, you useless piece of shit. Even if you manage to form a golden core, it's useless. I've taught you for over a decade, and now you can't even defeat a low-ranking golden core. What a waste of my energy." Master Yao is right. "I've embarrassed you." Zhao Linzong knelt obediently on the ground, his face still respectful, his expression unchanged. Having lived for nearly 300 years, Zhao Linzong had long since realized that compared to his life, losing face was fine. A few scoldings from Master Yao were no big deal. Seeing him like this, Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered with disappointment. From just one sentence, Zhao Sheng concluded that Zhao Linzong's future achievements were limited. He would never reach the nascent soul stage in this lifetime, and even if he could break through to the late golden core stage, he would be extremely lucky. Of course, only 1 in 1,000 golden core true persons could achieve the nascent soul stage. Zhao Sheng hadn't initially held high hopes. A few days ago, to accurately gauge the spread of the blood plague, he secretly traveled to the gathering places of all the major races on the continent. The results were very encouraging, and the spread of the blood plague was as expected. 3 days ago, on a sudden impulse. He flew across half the continent and arrived incognito at the Zhao family city in Qianlingyan. Upon entering the city, he sensed something unusual, as if a powerful enemy had secretly targeted the Zhao family. So, Zhao Sheng secretly infiltrated the ancestral hall, waiting for the enemy to reveal himself. Sure enough, not long after, Ren Ling, the head priest of the Huangshan sect, arrived uninvited, seeking revenge for the opportunity and love he had lost. If you look closely, the blame for this matter lies squarely on Zhao Sheng. If he hadn't instructed Zhao Linzong to intercept Ren's opportunity, this incident wouldn't have happened. As the saying goes, karma in this world, every sip and every bite, seems predestined. Alice, get up. I'm buried up to my neck in the dirt, and I don't even have the energy to scold you, you useless brat. Zhao Sheng suddenly became dejected. He sighed and waved his sleeve, sending out a stream of undercurrent to help Zhao Linzong to his feet. Zhao Linzong's eyes fluttered at this, and he quickly said, Master Yao, you're living well. How can you so easily say you'll die of old age? I think you still have hundreds or thousands of years to live. Zhao Sheng's eyes shifted, and he decided not to argue with him. Instead, he continued, you don't need to comfort me, boy. I know how many years I have left to live better than you do. Without further ado, I've traveled the world, and now I've met you again. It seems that there's still a trace of fate between you and me. Hearing this, Zhao Linzong's heart moved, and he couldn't help but feel a strange sense of anticipation. Zhao Sheng glanced at him with a half-smile, then slowly pulled out a fist-sized, top-grade Nakung seal from his pocket and casually tossed it into Zhao Linzong's arms. I am alone, and had originally planned to bury all my life's treasures in the tomb, awaiting discovery by future generations. But by chance, I encountered you today. Haha, now it's all yours. With immense excitement, Zhao Linzong secretly channeled a wisp of his spiritual sense into the Nakung seal. The next moment, his eyes widened in shock. Zhao Sheng's wealth was immense, even a tenth of it would rival the entire fortune of a late-stage great cultivator. The Nakung seal contained not only a vast supply of spiritual stones and materials, but also several high-level cultivation techniques and 4 of the most prized magical artifacts. The highest quality one was the 9-dragon thunder seal, the most precious of all, the heavenly thunder and earth fire sect's most precious treasure. Beyond that, the most precious were undoubtedly 3 high-level talismans, each containing a powerful attack from Zhao Sheng, capable of easily annihilating 1 or 2 mid to early nascent soul cultivators. Zhao Linzong had always felt that Yao Lao was not only incredibly mysterious but also possessed unfathomable cultivation, and that he might soon become a reclusive nascent soul cultivator. The blow that had just annihilated Ren Ling was the best proof. But after viewing the contents of the Nakung seal, Zhao Linzong realized he had greatly underestimated Yao Lao. This person was no mere hidden nascent soul cultivator, he was clearly a peerless master at the pinnacle of the continent. With slightly trembling hands, Zhao Linzong grasped the Nakung seal and raised his head to kowtow to Yao Lao. Suddenly, nothing was in sight, not a single figure. Yao Lao hadn't even bothered to say hello, simply leaving. Zhao Linzong glanced around, then up at the vast sky. A sudden sense of loss washed over him. A premonition arose within him that his fate with Yao Lao in this lifetime had come to an end. 3 days later, in the afternoon, a streak of light descended from the sky, plunging deep into the mountains behind Huangshan Peak. A moment later, Zhao Wunan, meditating on a high platform of Black King Cave, suddenly sensed something and opened his eyes, only to be greeted by a familiar figure. Zhao Wunan's face lit up with joy. He immediately stood tall, bowed, and said, Wunan, welcome back, old ancestor, no need for formalities. I want to ask you, what is the current situation in the territory you are responsible for? In response to the old ancestor's inquiry, Zhao Wunan immediately pulled a jade pupil tablet from his sleeve and handed it to him. Zhao Sheng directed a ray of his divine consciousness to scan the jade pupil tablet, and instantly a flood of information flooded into his mind. Very good, just as I expected. It seems that the cultivators of the Dark Night realm are so accustomed to being high and mighty that they hardly notice the shocking changes in the mundane world. Now, 80% of the 9-demon continent has been infected by the plague. Now is the perfect time to allocate personnel to infiltrate the Xianmu, Zhuhurong, and other continents in batches. Zhao Sheng crushed the jade pupil tablet with a single thought, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wunan quickly said, reporting to the ancestor, The ninth ancestor has already dispatched large numbers of Huangshan followers to the other 3 continents 10 days ago under the guise of missionary work. Including our people, all of them are plague messengers. Zhao Sheng looked slightly surprised, then nodded. Oh, I see. That's a good idea. With that, he input a message into the sound transmission scepter hanging from his waist. Not long after, Zhao Zhenhe and Zhao Gujiu hurriedly flew to the Black King Cave and landed in front of Zhao Sheng and the others. Chapter 490 Return to the Spiritual Realm. Upon meeting, Zhao Zhenhe appeared incredibly excited and eagerly asked, Kaiongshan, you're finally back. Are you serious about what you just mentioned? Of course it's absolutely true. Otherwise, why would the ancestors be willing to send the ninth ancestor? Zhao Sheng smiled faintly, his expression very serious. Haha, if this truly succeeds, the future of our Zhao family will be secure. Zhao Zhenhe's excitement grew even stronger, and he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Zhao Wanning and Zhao Gujiu, standing by, were completely bewildered. They suppressed their curiosity and listened attentively to the 2 ancestors' words. I summoned the ninth ancestor today precisely for this matter. The blood plague has spread across the continent, and other continents have also dispatched personnel. This matter has come to a temporary halt. We only need to wait for it to develop. This gives us time to work on that important matter. Out of caution, Zhao Sheng didn't directly mention the cross-border teleportation array, but vaguely referred to a specific event. Zhao Zhenhe nodded eagerly, saying, Okay, when shall we leave? I can't wait any longer. Zhao Sheng smiled and said, About 3 more days. He then looked at the 2 men beside him and said, By the way, Wanning and Gujiu, you 2 should go back and prepare. We'll be on the journey together then. Zhao Wanning and Gujiu were startled by his words, then responded in unison, Yes, ancestor. 3 days passed in a flash. At dawn, Huangshan Peak was shrouded in mist. The long, melancholy sound of bells shattered the stillness. Soon, movement filled the mountain. One by one, the yellow-robed cultists filed out of the temple, descending the mountain with brisk steps, each heading off in different directions. As the thick fog gradually dissipated, a pitch-black disc-shaped boat suddenly flew out from the mountain behind Huangshan Peak. The boat pierced the mist, silently soaring into the sky. In an instant, it transformed into a speck of light and disappeared into the vast expanse of the sky. Soon, the pitch-black disc boat struggled to cross the invisible boundary membrane and reach the vast expanse of the outer void. It continued its predetermined route, hurtling towards a destination 1,000,000 miles away. The outer void was empty and silent, with no atmosphere to obstruct it. The disc boat's speed skyrocketed dozens of times, swift as a meteor. In less than 2 hours, it had traversed 1,000,000 miles of space and sprinted beneath the mountain-sized black ship. Just then, a massive tunnel suddenly opened in the underbelly of the ship. The disc boat flew through, and the tunnel quickly closed. Then, the ship's hull suddenly shook, and from stillness, it began to move, accelerating from slow speed into the deeper darkness of the void. Billions of miles ahead, a swirling nebula reflected the brilliant light of billions of stars. Compared to crossing the 2 realms, the journey to the Divine Ruins Meteorite Sea was significantly longer and more dangerous. Fortunately, after tens of thousands of years of frequent cleaning, the route from the Dark Night Realm to the Divine Ruins has become remarkably safe. The only things to be wary of are stray meteorites and interstellar dust clouds that might accidentally stray into the route. Sailing on the Void Sea is not only incredibly tedious, but even the passage of time becomes blurry. After the black ship had been sailing for half a month, Zhao Sheng, Zhao Zhenhe, Zhao Wanning, and the others entered a state of secluded cultivation. Only the crew, led by Patriarch Yama, remained committed to their duties, diligently piloting the black ship towards the Divine Ruins. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, the black ship had already been sailing for 8 years. The once swirling nebula had transformed into a vast sea of meteorites. A dense mass of meteorites, both large and small, stretched out in a winding, seemingly endless sea, dominating the entire field of view. The closer they approached the Divine Ruins, the smaller and more insignificant the Domain Realm black ship seemed, like a sesame seed. At that moment, within a luxurious cave-like cabin atop the black ship, a surge of magical mystical light surged, filling every inch of the space. Deep within the brilliant, dazzling cloud of light, Zhao Sheng sat cross-legged, his arms shrouded in a rich, blood-red glow, his jade-white skin radiating a shimmering aura. Within this aura, countless ancient spiritual characters danced around a complex, eerie three-dimensional symbol, forming a series of mystical Dao patterns. As each Dao pattern landed on the surface of his skin, the immortal seal runes slowly seeped into his flesh, eventually becoming deeply engraved into his very bones. After a long moment, the rich blood red light gradually condensed into his arms, forming dark crimson patterns that stretched across both arms, creating a strange and mysterious appearance. A closer look revealed similar blood red streaks on the bare skin of Zhao Sheng's ankles. In the past, Zhao Sheng, in order to defeat foes of higher levels, had practiced a sinister technique called the white bone heart-locking sword. He was now preparing for the worst, anticipating the possibility of facing the blood god Sun's pursuit. So, Zhao Sheng, likewise, sacrificed his limbs to cultivate a self-destructive, unholy technique. This technique, a creation of his own, was named the white bone god-slaying sword. It could be considered an upgraded version of the white bone heart-locking sword, but its power was over 100 times greater. More crucially, this technique would grow in power as its owner nurtured it with flesh and blood. If nurtured for thousands of years, it would be impossible to slay a god with a single strike, even the god of gods. After nearly 6 months of ritual cultivation, the white bone god-slaying sword was nearing perfection. A day later, the mysterious light within the cabin gradually dimmed, and a faint, eerie fragrance suddenly filled the air. The source was a shimmering, long-incised elixir in Zhao Sheng's hand. This elixir, also known as the Great Enlightenment Pill, was a top-tier, 4th-tier elixir on par with the Zhao family's Enlightenment Pill. Both had similar effects, aiding enlightenment and increasing wisdom. Zhao Sheng swallowed a Great Enlightenment Pill and closed his eyes in meditation. In the Purple Mansion, a nearly 9-inch tall nascent soul body, with a solemn expression, sat cross-legged above the soul sea, emanating a pure, watery aura. From the depths of the soul sea, 9 figures of Zhao Sheng slowly emerged, each vivid, agile, and intelligent. Each of these 9 consciousnesses engaged in a different task, deducing techniques, analyzing esoteric immortal seals and dragon inscriptions, practicing mystical Taoist techniques, or comprehending the great Dao. Countless Daos and principles intertwined around them. 200 years had passed, and Zhao Sheng had made further progress in his reverse refinement of the Star God Thousand Heart art, successfully reaching the 9 gods realm. He only needed the final step of uniting the 9 gods into one, achieving a single primordial spirit soul, to achieve the ultimate divine power. Although he hadn't yet surpassed the 9th level of the nascent soul, Zhao Sheng believed his divine consciousness was every bit as powerful as any nascent soul great perfectionist, and perhaps even more so. Even if Elder Monk Yin Zhen were resurrected, he wouldn't be able to interrupt his phase shift. I wonder if True Lord Huishan has the ability to interrupt. A thought suddenly flashed through Zhao Sheng's mind. 3 days later, Zhao Sheng was practicing when the sound transmission jade hanging on his waist suddenly flashed violently. "Well, have we arrived yet?" Sensing something unusual, he frowned slightly, stopped circulating his magic power, slowly opened his eyes, and his pupils suddenly burst into dazzling divine light. A moment later, in front of the palace square on the top floor of the black ship, Ancestor Yama, Zhao Zhanhe, Zhao Wanning and others looked solemn, quietly waiting for the arrival of the main person. At this time, a flash of fire flew in like lightning and landed in front of everyone. The escape light retracted, revealing Zhao Sheng's figure. Zhao Sheng's eyes swept across the crowd and looked at the transparent crystal wall in the distance. Through the crystal wall, countless desolate and dead meteorites fell into his eyes. At this moment, the ancestor Yanmo stepped out from the crowd and respectfully asked, "My lord, we have arrived at the Shangsu Meteorite Sea. Please direct our actions from now on." Zhao Sheng ordered, "Yanmo, after I leave, you will immediately return to the ship. Once you return, continue gathering intelligence and keep a close eye on the situation on the continent. If there are any sudden developments, this information must be transmitted as quickly as possible. No mistakes are allowed. Do you understand?" "I understand, and I will live up to your trust." After more than 200 years of buffering, the ancestor Yanmo finally accepted his fate, his attitude becoming infinitely more respectful than before. Zhao Sheng nodded, then looked at Zhao Zhanhe and said, "Ninth ancestor, there is no time to lose. We must set out now." "Okay, everything is up to you," Zhao Zhanhe replied decisively. A moment later, a pitch-black tangent ball quickly broke away from the black ship of the domain boundary and plunged into the vast sea of meteorites. It was quickly obscured by countless meteorites and disappeared. Soon, The black ship from the domain realm also slowly began to move, quickly soaring at lightning speed towards the deep, dark, boundless void sea. Once deep within the meteorite sea, the surroundings quickly became dark and shrouded in unknown dangers. However, Zhao Sheng, having entered and exited the divine ruins numerous times in his past and present lives, was already well versed in the surroundings. In just a month, he traversed the millions of miles of thick unspiritual realm and entered the mysterious spiritual realm. Zhao Zhenhe, Zhao Wunan, and Zhao Guji were witnessing the vastness of the divine ruins for the first time. The countless bizarre meteorites and relics of unknown civilizations they encountered along the way left them dazzled and filled with endless awe and emotion. Over the course of several months, they had seen mountain-sized golden meteorites, broken spiritual veins exposed within them, drifting meteorites composed of spiritual gold, and even numerous unknown star beast species. Zhao Zhenhe and the other two repeatedly suggested stopping to collect treasures in the meteorite sea. However, this would undoubtedly increase the difficulty of tracking the seven-star spirit realm. After all, the seven-star spirit realm shifts its position every 3 months. So, after 2 unsuccessful attempts, Zhao Sheng changed his approach, no longer stopping mid-journey to search for rare treasures. Bang, bang, bang. 6 months later, deep within the Zuanling realm, countless meteorite dust storms swept across the spacecraft, striking it with dense, dazzling sparks, illuminating the surrounding darkness. The immense impact caused the Tianjin spacecraft to lurch violently, sending it reeling backwards. Its protective shield flickered violently before suddenly crumbling. Quick, get behind that meteorite. Inside the spacecraft, Zhao Sheng, his expression serious, simultaneously transmitted a message to the 3 men. They nodded silently, pressing their hands onto the control array, pouring all their energy into their true essence and mana. The Tianjin spacecraft was only about 3 meters in diameter, making the interior incredibly cramped, but this gave it incredible maneuverability. In an instant, the Tianjin spacecraft retreated instead of advancing, using the immense impact to transform into a streak of black light, flying behind a 1,000-meter-tall, irregular meteorite and taking cover. 2 incense sticks later, a cloud of dust drifted past a meteorite formation, and the Tianjin spacecraft finally emerged from behind it, continuing its journey. 2 years later, a small, cratered meteorite passed by numerous others of its diverse shape, suddenly arriving at a strangely empty blank area. A dazzling nebula, stretching nearly 10,000 miles across, radiated magnificent starlight, illuminating the surrounding darkness while constantly annihilating any uninvited visitors. A moment later, the small meteorite flew some distance, about to touch the edge of the nebula's maze. Just then, it abruptly stopped, shedding its thick outer shell, revealing the shattered metal shell beneath. 2 breaths later, Zhao Sheng and Zhao Zhenhe flew out of the ship. Gazing at the vast and wondrous 7-star spiritual realm ahead, Zhao Zhenhe's eyes lit up with wonder. He was deeply astonished, and he couldn't help but sigh. Seeing is believing. After seeing this world, I realize how insignificant I am. I never imagined that such incredible power could exist. Indeed, after witnessing such a marvel, who among us cultivators could remain unmoved? One day, I too will reach the heights of my predecessors. Let's go, enter the spiritual realm first, and then we can talk about other things. As he spoke, Zhao Sheng gently tossed up the 7-star ruai, clasping his hands and sending streams of blood-red spiritual light towards it. In an instant, a beam of starlight as thick as an arm shot out from the end of the ruai, landing on the starry maze ahead. As the starlight fell, the variegated nebula immediately dissipated, creating a passage. Zhao Sheng turned and flew beneath the golden sphere, lifting the spaceship with one hand. He swiftly entered the passage and entered the spiritual realm. Zhao Zhenhe followed suit. A moment later, the 2 of them and their spaceship plummeted to the surface of the bright star and sank into the ground. 100 miles, 200 miles, 300 miles. Plop. A 3-meter-tall metal sphere suddenly broke through the earth, crashing down to the ground like a boulder from above a dome. Most of the sphere was buried in the earth and rock, with only a small portion sticking out. A second later, Zhao Sheng and Zhao Zhenhe emerged, slowly descending to the ground. Zhao Zhenhe gazed out, seeing a vast cavern covering dozens of miles. The spiritual energy within was so rich he had never seen before, far surpassing even that of the mountain city. But his gaze quickly fell to the cave's very center. 81 white jade pillars, arranged in a staggered pattern, surrounded a 100-meter-tall, shimmering jade disc. The disk shone with layers of spiritual light, emitting a mysterious and unpredictable vibration. Kyongshan, is this the interdimensional teleportation array? I can't understand it at all, Zhao Sheng said, after staring at it for a moment. Then, he turned to the person next to him. Zhao Sheng smiled wryly at this and said, Ninth ancestor, don't mention you. Even after nearly 100 years of studying this formation, I've barely scratched the surface. This level of super-large formation is beyond the comprehension of nascent souls like us in the mortal realm. Don't worry, as the two conversed, a series of unpleasant, tearing sounds suddenly emanated from the distant golden sphere. The next second, a cloud of dust rose into the air, and a twisted, damaged piece of metal suddenly flew high into the sky. Then, Zhao Wanning and Zhao Gujiu suddenly leaped from the cabin, each covered in dust and pale, clearly having endured a torment. However, they were soon stunned by what they saw. Chapter 491 Cross-Border Teleportation. Zhao Wanning subconsciously activated his technique, and the next moment, a vast amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth poured into his body, washing over his limbs and internal organs like a waterfall. At that moment, he felt as if his entire body were saturated with a sea of spiritual energy, a profound sense of well-being. Even his primordial essence became more vibrant and agile than before. Beside him, Zhao Gujiu, sensing the intense gravity, a look of delight crossed his face. As a martial saint, Zhao Gujiu relished the challenges of tempering his body and mind in extreme conditions. This underground cavern, with its combination of high spiritual power, extreme gravity, vacuum, and extreme cold, was a truly rare and precious place for cultivation. As the two were overjoyed at this treasured location, Zhao Sheng beckoned them to his side. Pointing to several caves carved into the cave wall, he said, See? Aside from the one to the east, pick any of the others. They've already been equipped with appropriate formations, enough for you to survive. Go, find a cave to stay in first. The outer void is extremely hostile, and ordinary cultivators simply cannot survive in a vacuum. Even Jindans Henren and martial saints struggle to adapt to vacuum for long. They can hold out for a short while, but they can't fully adapt to the outer vacuum, like Yuanying realm cultivators, who have initially shed the constraints of their physical bodies. Zhao Wanning and the other two excitedly accepted the order and departed. After they left, Zhao Zhenhe quickly walked to the front of the formation, carefully examining the white jade pillars and the time-space jade disc, circling it several times. Zhao Sheng gracefully flew to the front of the formation and overheard Zhao Zhenhe approaching and say, Although this formation has some flaws, it should be functioning well. Old 16, when are you planning to send me away? The word send was merely a tease. The real meaning was when the cross-boundary teleportation formation would be activated for the first test. Undoubtedly, as the first test subject, Zhao Zhenhe had assumed immense danger. Yet, he was not only in a mood for teasing, but also seemed eager to do so. Zhao Sheng sighed, but said, No hurry. Let's refine this treasure first. As he spoke, a 7-star ruai suddenly fell into his hands. With a gentle push, Zhao Sheng launched the ruai into the air, landing in front of Zhao Zhenhe, who grabbed it. Zhao Zhenhe fondly toyed with the 7-star ruai, asking with concern, If you give this to me, how will you get in and out of this place in the future? Zhao Sheng smiled and said, Ninth ancestor, you're worrying too much? I have more than just this one. He then took another identical 7-star ruai and gestured to the other person before returning it to his storage bag. That's good. Then, I'll be off. Haha. With a long laugh, Zhao Zhenhe soared into the air, flying towards the south of the caverns. In a blink of an eye, he soared into a cave dwelling halfway up the wall. Thus, Zhao Sheng and the other three settled there temporarily. Over 2 months passed in a flash. From the beginning of refining until today, Zhao Zhenhe had never left a cave dwelling. Back then, Zhao Sheng's first refining of the 7-star ruai had taken over 6 months, and now it was unknown how much longer it would take Zhao Zhenhe. That day, a massive, solid pillar of spiritual energy towered over the cavern. Its end swirled slowly like a vortex, and the incredibly rich spiritual energy at its center condensed into raindrops, cascading down. The ground had already been soaked by the spiritual rain, and the depression had gathered into a pool of spiritual water several feet in diameter. Zhao Sheng sat cross-legged in the center of the pool, a top-grade spiritual stone in each hand. The vast, pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth poured frantically into his danshan. A great sun-like image emerged behind him, engulfed in flames and radiating a dazzling glow. Several feet away, in the air around him, 7 shimmering alchemy cauldrons drifted amid 7 clouds of fire. 4 of them exuded a rich, fragrant aroma, while the remaining 3 each condensed a cloud of red mist. Not far from the giant spiritual energy pillar, Zhao Wanning also sat cross-legged. His hands, like butterflies flitting through flowers, sent countless rays of spiritual light towards the pillar. Droplets of spiritual rain were drawn from the vortex, swiftly sinking into his abdomen and disappearing in an instant. Above Zhao Wanning's head, a blazing white fireball, approximately 3 meters in diameter, cast a vast expanse of soft light. This radiance, imbued with boundless vitality, not only nourished Zhao Wanning's body but also benefited Zhao Gujiu immensely. Boom! Boom! Enveloped by the flames of life, Zhao Gujiu lowered his waist and sat on his hips, slowly setting up his fist stance and methodically practicing a specific boxing technique. His movements were innocent and natural, blending strength and softness. Movement and stillness flowed like flowing clouds, all guided by the spirit, guided by the will of the heart. Each punch, seemingly weak and powerless, resounded with a resounding roar like thunder. Looking closely, he could actually see the space ahead distort and blur as the fist blew past, and a strange flash of lightning seemed to flash across the void. By then, the surrounding ground was already covered with dense footprints, each 3 inches deep, its edges as smooth as a knife's. Boom! Boom! The resounding sound of fists echoed, and Zhao Sheng suddenly opened his eyes within the spirit water pool. He looked up, and wisps of divine light emanated from the depths of his eyes. Only through the lens of divine consciousness could one see Zhao Gujiu's entire body enveloped in a mystical ball of lightning, its every movement pulsing and dimming in response to his will, gathering and dispersing at will. Zhao Sheng knew that this lightning was the manifestation of the martial saint's will, a phenomenon undetectable to those below the nascent soul stage. He had chosen Zhao Gujiu primarily because his Zhenaiquan cultivation had reached the 5th heart realm, a profound level of martial will that not only allowed him to interfere with reality but also began to manifest itself. The Zhao clan of Southern Sky boasts tens of thousands of warriors, including 32 martial saints. However, Zhao Gujiu has advanced the furthest on the path of martial arts, possessing the greatest potential to surpass the limits of his predecessors and open up a new world of martial arts for future generations. Zhao Sheng observed silently for a moment, then nodded with secret satisfaction, closed his eyes, and continued his cultivation. 3 months later, the 7-star spirit realm shifted again without warning. A moment later, a beam of light suddenly broke through the earth and landed on the ground. The light faded, revealing Zhao Sheng. Upon seeing the return of the ancestor, Zhao Wanning immediately stepped forward, his face filled with anxiety as he asked, "Ancestor, I was just practicing, and my soul suddenly felt very uncomfortable. Do you know what caused it?" "Oh, the reaction is so unexpectedly early." Zhao Sheng was slightly surprised. After just one shift, Zhao Wanning experienced a very noticeable time pressure reaction, demonstrating that the soul of a giant in-realm cultivator is extremely weak in its ability to withstand pressure, far inferior to that of a Yuanying realm cultivator. However, Zhao Sheng thought for a moment, and a ray of divine consciousness instantly shot out. 2 breaths later, Zhao Gujiu hurried out of the cave, leaping over 10 feet, landing with a thud in front of Zhao Sheng and the others. "Ancestor, I'm here." Zhao Gujiu's expression was solemn, as if the ancestor had summoned him with instructions. "Did you notice anything unusual just now?" Zhao Gujiu was startled at this, first shaking his head, then hesitating, his eyes a little confused. "If I were to say unusual, I'd noticed my will seemed much more lively than before." Zhao Sheng was surprised. Lively? Is that an accurate description? Perhaps words like active or agile would be more appropriate. No, lively. And I've noticed that the will of the cellular system has become more docile than before, making it easier for my martial will to assimilate it." Zhao Gujiu's eyes brightened as he spoke, now realizing the unusual changes in the cellular system within him. Seeing this, Zhao Wanning couldn't help but interrupt. "Gujiu, don't you feel any discomfort? It's like your head has been crushed by a huge rock, and there's a swelling and pain between your eyebrows." "I don't feel anything." Zhao Gujiu shook his head, telling the truth. Zhao Sheng, too, found it strange. Neither of them had any reason to lie, so why did the Giant's Henren and the martial saint have such different reactions? Judging from the current situation, time pressure not only had minimal effect on the martial saint, but actually helped him subdue the will of his cells. This unusual phenomenon piqued Zhao Sheng's interest. His intuition told him that it seemed to hold a profound secret. Unlocking it would undoubtedly benefit his future path. Thinking of this, Zhao Sheng immediately instructed Zhao Wenan and the other two to carefully observe the changes in their bodies and record every subtle change on the jade slips for future comparison. Although confused, Zhao Wenan and the other two nodded in agreement and immediately returned to their respective caves to begin their retreat. 3 days later, they emerged from their retreat and handed Zhao Sheng 2 jade slips. After reading the jade slip, Zhao Sheng realized that the two of them had gotten rid of their abnormal state in just 3 days. Especially Zhao Gujiu, the cells in his body regained their vitality and became unruly again. However, he gained a lot of benefits from this. The total amount of Gang Yuanli in his body increased by 10%, and his martial arts will also improved. After more than a month, Zhao Zhenhe successfully refined the 7-star Ruai. After coming out of seclusion, he immediately found Zhao Sheng who was practicing. Kaiongshan, while my luck is booming, I want to try it as soon as possible. Zhao Sheng knew the meaning of the word try in his words. He didn't disagree with his proposal, but he felt it was too hasty. After all, the matter was of great importance, and he had to be well prepared before he could risk his life to try it. So, Zhao Sheng tactfully told him what he meant. Unexpectedly, Zhao Zhenhe shook his head slowly after listening, and said in a deep voice, I think the timing is right. On the contrary, the more you think about it, the more likely it is that there will be accidents. Seeing that the other party was determined, Zhao Sheng stopped persuading him, and changed the subject and asked, there are 7 world coordinates marked on the Ruai. Which one do you want to choose, 9 ancestor? You might as well tell me, so that I can also analyze it in detail. The 7 realms outside the domain are Dachan realm, Shang's realm, 5 poison realm, Yunhe realm, Hisha realm, Kongao realm and Yuhun realm. I plan to go to Yunhe realm, Zhao Zhenhe said frankly. Zhao Sheng pondered, the Cloud Sea realm? The name suggests it's dominated by the ocean, making it a perfect fit for the 9th ancestor. However, changing the subject, Zhao Sheng added, however, I suggest the 9th ancestor choose the Dachan realm instead. This realm is closest in terms of time and space, so the risk is the lowest. You have a point, but I've made up my mind. After all, I'm not as fortunate as you, Kaiongshan. Without a great opportunity in this lifetime, I'm afraid I'll have no hope of achieving spiritual enlightenment. In my opinion, the Cloud Sea realm is my final destination. With this, Zhao Zhenhe removed the storage bag from his waist and pulled out an oil lamp. The flame on the lamp was as small as a bean, emitting a faint light. This lamp is called the Natal Soul Lamp. The flame is a brand of Zhao Zhenhe's soul. If the fire is burning, life will come. If the fire is extinguished, death will come. One glance can tell whether it is life or death. Zhao Sheng took the soul lamp and removed a dusty storage bag, shoving it into Zhao Zhenhe's hands. 9th ancestor, keep it safe. If you make it to the Cloud Sea realm alive, don't forget our ancestral teachings and spread your descendants. You little brat, don't you know how difficult it is to have children at our level? Don't worry. I've already prepared 3 elixirs for you, Spring Wind and Rain Dew Pill, Love and Harmony Pill, and I Ching Treasure Embryo Pill. I have 10 bottles of each, ensuring you have everything you need. Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered, and he smiled confidently. Zhao Zhenhe was speechless and could only put the storage bag away. Afterward, the two of them approached a cross-boundary formation. Zhao Zhenhe, his expression solemn, suddenly waved his hand and tossed it. The 7-star Ruai shot out from his palm, landing in the groove at the top of one of the white jade pillars, where it nestled firmly. Are you ready? Zhao Sheng asked, his face calm. Zhao Zhenhe nodded, then dove into the center of the formation, standing beneath the white jade crystal wall. At the same moment, a dazzling divine light suddenly erupted from his brows. Rays of divine light connected the 81 white jade pillars, and the thickest stream of divine thought shot into the crystal wall behind him. A miniature ocean suddenly appeared behind Zhao Zhenhe, and a surge of profound magical power instantly emanated from his body, enveloping the entire formation. Outside the formation, Zhao Sheng's brows similarly shone like the sun, unleashing countless divine thoughts that rained down like thunder and lightning upon the pillars, stabilizing their function. Instantly, the entire cavern shook violently, and the transboundary formation slowly emanated a rich, resilient white light. All the pillars simultaneously emitted beams of light, landing on the white jade crystal wall. In an instant, the crystal wall shone with a brilliant light, and its center suddenly became chaotic and hazy. A vortex of space and time emerged from nothing, growing larger and larger, rapidly stabilizing into a deep vortex approximately 2 meters in diameter. As the white light grew increasingly blinding, the spiritual energy of the cave converged on the formation, transforming into a vast spiritual cloud that enveloped it. Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed as he sensed the turbulence of space and time around him rapidly intensifying and growing more intense. At this moment, Zhao Wanning and Zhao Gujiu suddenly noticed something unusual outside, immediately halted their cultivation, and flew out of the cave. However, they were too late. A blinding flash of white light blinded their vision, and their vision was completely extinguished. When they regained their sight, they saw that only the 16th patriarch remained in the cave, with the 9th patriarch already gone. Zhao Wanning and the other man exchanged a glance, filled with confusion and shock. They quickly leaped forward, about to speak, but upon seeing the next scene, they both held their breath, their words stammering back. Zhao Sheng ignored the movements of the two men behind him and sat cross-legged with a solemn expression. He simultaneously retrieved his natal soul lamp and placed it on the ground before him, his gaze fixed on the faintly glowing soul fire. The light was tiny, flickering constantly, seemingly about to go out at any moment. Yet, it stubbornly remained on until it stabilized again. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng finally felt relieved, breathed a sigh of relief, and suddenly burst into laughter. Zhao Wanyan and the other man, hearing the old ancestor's laughter, also smiled a little. At this moment, they both realized that something very good might have just happened. Chapter 492 The Mystery of Will and the Reappearance of Han Laomo. 3 days had passed since Zhao Zhenhei's successful cross-realm teleportation. By then, Zhao Wanning and Zhao Gujiu had learned the entire story and immediately realized the significance of this success for the Nanshan Zhao clan. With a cross-realm teleportation array, the Zhao clan had found a new path forward, firmly within the family's grasp. The two were the first to realize this, and then they were informed of the important missions they each shouldered. From then on, Zhao Wanning and Zhao Gujiu intensified the practice, devoting themselves wholeheartedly to their cultivation. The spiritual realm lay desolate and silent, and time slipped by unnoticed. In the blink of an eye, the 7-star spiritual realm suddenly shifted again. That day, a series of rumbling sounds emanated from the spiritual energy vortex within the cave, its powerful suction generating countless turbulent currents. A moment later, a muffled groan suddenly emanated from the southwest corner of the cave, as if someone had been injured. In the center of the spiritual energy vortex, Zhao Sheng suddenly opened his eyes. In a flash, he instantly crossed 1,000 feet of space and arrived beside Zhao Wanning. At that moment, Zhao Wanning's face was filled with agony, his right hand clutching his head tightly. His lips were soaked in blood, and his shirt was stained with blood, casting a terrifying dark red hue. Zhao Sheng frowned, and with lightning-fast movements, he instantly ejected a 6-return rebirth pill into Zhao Wanning's mouth. Simultaneously, his 10 fingers emitted hundreds of beams of profound light, piercing the man's dantian and his chest and abdomen, channeling his surging vital energy. Ancestor, what happened to 8th uncle? Zhao Gujiu, darting in from afar, asked with deep concern. His soul was damaged, causing his vital energy to circulate. It's nothing serious, just a minor injury. Despite his words, Zhao Sheng's expression grew even more solemn. Zhao Wanning had only moved twice through the 7-star spirit realm, and yet he had already suffered significant damage from the temporal pressure. This was definitely not a good sign. If he were to undergo a cross-realm teleportation, he would definitely not be able to withstand the immense pressure of time and space, and would perish mid-transmigration. Could it be that only cultivators above the nascent soul stage can perform inter-realm teleportation? Zhao Sheng's gaze fell on Zhao Gujiu, standing beside him, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Through his divine sense, Zhao Gujiu's radiant willpower dimmed considerably, but he appeared unfazed, his expression merely fatigued. In terms of stress resistance alone, a martial saint was clearly far superior to Golden Core true person. Zhao Sheng eyed the two men back and forth, his mind racing, yet he could not figure out the reason. Come here, I'll examine you. Huh? Zhao Gujiu was stunned for a moment, then obediently walked over to the ancestor. Over the course of a few minutes, Zhao Sheng examined him thoroughly. After casually dismissing Zhao Gujiu, he looked thoughtful. After a moment's reflection, Zhao Sheng's gaze fell on Zhao Wanning, and a guess formed in his mind. While cultivators possess advantages over martial saints in most respects, they also have their weaknesses. For example, The martial sages meticulously tempered martial will, and the primordial energy, more closely connected to the physical body. Among the three schools of Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism, Taoism advocates the dual cultivation of nature and life. Nature refers to the inner qualities of a person's mind, spirit, and other internal principles, while life refers to the external manifestations of their physical body and life. An ancient sage once said, "What is nature? It is the primordial true nature, the one bright and radiant spirit. What is life? It is the innate essence, the one ethereal energy." Without delving into other factors, Zhao Sheng believed that the vast majority of immortal cultivators, including himself, tended to cultivate nature, while warriors and physical cultivators, represented by the martial sage, undoubtedly prioritize life and their innate dispositions. This doesn't mean, of course, that immortal cultivators neglected the cultivation of their physical bodies. On the contrary, countless cultivators possessed bodies far more powerful than those of their peers, Zhao Sheng himself being a prime example. However, even as powerful as he was, he hadn't discovered his own unique will. Willpower clearly derives from the human spirit, yet it's even more ethereal and elusive. When it comes to mental power, Zhao Sheng believes he's on par with any nascent soul great perfection cultivator, and his total power is more than 100 times greater than Zhao Gujiu's. However, the reality is that while every martial saint can unleash a unique light of martial will, immortal cultivators are completely incapable of this. No, it should be said that those below the spiritual transformation stage are incapable of this. Even Zhao Zunjing, the ancestor of the Zhao family, could easily unleash the radiance of will. The biggest difference between the spiritual transformation and nascent soul stages is the essence of the soul. Could it be that will involves the secrets of the soul, perhaps a transcendental power on par with the power of the soul? A sudden thought struck Zhao Sheng, his mind racing with ideas and a flash of inspiration. He had originally hypothesized that the radiance of will allowed a martial saint's body and soul to connect more closely than a golden core true person, resulting in their greater resilience. Now, it seems, the so-called martial will is the most crucial factor. Will has incredible power. According to his previous understanding, the will of martial arts can interfere with reality, and in a way that even he cannot perceive. He couldn't figure out the reason before, but now he thinks that will is higher than the level of Yuan Ying's divine consciousness on some level, at least on the same level as the power of the Yuan Shen. 10 days later, Zhao Sheng called Zhao Gujiu to his side. At this time, he held a fist-sized stone in his right hand, stretched it in front of Zhao Gujiu, and ordered, "Try to crush this stone with your will alone without using Gangyang force." Zhao Gujiu nodded, his eyes suddenly fell on the stone, and his eyes flashed suddenly. Bang! The next moment, the stone suddenly shattered into a handful of gravel without any warning, and each gravel was surprisingly similar. Huh? Zhao Sheng's eyes narrowed, and he immediately demanded, "Gujiu, has your willpower improved again, thanks to the ancestor? After my last shift, I've discovered that my fist power has been tempered once again. While it hasn't reached a qualitative change, its destructive power and strength are several times greater than before. Try again." With that, Zhao Sheng flicked his right hand, revealing another stone of similar size. This time, the stone was completely enveloped by divine consciousness, a divine light a foot thick. Zhao Guji remained standing, a single glint of light in his eyes. Snap! Almost identical to the last time, the stone suddenly shattered into a dozen or so pieces of varying sizes. Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed with shock, as, without him noticing, a fraction of his divine consciousness had vanished. Try again. For the third time, he coated the stone with a layer of profound mana. The result, cracks ravaged the stone, yet it remained intact, while both divine consciousness and mana had diminished by a fraction. Try again. For half a day, Zhao Sheng conducted over 100 experiments, stopping only when Zhao Gujiu's willpower was nearly exhausted. The results of the experiment surprised and delighted him. While the radiance of will was mysterious and unpredictable, divine consciousness surpassed it in multiple dimensions, providing greater flexibility and endurance. Take Zhao Gujiu, for example. His martial will could not leave his body too far, at most 20 feet, any further, it could not interfere with reality. But once compressed to within 10 feet, the martial saint seemed to possess a kind of prescient ability. His instincts were faster than those of cultivators of the same level, and his Gangyuan force, fueled by his will, became even more powerful and agile. This was the key to the martial saint's ability to rival a Jinden's Henrun. Since Zhao Waning's recovery, Zhao Sheng had arranged 3 duels between the two over the course of 2 weeks. The results were 1 win, 1 loss, and 1 draw. Within a limited range, the martial saint prevailed. Once the distance was unrestricted, the versatile Jindans Henren emerged superior. The final draw, however, was limited in duration, ensuring the two were evenly matched for at least half an hour. Over time, Zhao Sheng gradually changed his mind and ultimately chose martial saint Zhao Gujiu as the next person to be teleported. To this end, he spared no expense to enhance his opponent's strength, while simultaneously tempering his martial will through various means. In just over a month, Zhao Gujiu's strength soared, his martial will matured, and he had already subdued and assimilated over half of the cellular will within his body, beginning his journey towards perfection. Over 50 days later, in the underground caverns of Dark Star, Zhao Sheng landed in the center of the cavern, the interdimensional teleportation array before him appearing even more dilapidated. He pursed his lips, circled the edge of the array, and arrived at the edge of the large pit to the southwest. Gazing at the nearly 3-meter-wide pit, Zhao Sheng pulled a palm-sized, luminous white shell from his bosom. A ray of divine light emanated from his brows and fell upon the shell. Instantly, the shell expanded 1,000-fold, transforming into a colossal mass that crashed heavily to the ground. Zhao Sheng slipped through the gap and slipped into the Nahe shell. When he emerged again, he was holding a devil crystal tree, 7 or 8 feet tall and as thick as a man's arms. Thousands of crystal threads dangled from its crown, dancing across the sky. With a gentle toss, the devil crystal tree fell from the sky into the pit. Its countless roots, like a living thing, grew rapidly, thickening, and burrowed deep into the ground. At this moment, the devil crystal tree was even more lively and agile than before, its crystal thread swirling with excitement. Suddenly, the cave was ablaze with light, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged in. Clouds of spiritual energy instantly coalesced, lingering around the tree. A moment later, a drizzling spiritual rain began to fall. Zhao Sheng removed an akunk seal and, shaking his hand, poured a large number of mid and high-level spiritual stones beneath the tree, quickly forming a small mountain. At this moment, the devil fungus cells spread silently, causing the dark crystal bead hanging from Zhao Sheng's waist to emit a faint green glow. After observing for a moment, and seeing that the devil crystal tree had fully adapted to its environment, Zhao Sheng smiled faintly and suddenly vanished into thin air. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, the third spiritual realm shift was imminent. This time, Zhao Sheng hurriedly awoke the two from their retreat. Taking advantage of the space-time fluctuations before reaching their peak, he led them out of the 7-star spiritual realm. 2 hours later, before their very eyes, the 7-star spiritual realm vanished once again. Boom! The spiritual realm shift disrupted space-time, momentarily altering the trajectories of hundreds of surrounding meteorites. A chaotic meteorite collision soon erupted. Seeing the situation was dire, Zhao Sheng immediately lifted up his golden ball, transforming it into a streak of rainbow light, and fled the chaotic area. Flying thousands of miles, Zhao Sheng activated his escape light, surveying the sparse meteorites around him. He then sensed the concentration of spiritual energy in the air and suddenly realized they must be in the Black Abyss. The Black Abyss was fraught with dangers and was not a place to remain for long. With this in mind, he immediately summoned the 7-star Ruai, chanting a spell and forming a profound hand seal. A ray of starlight shot out from the tip, extending beyond the range of his divine consciousness. A moment later, a streak of light vanished into the distance, vanishing behind a cloud of meteorites in the blink of an eye. Thus, Zhao Sheng, chasing and dodging, wandered through the meteorite sea for over a decade. During this time, he encountered numerous dangers, but always escaped them safely. Zhao Wanning and Zhao Gujiu, on the other hand, remained unscathed. Due to their limited strength, they spent most of their time secluded within the Tianjin ship, cultivating. 2 years later, the 7-star spiritual realm's latest shift placed it within 1,000,000 miles of the meteorite where the three rested. Zhao Sheng, overjoyed, immediately lifted the Tianjin ship and sped towards the spiritual realm. A little over half a month later, 7 great stars shone brightly in the sky, shrouded by a dazzling nebula stretching nearly 10,000 miles. At the edge of the nebula, above a gray-green meteorite, 2 figures, one old and one young, loomed suspended in midair, each emanating an immensely powerful aura. "Brother Zhuan, what do you think?" A handsome young man in a green robe pointed to the spiritual realm ahead and asked the elder beside him with great interest. Brother Han, I'll stand and watch, haha. You and I have known each other for thousands of years, and our friendship is deep. Why bother hiding it? Han, let me tell you first. This area should be the legendary 7-star spiritual realm. What do you think, Brother Zhuan? Yes, I think so too, Patriarch Zhuangguang nodded vaguely. Patriarch Zhuangguang was old and wrinkled, but his eyes were as clear as a baby's. He was a member of the Earth Mother sect in his early years, but like Han Wu, he apostatized and now became a free-spirited cultivator of the Xianwei sect, residing in the divine ruins. Alice, it's a pity that no matter how hard we try, we can't enter. It's such a pity to encounter a treasure mountain but be unable to enter. Young Master Han Wu shook his head and sighed. Patriarch Zhuangguang chuckled. Over the past thousands of years, have you ever heard of anyone who has seen the true appearance of the 7-star spirit realm? Or has anyone ever entered it? Without the opportunity, even if we possess celestial powers, it's all in vain. That's true. We too, Someone else is coming. Han Wu, mid-sentence, suddenly turned his head and peered into the depths of the void. Patriarch Zhuangguang reacted a moment slower, also looking behind the meteorite cluster. At that moment, a golden rainbow light emerged from the darkness, nimbly passing through the meteorite cluster, approaching at lightning speed. 2 breaths later, the rainbow light suddenly stopped more than 10 miles away. The flames faded, revealing a handsome young man holding a black ball. Who else could it be but Zhao Sheng? Hey, it's you, Han Wu blurted out, his eyes aghast. Zhao Sheng was also surprised to see him. He wondered how he had recognized him. He'd clearly disguised himself back then, but he'd never imagined that after all these years, the other party would still recognize him. It turned out that this young master Han Wu was none other than Han Lamo, the abandoned disciple of the Taoist sect whom he'd met once before. Zhao Sheng's mind raced, and he nodded confidently, admitting, yes, it's me. I never imagined we'd meet again here after parting on the Black Ship. This fellow Taoist is both distinguished in appearance and exceptionally skilled. I'm delighted to see you. Brother Han, please introduce me. Patriarch Zhuangguang smiled outwardly, but he was wary. He hadn't been able to fathom the other party's true strength. Upon hearing this, Han Wu's face suddenly shifted to a hint of helplessness. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 493, Walking into a Trap, Bringing Blessings and Disasters. Han Wu knew his old friend's temperament well. The more outwardly cheerful he appeared, the deeper his hostility festered. He simply couldn't understand why Elder Zhuangguang was so hostile, even though they had only just met. Where did his hostility stem from? Before Han Wu could speak, Zhao Sheng smiled and said, I'm Xianqiang Sanrun, a mere nobody, not worth mentioning. May I ask your name? Elder Zhuangguang chuckled. I'm afraid to tell you. I'm Zhuangguang, a carefree wanderer. Having long explored the 3 realms of Shangsu, I've become somewhat well known among my fellow Taoists of the Xianwei sect, so it's you, fellow Zhuangguang. I've long heard of you. Zhao Sheng's brows furrowed, then relaxed. He responded with a casual politeness, but he noticed the other party's gaze fixed on the Tianjin boat. The other party had clearly noticed the presence of Zhao Wanning and the others. At this moment, Han Wu was extremely sensitive to the displeasure rising between Zhao Sheng's brows. His heart suddenly sank, and he quickly said with a warm smile, haha, I want to apologize to fellow Taoist Xianqiang. At that time, I was under great pressure from a powerful enemy, so I did not really reveal my identity. Now Han formally introduces himself to fellow Taoist. My surname is Han, and my given name is Wu. Outsiders call me Han Old Demon for unknown reasons. Friends and fellow Taoists call me Pao Han. Pao Han? What a special name. Could it be that fellow Taoist has the blood of the ancient witch clan? Fellow Taoist Xianqiang is really knowledgeable. He can tell my life experience just from my name. Yes, I am from Shizhao, and my ancestor is a great witch priest of the Wuxian religion. It turns out that fellow Taoist Han is a descendant of the ancient witch queen. I am sorry. Zhao Sheng's eyes moved, and he saluted with his fists. Haha, the glory of our ancestors was scattered like nebulae 10,000 years ago. How many people in this world know of it now? Why even mention it? Han Wu said with a wry smile. Their brief exchange actually touched upon a catastrophic event from ancient times. Tens of thousands of years ago, the netherworld was actually known as the Celestial Witch Realm. At that time, the Witch Clan dominated the realm, and the Witch Emperor ruled over all. Later, the Blood God, fearing the true immortal tribulation, chose the Celestial Witch Realm, intending to merge with Adao and become an earthly immortal. Unfortunately, he was thwarted by powerful forces and ultimately defeated, reduced to half-mad, half-awake immortal beast. Despite this, the Blood God continued to usurp the authority of the heavenly Dao while covertly influencing all beings. For tens of thousands of years, he had manipulated events, single-handedly orchestrating the division and decline of the ancient Witch Clan, the demise of the celestial witch lineage, and the rise of humanity, leading to the chaotic current of deity worship, numerous religions, and constant conflict across continents. After a little self-deprecating, Han Wu saw that the atmosphere had eased, so his gaze suddenly fell on the Tanjin boat, and he asked seemingly unintentionally but curiously, "Hey, fellow Taoist Xiangqiang, it seems that there are two more Taoist fellows in here." Ancestor Zhuangguang's eyes flashed, and he immediately agreed, "Yes. Let them come out too." "Are you ashamed to see people?" Zhao Sheng held up the Tanjin boat with one hand, smiled faintly and said, "Two of my juniors are inside. Their cultivation is still shallow, and they can't adapt to the void environment for the time being. Once we get to the spiritual realm, I will let them out to meet the two Taoist fellows." Ah! Upon hearing this, the Zhuangguang patriarch suddenly exclaimed, his face filled with anxiety, "Fellow Taoist, you actually have a way to enter the seven-star spiritual realm? You must not deceive me." Han Wu, upon hearing this, was also slightly surprised, and hurriedly asked, "Brother Xiangqiang, do you have the seven-star ruai?" Zhao Sheng nodded, and with a single movement, a crystal-clear ruai, over a foot long, suddenly appeared in his hand, inlaid with 7 dazzling star-shaped orbs. Upon seeing this, Han Wu's eyes lit up, his expression filled with ecstasy. Unlike the kept-in-the-dark Zhuangguang patriarch, Han Wu, due to his background, knew many ancient secrets, including the secrets of the seven-star spiritual realm. Therefore, while others were unaware, he knew that within the seven-star spiritual realm, 2 interdimensional teleportation formations remained. For tens of thousands of years, generations of great witch priests, searching for a glimmer of hope, had journeyed across both worlds to find the seven-star ruai, the key to unlocking the spiritual realm. Not only the Wu clan's high priest, but also all nascent souls and even transformed gods who knew this secret frantically sought the seven-star ruai. After tens of thousands of years of continuous searching, generation after generation, the seven-star ruai had long been plundered, and not a single one remained in the netherworld or the underworld. Although Patriarch Zhuangguang knew nothing of the secret, seeing his old friend's surprise, he immediately realized that he was telling the truth. He too was overjoyed, a flicker of greed in his eyes, and the desire to seize it was born. Greedy, Patriarch Zhuangguang immediately turned to Han Wu. The two of them locked eyes, and Han Wu's heart skipped a beat, realizing he understood his old friend's intentions. Turning his gaze, Han Wu happened to catch Zhao Sheng's half-smile, and his dark thoughts instantly vanished. He shook his head slightly, his expression becoming calm, and he spoke frankly, "To be honest with you, fellow Taoist Xiangqiang, Zhuangguang and I also want to enter the seven-star spiritual realm. If you have any conditions, please feel free to propose them." Han Wu knew that the other party's boldness in showing off the treasure in front of him meant, firstly, that he was not afraid of their combined efforts, secondly, he probably also wanted to invite them in, otherwise he would not show off the treasure so casually. Han Wu's guess was correct, Zhao Sheng did have this intention, but sometimes things couldn't be handled that way. Zhao Sheng deliberately wore a look of displeasure, and said in a disgruntled tone, "Brother Han, why are you saying that? Even if you hadn't mentioned this, I was just about to invite you two to join me in exploring. After all, this seven-star spiritual realm is incredibly mysterious, and I'm afraid it's teeming with danger." Upon hearing this, Elder Zhuangguang laughed heartily and teased his old friend, "Haha. So it was all a misunderstanding. Brother Han, I have something to say to you. You're judging others by your own standards this time." Brother Zhuan is right. This time, it was Han who was wrong. Han Wu smiled bitterly and clasped his fists before Zhao Sheng, offering an apology. Despite this, he remained skeptical, his gaze flickering towards the Tanjin boat. Zhao Sheng observed his opponent's tricks, knowing he had discovered a flaw, yet feigning oblivion. "Hey, now I'll have to trouble you, fellow Taoist Xiangqiong," Zhuangguang grinned, his face filled with impatience. "My two fellow Daoists, wait a moment. Let me cast the spell first." With that, Zhao Sheng raised the 7-star Ruai to his head and, with a wave of his hand, released a stream of blood-red spiritual incantations. A moment later, the outer, variegated nebula rapidly melted, forming a 3-meter wide channel. Zhao Sheng deliberately waited. Seeing that the two showed no sign of rushing in first, he smiled to himself. Then, holding the golden ball in his hand, he flew into the channel first. Seeing this, Han Wu and Patriarch Zhuangguang felt relieved and began to fly in. In a flash, they had entered the spiritual realm. However, Zhao Sheng did not stop, but instead headed straight for the bright and dark twin stars in the center. Unwilling to be outdone, Han Wu and Patriarch Zhuangguang transformed into light and followed. In a matter of moments, the three of them were above the bright and dark twin stars. Taking in this magnificent spectacle, Patriarch Zhuangguang's eyes flashed with a strange light, almost unable to contain his impulse. Wow, what a rich spiritual energy. The concentration of spiritual energy here is so high that it is truly unprecedented. No wonder the predecessors praised this place so highly, Han Wu couldn't help but exclaimed at this time. Zhao Sheng nodded slightly, then suddenly looked at the two of them and asked, "There are two bright and dark stars below. I wonder which one you two fellow Daoists would like to settle down first." Han Wu shook his sleeves when he heard this, but said, "We too can enter this place thanks to you. So I want to hear what you think. Whichever one you want to settle down, we too will follow you, Brother Han. You are too cunning." The Zhuangguang Patriarch became anxious when he heard this, and quickly pointed at Han Wu, seemingly complaining to him with dissatisfaction. Then, the man pretended to be very generous and announced to Zhao Sheng, "Fellow Taoist Xiangqiong, you choose first. Once you've chosen, we'll go to the other one." Zhao Sheng was initially surprised, but then a smile appeared on his face. He said, "Well, I won't hold back. I think the dark star is good, so I'll choose it. In that case, the two of us will go to the bright star." Ancestor Zhuangguang's eyes flickered, and he immediately agreed without hesitation. "Okay, fellow Taoist Han, fellow Taoist Zhuangguang, we'll say goodbye for now. I hope you both return with a great harvest. I'll be leaving first." Zhao Sheng clasped his fists to the two of them. After saying this, he quickly descended into the dark star, carrying the golden ball. After landing, a flash of golden light appeared, and he and the ball had already disappeared into the ground. At this moment, Ancestor Zhuangguang withdrew his gaze, his expression suddenly becoming gloomy. He looked at his old friend and asked in a cold voice, "Brother Han, what do you think?" Han Wu instantly saw through his old friend's bad intentions when he heard this, but he shook his head. "That person dared to let us in, he must have something to rely on. If you are not absolutely sure, it is best not to make an enemy of this person. Otherwise, the result will be unpredictable." "Po Wu, you are getting more and more cowardly as you live. You must know that the 7-star Ruai is still in that person's hands. Can you rest assured if I don't take it away? No matter what you worry about, I will never entrust my safety to others anyway." "Huh? If that's the case, why didn't you do it before you came in, but waited until now?" Han Wu snorted coldly, his eyes revealing sarcasm. "Brother Han, I don't believe you can't see the purpose of my doing this. Let's not say anything to each other. I only ask you one question, do you want to do it or not?" Han Wu deliberately avoided the answer and said with extraordinary decisiveness, "Let's go to Guangmingxing first." The Zhuangguang Patriarch laughed angrily. "Okay. You are kind and righteous, you are amazing. It's me who has a dirty mind. But don't forget what kind of people we are. Hey, it is obvious that your mind is more vicious than anyone else, and your actions are more cruel than anyone else, but you pretend to be a damn good person in front of me." At this point, the Zhuangguang Patriarch's eyes were filled with astonishment, and he shouted, "No, I get it. Are you trying to take advantage of me?" Seeing his old friend's face full of vigilance, Han Wu felt very helpless and couldn't help but explain, "What are you thinking? I just thought, well, you win, I will go down with you. But if it is absolutely necessary, it is best not to fight. I think Xiangqiong Sanren is not someone who can be easily dealt with." After all, Han Wu was a formidable master of the magicraft, a man with countless lives to his name. His previous hesitation stemmed from fear of Zhao Sheng's strength and a momentary uncertainty about his intentions. Now, seeing that Zhuangguang Patriarch was determined to strike, he had no choice but to comply. ultimately driven by his desire to kill and seize the treasure. Upon hearing his old friend's agreement, Zhuangguang Patriarch's anger turned to joy. Haha, with the combined might of the two of us, only a handful of men in the world can stand against us. Brother Han, you're being overly cautious. Let's go. As he spoke, Zhuangguang Patriarch transformed into a ray of light, plummeting to the surface of the dark star. Then, in a flash of light, he vanished. Han Wu frowned, then suddenly flung his long sleeves behind him, took a step, and in an instant, he appeared 1,000 feet away. In just 7 or 8 steps, he was on the dark star's surface, his movement completely unnoticed, the entire process akin to teleportation. This was Han Wu's unique magical power, known as shrinking the earth to an inch. Of course, the legendary shrinking the earth into an inch is one of the supreme Taoist mystical powers. Reaching the highest level of cultivation allows one to transcend boundless time and space in a single step, effortlessly traversing the universe. Han Wu's shrinking the earth into an inch, in contrast, is a manifestation of the inherent properties of his nascent soul realm. The distance he can teleport in a single step depends entirely on the extent of his realm. 100 miles, 200 miles, 300 miles. As the two men descended deeper, the concentration of spiritual energy in the surrounding soil increased dramatically. Han Wu and his companions were secretly amazed, yet their longing for the treasure land beneath them grew stronger. A moment later, the Zhuangguang Patriarch was suddenly overjoyed and immediately sent a divine thought to Han Wu. Han Wu, in turn, noticed a vast space suddenly appear dozens of miles below. Shortly thereafter, 2 beams of light, one white and one blue, pierced through the earth and rock, bursting out from the dome and plummeting downward. Then, the light faded. Han Wu and Patriarch Zhuangguang each stood on a broken pillar, gazing out at the vast underground cavern. The cavern was desolate and silent, with spiritual clouds swirling overhead, creating a hazy, shrouded atmosphere. With every breath, a vast amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth poured into their bodies. Han Wu scanned the entire cavern, his attention instantly captivated by the remains of the massive formation at its center. Patriarch Zhuangguang, however, was not impressed. He quickly turned his gaze to the southwest, his eyes filled with greed. It was there, the cavern's most spiritual energy, that grew a massive crystal tree over 20 feet tall, its ground beneath a mountain of spiritual stones. But the next moment, the greed in Patriarch Zhuangguang's eyes vanished, and he instead glared fiercely at the man standing beneath the tree. At that moment, Zhao Sheng, as if sensing something, suddenly turned and smiled at the two of them. Zhuangguang Patriarch suddenly met Zhao Sheng's gaze, his heart suddenly pounding, his expression growing even more ferocious. He instantly shouted, "Attack!" "Wait!" Han Wu shouted anxiously, but he was already a step too late. Zhuangguang Patriarch had transformed into a massive, razor-sharp Zhuangguang spear, emitting a vast blast of cold light. With the force of a mountain-shattering moon, he thrust it fiercely through Zhao Sheng's body. The saying goes, a flash of cold light arrives first, followed by the spear's dragon-like charge, but this phrase doesn't even begin to describe the power of Zhuangguang Patriarch's spear. A nascent soul's divine consciousness might be able to discern the spear's trajectory, but it couldn't sense the sinister Zhuangguang light lurking behind the cold light. It could even be said that this powerful spear was merely a cover. The true killing move lay in the myriad sinister Zhuangguang lights emanating from the cold light. This light was Zhuangguang Patriarch's renowned technique, specifically designed to shatter the protective domains of nascent souls of the same level. After thousands of years of day and night rituals, ancestor Zhuangguang had refined it to the point of being invisible and intangible, tethered to the body like a shadow. Yet, its power rivaled that of a top-grade magical weapon. Even a late-stage nascent soul cultivator would suffer grave consequences if carelessly neglected. Just as the spear's gleam was about to strike, the opponent, as if stunned by the unexpected turn of events, stood motionless. Ancestor Zhuangguang was overjoyed, immediately increasing his mana. The spear's gleaming energy surged, and like a roaring poisonous dragon, it swallowed Zhao Sheng whole. Boom! A resounding rumble echoed, followed by a shower of earth and rock, clouds of dust filling the air. Suddenly, a bottomless hole appeared in the ground. Chapter 494, Han Wu escapes to Dachan realm. Let's see if you survive this time. Seeing his strike was successful, the Zhuangguang Patriarch burst into a frenzied laugh. But at that moment, Han Wu suddenly retreated 100 feet, his face distorted as he shouted, "Zhuangguang, retreat!" However, No matter how fast his voice blazed, it could never outpace light. Instantly, a silver-white arrow of light emerged from the depths of the ethereal realm and shot at the speed of light into the Zhuangguang Patriarch stanchion key C. Buzz! The protective aura surrounding the Zhuangguang Patriarch was instantly pierced by the arrow, as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter. Immediately afterwards, the 6 secret robes of the Zhuangguang Patriarch suddenly shone brightly, and 6 layers of defensive barriers suddenly materialized, but they offered no resistance at all. The silver-white arrow's power was incredibly powerful, shattering the 6 layers of barriers like window paper with a single poke. The next moment, before Zhuangguang Patriarch's wild laughter had faded, it froze. He felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and his entire body's magical power instantly lost control. A sharp chill penetrated his internal organs, wreaking havoc on his flesh and blood, while simultaneously disrupting his meridians and bones. Ugh! Zhuangguang Patriarch's eyes turned bloodshot, his face paled to a scathing white. His skin twitched violently, and he let out a gurgling sound. But before he could react, 3 silver-white arrows materialized from the air in front of him, behind him, and above his head. In an instant, they transformed into 3 bolts of lightning, piercing Zhuangguang Patriarch's chest, abdomen, and fontanelle before disappearing in a flash. Pa! Countless bursts of blood erupted, and dense, blinding light burst forth from his body, instantly engulfing Zhuangguang Patriarch. A dignified mid-nascent soul stage patriarch couldn't even survive a single round, his body torn to pieces, his nascent soul body unable to escape. The falling immortal bow is a rare ancient treasure, particularly a pure offensive weapon of the rarest kind. A single arrow from it rivals the full force of a late nascent soul cultivator. Furthermore, all of its attacks originate from the void realm, making them virtually imperceptible to nascent soul cultivators, rendering it even more unpredictable and cunning. Elder Zhuangguang had never imagined such a unique ancient treasure as the falling immortal bow existed, and so his millennia of cultivation vanished in a single moment. 300 feet away, Han Wu witnessed this horrifying scene. His pupils suddenly shrank to a point, and a chill ran through his heart, a sense of something deeply ominous. Suddenly, the void beside him rippled, a hint of movement. Without a second thought, Han Wu's entire body erupted in azure light. He took a single step forward, instantly appearing at the edge of the cavern, a wall of earth and stone as smooth as glass overhead. He felt a sense of relief, and was about to dive into the earth and stone to escape when a soft laugh suddenly reached his ears. The laughter was so close, and someone had actually sneaked within 10 feet of him without him noticing. It was simply unbelievable. This horrifying discovery immediately made Han Wu's hair stand on end and his heartstrings tense to the extreme. Without thinking, he subconsciously swung his hands back wildly. A large amount of dark miasma emerged out of thin air, and suddenly spread over 100 feet, blocking someone's sight. At the same time, Han Wu's figure flashed and almost rushed into the earth and stone of the dome. However, at the moment he was about to touch the earth and stone, a layer of gray light appeared on the surface of the earth and stone. This light seemed to be real and unreal, gray and hazy like chaos. When the extinguished gray light was reflected in the depths of Han Wu's pupils, Han Wu's face turned pale in an instant, and he opened his mouth and spurted out a stream of blood. A closer look revealed a jade-white skull in the depths of the blood light. It was only the size of a thumb, but it had all the orifices and was lifelike. Boom! The bloody light collided with the annihilating gray light, triggering a massive explosion. A cloud of interwoven gray and red light expanded rapidly, engulfing several miles of space before dissipating in an instant. As the light faded, a vast pit over 400 feet deep could be seen sunken from the cave ceiling. The walls were incredibly smooth, as if cut by a knife. Han Wu retreated with a series of sudden thuds, his figure flashing and fading until he appeared on the other side of the cave in the blink of an eye. Buzz! But before he could escape, a flash of white light suddenly passed overhead, disappearing into the stone wall before him, leaving behind a fist-sized, bottomless hole. The next moment, a burst of white light flashed, and 5 more identical holes appeared on the stone wall, forming a standard hexagram pattern alongside the previous one. Fellow Taoist Han, please stay. At that moment, a gentle voice suddenly reached Han Wu's ears. Before the words had even finished, a mighty spiritual pressure, like a sea, spread out, instantly filling the entire cave. Sensing this unfathomable and vast aura, Han Wu felt his mouth dry, his body frozen in place. A trickle of cold sweat streamed down his forehead, but it evaporated with a single thought. He had previously assumed that Xianqiang Sanren's cultivation was profound, but he hadn't expected his strength to be so far beyond his wildest dreams. Han Wu had met countless men in his life, but fewer than a dozen of them were stronger than Xianqiang Sanren, including 3 elusive true lord-level masters. Thinking of his opponent's elusive escape methods, he temporarily abandoned his thoughts of escape. He slowly turned around, his expression composed, and gazed at Xianqiang Sanren a few feet away. I've repeatedly warned Brother Zhuan not to act rashly, but he always ignored me. This time, Brother Zhuan has fallen at the hands of fellow Taoist Xianqiang. It's a punishment he deserves, not a single quid. Han Wu actively dispersed his protective magical light, converging his own magical domain. As he spoke, he reached out to recall the exquisite skull. Zhao Sheng's expression was impassive. Believe it or not, he said, I had no intention of killing you. On the contrary, I wanted to offer you two a great opportunity. Unfortunately, fortune and misfortune come from one's own actions. Zhuan Guang wanted to kill and steal the treasure, so I had no choice but to send him to hell. Well, let's not talk about him anymore. I just want to ask you, fellow Taoist, what you plan to do with me. Han Wu stared intently at Zhao Sheng, not missing a single subtle expression. With a flick of his hand, Zhao Sheng's falling immortal bow instantly slipped under his sleeve and vanished. Seeing this, Han Wu felt relieved, then overjoyed. There's no rush. But you'd better check your body first, then we can discuss anything else, Zhao Sheng kindly reminded him with a slight smile. Startled, Han Wu quickly released his divine consciousness, activating his inner vision mode. Instantly, his internal organs, flesh, blood, and bones were all clearly visible. Simultaneously, the crystals growing deep within his flesh and blood also came into his sight. At that moment, Han Wu's heart trembled, a feeling of immense terror. He suddenly looked up at Zhao Sheng and asked in a hoarse voice, what a brilliant move. May I ask, fellow Taoist, when did you make that hidden move? Zhao Sheng shook his head and smiled faintly. Haha, with my strength, I can easily deal with you. Why bother? Look over there. Zhao Sheng pointed at the devilish crystal tree and said, it did it. Don't blame me. Han Wu stared at the crystal tree, his eyes flickering. In just a few words, he had secretly unleashed numerous secret techniques, but not only did they have no effect, they actually increased the crystal's reproduction rate several times over. Even more terrifying was the fact that these crystals were devouring his flesh and mana at an incredibly rapid rate. The more mana a place possessed, the faster the crystals multiplied. In a blink of an eye, his Danshan was covered in a dense mass of crystalline growths, and even the sea of mana began to grow a layer of crystalline sand. Han Wu was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, fellow Taoist, what errands do you have for me? Feel free to ask. I'll take them all. Excellent. Brother Han is truly forthright. Zhao Sheng nodded in satisfaction, then took out a ghost crystal pill and tossed it over. Han Wu reached out and grabbed the ghost crystal pill, his entire body trembling as a flicker of surprise crossed his face. As the crystal pill entered his hand, a faint green glow bathed his entire body. The crystalline growths within his body immediately ceased multiplying and began to rapidly decrease in number. Come with me, Zhao Sheng called out, then immediately soared towards the dome. Seeing this, Han Wu followed without hesitation. Zhao Sheng observed his reaction and nodded in agreement, thinking, you're truly a clever man. This saves us a lot of effort. Moments later, the two arrived at the teleportation cave beneath the bright stars. Upon seeing the seemingly intact interdimensional teleportation formation, Han Wu was filled with excitement, his eyes lighting up like lights. But when Han Wu saw that the nearby Xianqiang Sanren wasn't surprised at all, he suddenly realized he'd been tricked. It turned out this wasn't their first time here. Zhao Sheng, ignoring Han Wu's thoughts, pulled out a Nalhei from his pocket and released Zhao Wanning and the other two from the cave. Upon emerging, the two saw only Han Wu, but not the Zhuangguang patriarch. They immediately realized what had happened and didn't even bother to ask. Zhao Sheng sent them back to their respective caves to practice. Han Wu, watching from the side, was convinced of his suspicions. A sudden thought struck Han Wu, and he was about to step forward when his vision suddenly blurred. Xianqiang Sanren, who had been on the other side of the formation, suddenly appeared before him. This was the first time he had witnessed his elusive nature. Han Wu was filled with shock and dismay, realizing he was doomed to fail. You can shrink the earth to an inch, Han Wu hesitated, then finally asked. Oh, so your unique escape technique is called shrinking the earth into an inch. Quite apt. Zhao Sheng nodded slightly, then added, I can teleport hundreds of miles in one step. What's your maximum range? Han Wu was struck hard by this revelation. Repeatedly smitten, he had grown less confident, even doubting his own life, feeling that the opponent was his nemesis. Up to 30 miles, but there can't be any obstructions in the way, Han Wu thought for a moment and replied honestly. Zhao Sheng nodded thoughtfully. Based on Han Wu's explanation, he could be certain that the opponent's magical power only moved within the physical realm, not at all within the virtual realm. Therefore, it was far less flexible and powerful than phase shift. Han Wu's misfortune was truly deserved. If it weren't for Zhao Sheng, he would still be free and unfettered with his extraordinary skills, unafraid of any threat. 3 days passed in a flash. Han Wu, drawing on the power of the ghost crystal pill, repeatedly eliminated the crystals within his body. After 3 days, he finally eliminated the last trace of the hidden danger. Suddenly, he felt the weight of his heart melt away, a sense of relief and ease. Han Wu leaped up and landed at the edge of the formation. Turning to Zhao Sheng, who was observing the formation pattern, he smiled and handed over the ghost crystal pill, saying, Senior Xiangqiang, I'm now healed. Now, I return this treasure to its rightful owner. Zhao Sheng reached out and took the crystal pill, casually pocketing it. He then tossed him a 7-star ruai and instructed, refine it. Han Wu's face paled slightly, and he asked in confusion, Senior, what are you doing? Aren't you afraid I'll escape with the treasure someday? You can't. I'm not afraid of you escaping either, Zhao Sheng said casually, yet his words were filled with confidence. Han Wu's expression froze, and he was speechless. Zhao Sheng's gaze shifted from the formation pillars to Han Wu's face, and he said calmly, I won't hide this from you. When you refine this treasure, you need to do something for me. At this point, Zhao Sheng's gaze shifted to the white jade formation pillars standing nearby. Han Wu followed his gaze, his expression suddenly changing, instantly understanding what he was being asked to do. Why? Don't you want to? Just say it. I never force anyone. Han Wu raised his head, only to be met with a pair of unusually deep eyes. He shuddered, but reluctantly agreed, I've spent enough time in the divine ruins. Of course, I'd love to experience the customs and practices of this other world. Yes, that's good. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, over a month had passed. That day, the atmosphere in the cave was solemn. Zhao Wanning and Zhao Gujiu stood at a distance, their eyes filled with excitement and curiosity, gazing out at the formation from afar. At this moment, Zhao Sheng was outside the formation, while Han Wu, a grimace on his face, stood in its center. His hands, like butterflies flitting through flowers, emitted rays of spiritual light. 81 white jade pillars gradually glowed with white light. As spiritual energy frantically converged, the entire formation was quickly enveloped in a dense spiritual cloud. A few breaths later, a grayish vortex of space and time condensed from the surface of the white jade crystal, instantly generating a tremendous suction force. Boom! The next second, the cavern shook violently, and a dazzling, blinding light swept across, instantly engulfing the entire cave. When the light faded, the spiritual cloud gradually dissipated, revealing a vast emptiness at the center of the formation. Zhao Sheng's face lit up with joy. With a thought, he snatched the 7-star ruai from the top of a pillar. Holding it in his hand, he saw the first star bead on its surface shimmering with a brilliant starlight. That was the world coordinate of the Dachan realm. Then, he glanced at the fallen soul lamp, only to see a single flicker of light burning quietly. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng's last remaining worry vanished. He turned and waved, Gujiu, come here, ancestor, you summoned me. What's your order? Zhao Gujiu hurried over, bewildered. Here, refine it quickly. Zhao Sheng handed over the 7-star ruai. Zhao Gujiu was startled, but his right hand took the ruai without hesitation, nodding with a firm expression. 2 months later, the formation activated again. The third teleportation attempt was equally successful, and like Han Wu, Zhao Gujiu was transported to the nearest Dachan realm. This experimental result also proved that even those below the nascent soul realm could utilize the cross-realm teleportation formation. Chapter 495, Old Monster Zhao invites people to go. One day, 10 years later, a ball of golden flame suddenly shot out from the depths of darkness. After passing through a dense mass of meteorites, it quickly descended upon a massive crimson meteorite over 10 miles in diameter. Zhao Sheng channeled his magical light and glided to the edge of a large pit. A shimmering spiritual light shone from the bottom, revealing a thin, white veil of light. This was the gateway to the small spiritual heaven. He descended effortlessly, passing through the barrier and descending to the next layer. The surrounding rock walls were engraved with mysterious and intricate arrays. After breaking through 6 layers of barriers in a row, Zhao Sheng's vision emerged of a vast, empty, and serene cavern. The artificial sun atop the dome radiated a soft, brilliant light. The air was fresh and filled with an unusually rich spiritual energy. Most of the land was lush and vibrant, with neatly arranged spiritual fields teeming with a variety of exotic flowers and herbs, as well as elixirs and rare medicinal herbs. A moderately large market stood in the center of the cavern, though somewhat desolate, with only a few people milling about among the shops. Zhao Sheng, suspended in midair, looked up and observed the surrounding caverns, each carved into the rock face. The stone doors at the entrances were sealed, but layers of light curtains rose above them. Taking in the cavern's atmosphere, Zhao Sheng smiled faintly and suddenly unleashed his immense aura. This was like stirring up a hornet's nest. 9 powerful auras instantly rose from various locations, including the market caves, each openly attempting to challenge Zhao Sheng. The clash of auras was a most mysterious event. After a single encounter, 6, sensing their defeat, quietly retreated. The remaining 3, through unknown means, merged into one, continuing to counter Zhao Sheng's growing aura. After a moment, Zhao Sheng unleashed 80% of his aura, but saw no sign of submission, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Then, his eyes shifted, and he restrained his aura. At that moment, 3 beams of light, green, red, and white, suddenly flew out from the market, speeding toward him. A moment later, Zhao Sheng, following his host's lead, landed inside the market. A day later, in Gilei Pavilion, celestial music filled the air, the aroma of wine permeated the air, and a banquet was already halfway through, the atmosphere harmonious. Then, the host, the Kishan cave master, suddenly winked at his second and third brothers and gently clapped his hands. Instantly, the waiters and the dancing female cultivators all quietly retreated. Once the irrelevant guests had departed, the Kishan cave master gazed across with a broad smile. Behind the jade table, Zhao Sheng also smiled, and with a single glance, he took in the 3 key brothers. Senior Xiangqiong, our cave is small, with few resources, and a small population. We are unable to offer you the finest celestial delicacies at the moment. We beg your pardon, the Kishan cave master politely explained. Alice, cultivators like us seek immortality, so how could we possibly be so greedy for food and drink? Fellow Taoist Qi, you're underestimating me, Zhao Sheng replied, feigning displeasure, intending to embarrass him. Ah, Qi, I made a mistake, I'll drink 3 cups as a token of my apology. Qi Yan's face flushed with apology as he reached out to grab the jade cup in front of him and emptied it in front of Zhao Sheng. Big brother, wait. Seeing this, the brothers Qi Di and Qi Ren, seated below them, grew anxious and immediately spoke out to stop their big brother's servile attitude. The 3 Qi brothers, born from the same mother, were nearly identical in appearance and build, each possessing dual spiritual roots of earth and wood, a rare talent among millions. Most remarkable of all, they possessed a telepathic connection and seamless coordination, enabling them to fight against even higher-level cultivators. Even though the Qi brothers were only at the mid-nascent soul stage, they could hold their own against even the most powerful cultivators. So, after the chaotic battle over 100 years ago, this small spiritual paradise ultimately changed hands, with the 3 Qi brothers emerging as the ultimate winners. Earlier, Zhao Sheng's mere display of power had triggered a reaction from all the nascent soul ancestors, especially the 3 Qi brothers. From the moment the meal began, Zhao Sheng had grasped the Qi brothers' subtle psychology. They were probably afraid of being bullied by their superiors, of being usurped. Qi, the second oldest brother, narrowed his eyes, raised his hand, and filled the jade cup before him. He muttered, "Big brother has already had a drink, so your younger brother, will have one too." He grabbed the cup and gulped down the contents. "I'll have one too," the third brother, Qi, followed suit, unhesitatingly raising his glass and downing it. He then showed Zhao Sheng the bottom of his cup. Only then did Zhao Sheng react, reaching for the jade cup and slowly downing the contents. "You 3 were so polite just now. I'll offer you a drink too." "Well done, senior, you're truly magnanimous," Cave Master Qi Yang gave a cheer. At this point, the expressions of the two brothers, Qi and Qi Ren, also brightened slightly. The atmosphere at the table was once again cheerful, and Zhao Sheng chatted and laughed with the three, reminiscing about interesting and unusual events within and beyond the two realms. Zhao Sheng gained a lot from their conversation. He was also shocked to learn from Qi Yan that the two realms had recently been plagued by a blood plague, and that an incurable disease called crystal death had appeared in the monastic community. This disease has a long incubation period, making it impossible to detect before it strikes. By the time it actually strikes and the symptoms of crystallization appear, it's already too late. The disease can last from as long as 2 years to as short as 3 days. Anyone stricken with crystal death is certain to die. Consequently, the monastics of both the netherworld and the underworld tremble with fear at the mere mention of crystal death. I have an old friend who had reached the 3rd level of nascent soul when he was alive. But guess what happened to him? Qi Yan said with a look of regret. He was accidentally infected with a crystal death disease, and he only lasted 2 months before turning into a human-shaped crystal pillar. Not only that, after his death, the spiritual land within 100 miles around him turned into a plague zone, and it has become an uninhabited area since then. Zhao Sheng suppressed his joy and pretended to be puzzled. Hey, is this crystal death disease really so powerful? There are so many strange people in the netherworld and the underworld, and there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Is there really no one left? Could it be that even the true lords are helpless, Alice? The Kishan cave master's face was filled with worry. He poured himself a drink and sighed. If there was a way, fellow Daoists wouldn't have flocked to the divine ruins to escape the disaster. I've also heard that this crystal death disease was the work of a master from the Xianzhu realm. I have to say, it's quite ruthless and poisonous. Oh, is this news confirmed? Indeed. I heard it from a fellow Taoist from the Xiandao sect himself. He spoke with such conviction, it didn't sound like he was just making up stories. By the way, he's in Xia Elingshan now. His Dharma name is Zumo, and he's the current deputy master of the Demon Suppression Hall. Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered at this, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The Demon Suppression High Priest? This guy was an old friend too. He was once as famous as the Demon Subduing High Priest, and both served as the Demon Suppression Hall Master's right-hand men. With the Demon Subduing High Priest dead, there was little point in Zumo's continued existence. We're short on test subjects, so let's use him. If he succeeds, he'll be lucky. If he dies along the way, he'll be unlucky. Zhao Sheng's mind raced, and he had already chosen his first target. After some more casual conversation, Zhao Sheng's smile suddenly faded, and he said seriously, "Thank you all for your hospitality. I'm deeply grateful. Now, I have a great opportunity to share with you. Would you three be willing to listen?" "Oh, then. We three brothers are all ears." Qi Yan nodded with a smile. The three Qi brothers were in tune with each other, exchanging countless thoughts in an instant, and instantly reached a consensus. Zhao Sheng nodded slightly, and with a flip of his hand, a 7-star ruai appeared in his hand, a dazzling star. Please look, everyone. This object is also known as the 7-star ruai. Rumor has it that it holds the key to the 7-star spiritual realm. Have you ever heard of the 7-star spiritual realm? Haha, the 7-star spiritual realm has always been renowned in the divine ruins, so of course we've heard of it. However, this spiritual realm has been elusive since ancient times, and few have ever been fortunate enough to see its true form, let alone enter it. With this, finding the 7-star spiritual realm is a piece of cake, let alone entering it. As he spoke, Zhao Sheng chanted an incantation, forming hand seals and sending rays of spiritual light towards the ruai. After a few breaths, the 7-star ruai shone with dazzling starlight, slowly levitating into the air. Suddenly, a streak of blood-red starlight shot out from its end, extending southwestward, extending beyond the range of everyone's spiritual consciousness and piercing deeper into the dark void. The three Qi brothers, upon witnessing the scene, were all deeply moved, their hearts pounding. In an instant, the three brothers exchanged countless thoughts. Zhao Sheng watched their expressions change dramatically, but he didn't urge them on. After 3 breaths, the eldest brother, Qi Yan, rubbed the mole between his eyebrows and shook his head, politely declining. "Thank you for your esteem, senior. My 3 brothers are also very tempted. However, while the 7-star spiritual realm is rare, we cannot let go of this vast foundation. Senior Xiangqiang, we are deeply sorry." At this point, the 3 Qi brothers simultaneously clasped their fists and bowed to Zhao Sheng in apology. Forget it. You have this small spiritual realm, where you can cultivate without worries and enjoy peace and comfort. Your future is boundless. Of course, we can't take risks lightly. Zhao Sheng hadn't placed much hope on them to begin with, he had merely used it as a pretext. In that case, fellow Taoist Qi, could you introduce me to the other 6 fellow Daoists? It's a piece of cake. I'll take care of it, Qi Yuan immediately agreed. After this, he sent 6 sound transmission talismans out of the hall. Soon, each of the nascent soul stage ancestors appeared from the return pavilion, saluted Zhao Sheng one by one, and exchanged identities. The demon slayer high priest arrived belatedly. He was of remarkable stature, with a stern face that kept strangers at bay. He emanated a chilling, murderous aura unparalleled in the world. Once the 6 nascent souls had arrived, Zhao Sheng immediately extended an invitation to the other cultivators, simultaneously demonstrating it publicly. As expected, everyone was captivated by the 7-star spiritual realm. Some accepted the invitation on the spot, perhaps due to their sheer skill and boldness, or perhaps because the spirit realm had blinded their minds. Of course, some timidly declined, but many more were cautious. Then, a long-legged, busty, and alluring female cultivator among the 6 suddenly let out a sweet giggle and asked the question that everyone was most concerned about. I, Yan Wuxian, would like to ask you, Senior. With your cultivation level, you could easily reach the 7-star spiritual realm alone. Why did you drag us along? With these words, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone looked upward, their expressions varied. Zhao Sheng smiled carefully and said, "Your question is ridiculous. I don't even bother to answer it. I've said before that those who wish can come, and those who don't wish can leave. I won't force them." Yan Wuxian's question essentially asked how Zhao Sheng could gain others' trust. Zhao Sheng didn't bother to explain. The question was unanswerable. No matter how much he explained, those who didn't believe would always doubt his intentions. In that case, I withdraw. Yan Wuxian frowned slightly, then decisively shook her head in refusal. At the same time, 2 others made the same choice. As the saying goes, if you don't agree, there's no need to talk too much. Yan Wuxian and the other 2 politely excused themselves and left the return pavilion. The 3 Qi brothers also excused themselves, making room for Zhao Sheng and the others. Only 4 remained in the hall. Besides Zhao Sheng and the high priest of demon slaying, the remaining 2 were a man and a woman. The man was of extraordinary bearing and imposing appearance, his aura fluctuating between the middle and early stages, seemingly cultivating a remarkable skill. The woman was a beautiful lady, with a gentle and virtuous temperament and a dignified and imposing appearance. She wore a white, snow-white palace gown that trailed the ground, but the 10 fingernails on her hands were a dark brown purple, shimmering with a faint glow, giving her a strange and menacing appearance. Zhao Sheng wasn't surprised that the demon slayer high priest would voluntarily stay. While others might not know the truth about the 7-star spiritual realm, as a nascent soul high priest of the celestial Dao sect, demon slayer must be well aware of its details. If he could truly locate the inter-realm teleportation array, he would have rendered an unparalleled service to the celestial Dao sect. He could even leverage this to secure the position of the next pope. Demon Slayer knew this better than anyone else. Fellow Taoists Humo, Zheng Xian, and Wenru. The 7-star spiritual realm shifts its position every 3 months. The next shift is still over 20 days away. How about we set out again then? Zhao Sheng offered a smile as he addressed the 3. Zheng Xian nodded and said clearly, "Zheng has no objection, neither do I," Demon Slayer said expressionlessly. "As you say, Senior. I'm just here to take care of some trivial matters," the beautiful woman agreed. "All right, it's settled. We'll set out in 20 days, Zhao Sheng declared. 20 days later, 4 streaks of light shot up from the crimson meteorite, then plunged into the depths of the vast sea of meteorites, vanishing without a trace. After over a month of relentless pursuit, Zhao Sheng and his 3 companions found the 7-star spirit realm. The details of their journey are beyond description. A moment later, the 4 had infiltrated the dark star caverns, successfully discovering the remains of the teleportation array and the increasingly astonishing growth of the devil's fungus crystal tree. The High Demon Slayer's expression suddenly darkened upon seeing the dilapidated teleportation array. Zheng Xian and Wenru, on the other hand, marveled at the rich spiritual energy of the area and, simultaneously, were deeply curious about the devil's fungus crystal tree, their desires simultaneously aroused. Zhao Sheng didn't rush to reveal his true intentions, merely waiting for the devil's fungus cells to erupt. However, someone was more vigilant than expected. The demon slayer high priest pulled his gaze from the teleportation array and fixed his gaze on the devil crystal tree. After a brief moment of scrutiny, his expression drastically changed, his entire body erupting in a blaze of blood as he fled at lightning speed. Zheng Xian and Wenru were clearly on high alert. When the demon slayer suddenly and without warning fled, they, unsure of the reason, also fled without a word. Haha, just then, a long laugh suddenly echoed in the ears of the three. Haha, now that you're here, why are you all so anxious to leave? Why not stay? Before the words had even finished, 3 silver-white arrows materialized from thin air, piercing the demon slayer's vital points, the purple palace between his eyebrows, his heart, and his dantian. Almost instantly, a vast river of fire, woven from 7 interwoven flames, suddenly stretched across the void, blocking Zheng Xian's path. Elsewhere, Palace Master Wenru's vision blurred as a tall, handsome figure appeared out of thin air before her, gazing at her with a smile. Looking at the silver bow in the other party's hand and the 3 yang fiery flags slowly rising behind him, Palace Master Wenru's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. Chapter 496, The Blood Sea covers the sky, and the tribe members are exiled to another world. In a matter of seconds, a fierce battle between 1 and 3 was decided. The cavern was now riddled with pits and craters, and the raging spiritual energy of heaven and earth gradually subsided. Zheng Xian, Wenru, and Zumo sat slumped beneath the devil crystal tree, their faces bleak. Threads of crystal, dancing in the air, pierced their chests and abdomens, emitting a shimmering light. Zhao Sheng calmly toyed with a falling immortal bow, slowly pacing back and forth in front of the 3, strangely silent. As time passed, the atmosphere grew increasingly heavy. The high priest Zumo was the first to lose his patience. He clutched the bloody wound on his right chest, a thick glow of blood spreading from his palm, covering the hole and preventing it from worsening. HMPH, I admit defeat this time. You can kill me or chop me up. Even in such a bleak situation, the high priest Zumo remained unyielding. Oh, really? Zhao Sheng raised an eyebrow, suddenly standing still. Then, with a flick of his finger, a wisp of black soul death flame shot out, instantly piercing the high priest's brow. Instantly, a heart-wrenching wail erupted from the high priest's lips. The unimaginable pain within his soul caused him to writhe on the ground in agony, his hands unable to stop, clawing at his body, leaving it bloodied and bruised. With the high priest's experience as a lesson learned, Zheng Xian and Wenru remained incredibly obedient. They answered Zhao Sheng's questions. As they engaged in this conversation, they also secretly sensed something strange within themselves. Only when they saw the crystal clusters growing unchecked within their internal organs did Zheng Xian and Wenru suddenly understand why the high priest had been so frightened and fled. It seemed they had stumbled upon the source of the crystal death plague. Unfortunately, they realized it too late, their fate no longer in their control. Zhao Sheng had finally landed 3 large fish, and naturally, he was reluctant to waste them. After half an hour of fiery soul cooking, the demon slayer priest was practically reduced to pulp, his attitude becoming extremely submissive. Zhao Sheng spent days draining the 3 men of their knowledge before mercifully offering them a chance to live. Zheng Xian and the other 2, already captivated by him, seized this lifeline without hesitation. Over a month had passed. That day, the interdimensional teleportation array beneath Guangmingxing was activated 3 times in a single day. 2 attempts succeeded, and 1 failed, leaving Zhao Sheng with mixed feelings. Zheng Xian and the demon slayer teleported to the Shang's realm and the 5 poison realm, respectively, both successfully. Wenru, who was teleporting to the void realm, had her soul lamp extinguished midway, leading to her inevitable fate. Of course, while Zheng Xian and the other 2 were fortunate to have successfully teleported, they wouldn't survive for long, as the devil's fungus nests within their bodies hadn't been completely eradicated. With this, 5 of the 7 outer realms had been destroyed, leaving only the Black Sand realm and the Jade Ring realm. Zhao Sheng needed to find at least 2 more scapegoats and more Jinden's Henrun. Over a month later, the 7-star spirit realm shifted again. This time, its location happened to fall within the outer reaches of the Zuanling realm, undoubtedly saving Zhao Sheng considerable travel time. One day, a dazzling nebula suddenly melted away, revealing a 3-meter-wide passage. A streak of golden light shot out from the passage, then vanished into the vast darkness in an instant. 8 years later, at the edge of the divine ruins, meteorites were scattered across the void, the vast majority less than 100 meters in diameter. Against a backdrop of numerous smaller meteorites, a supergiant meteorite, nearly 100 miles in diameter, stood out. At that moment, spacecrafts of all sizes were constantly ascending and descending around the supergiant meteorite. Numerous craters on the meteorite's surface shone with a brilliant glow, revealing portals. This was the Divine Ruins' largest outer market and its most renowned spaceport. Due to the recent outbreak of crystal death disease in the netherworld and the underworld, a large number of cultivators have fled abroad, arriving at the Divine Ruins meteorite sea to escape the disaster. Consequently, the market has been thronged with people, the most popular in nearly 10,000 years. In a cave dwelling on the southeastern rock face of the Divine Ruins market, Zhao Sheng, clad in a black robe, sat at the head of the table, his expression as calm as water as he gazed upon the crowd below. Several people sat on either side of him. To his right sat Yan Mo and Lei Peng. To his left sat the Zhao family, including Zhao Yaxun. Behind each side stood 3 or 4 giants Henren, each facing off, seemingly harboring a deep hostility. Zhao Sheng fully understood the reason for the escalating tensions. The reason was that the Zhao family of Nanshan had severely undermined the other side. As the ancients said, if you don't want others to know, don't do it yourself. Perhaps from the outset of the plan, no one could have imagined the blood plague would cause such a commotion, causing panic in the cultivators of both realms and resulting in countless casualties. In response to this incident, the major religions of the two realms united in an unprecedented effort to track down the source of the blood plague. Despite the extraordinary secrecy of the Shansu realm spy organizations, clues were eventually discovered. Needless to say, once the clues were fully uncovered, a series of dimensional attacks and bloody manhunts ensued. As a result, not only were the major Shansu realm spy organizations severely weakened and their personnel decimated, but Zhao Sheng's own forces also suffered heavy losses. The Longine organization's headquarters was destroyed, nearly 2/3 of the dragon-scale dark discs perished, and even 3 of the 5 great dragon heads were killed. Ultimately, Zhao Yaxun was forced to flee the netherworld in a black ship with his remaining clansmen. Lei Peng and his companions were also in dire straits. Ancestor Xian Kong accidentally revealed his identity and was ultimately swallowed by a sea of blood falling from the sky. Lei Peng, quick to seize the opportunity, immediately fled the netherworld with several of his direct descendants, seeking refuge in the ruins of the gods. Fortunately, this coincided with a mass exodus of monks from their own realm, so Ancestor Lei Peng's unusual behavior went unnoticed. Barely 2 weeks after Lei Peng and his descendants fled, a bizarre phenomenon unfolded across both the netherworld and the underworld, a sea of blood covering the sky. Endless blood-red light obscured the heavens, permeating the entire realm. This unprecedented phenomenon lasted for a full day and night. After the phenomenon subsided, cultivators from both realms who had fled to the Divine Ruins reported that on the day the sea of blood covered the sky, rumors of the blood god sun's appearance circulated across every continent in both realms. HMPH, these are not rumors. The blood god sun was truly unprecedentedly active that day. I've obtained intelligence from a top-secret source. According to the intelligence, at least 9 blood god suns appeared in both realms that day, said the Yama Patriarch with a gloomy expression. Ahem, as far as I know, fellow Taoist Fengling, Master Huade, Senior Bibo, and the Sword Immortal Moffin, among other nascent soul cultivators, have lost contact. I'm afraid they were in dire straits. The individuals Zhao Yaxun mentioned were all secret agents lurking within the netherworld. Fairy Bibo, the one who had been hiding the longest, had infiltrated the Xianjin sect since the First Stargate War. Until she lost contact, she had become the sect's 3rd Grand Elder and a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Zhao Sheng hadn't expected that even Fairy Bibo wouldn't escape the calamity. Looking at the crowd below, Zhao Sheng spoke slowly and solemnly, for ultimate victory, some sacrifices are unavoidable. The sacrifices made by Senior Bibo and others are immeasurable merits, and will be forever admired by future generations. And so are we. Upon hearing this, the Zhao family's giant and clan members were moved, and a surge of courage suddenly surged within them. Meanwhile, on Yama Lipeng's side, all the giant and chief priests seemed even more restless, their faces sullen and gloomy. Master, we are now unable to return home, and the pursuers behind us could attack at any moment. I can protect myself, but my descendants are powerless. Please, Master, show them a way forward, Patriarch Li Peng suddenly spoke bluntly, his tone unusually harsh. Zhao Sheng didn't take offense at this remark. He knew the other party was filled with resentment, so he could tolerate the slight incivility in his tone. The Yama Patriarch suddenly let out a sneer and said sinisterly, the divine ruins are vast and boundless, with billions of meteorites. If I could just hide in one, who would be able to find me? Lei Peng, you're really worrying too much? Yanmo, how dare you say that? Yes, you old devil, heartless and ruthless, you don't care about the lives of billions of your people at all. Lei Peng instantly flew into a rage, cursing viciously. You're right. Since ancient times, a general success has been built on the sacrifice of thousands of soldiers. As long as I can always rise high and see far, what does it matter if there are mountains of corpses and seas of blood below? They will die anyway, and dying sooner or later makes no difference. Humph, I will never coexist with you. Lei Peng was even more furious after hearing this. You useless piece of shit who fled with your tail between your legs. I don't even bother to deal with you. Zhao Sheng leaned back in his chair, his expression remarkably calm as he watched the two nascent souls act out before him. Only after the climax of the scene had passed did Zhao Sheng shout, "Shut up!" As soon as he finished speaking, Yanmo and the other two instantly sat back down, their expressions as cold as ice. I've already prepared a retreat for you. Yanmo, Lei Peng. You've been in and out of that place many times. You should know what's inside. Elder Lei Peng's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly asked, Master, what do you mean? Zhao Sheng nodded. Seeing this, Elder Lei Peng dared not continue. His expression suddenly changed dramatically, as if he was frantically weighing something. Of all those present, only Zhao Sheng, Lei Peng, Yanmo, and Zhao Wanan knew of the existence of the interdimensional teleportation array. The others, including Zhao Yaxuan, were completely unaware of it. Once Zhao Sheng made a decision, no one would challenge it. After the secret meeting, everyone rested in Shangxufeng for 10 days, preparing all necessary supplies. On the 11th day, just as the twin suns rose, a pitch-black disc-shaped vessel quietly ascended from Yukong Harbor, quickly transforming into a meteor and soaring into the depths of the boundless sea of meteorites. 7 months later, the tattered, pitch-black disc-shaped vessel finally reached a vast expanse of space. Ahead, 7 vast stars shone brightly, a dazzling nebula, a dazzling spectacle. The 7-star spiritual realm had finally arrived. 3 days later, the spiritual energy within the entire spiritual realm suddenly surged, madly converging towards the great bright star. Soon, vast vortexes of spiritual energy, each 10,000 feet high, suddenly appeared above the great bright star. Constantly, immeasurable amounts of spiritual energy poured into the planet's interior. Each activation of the interboundary teleportation array consumed a vast amount of spiritual energy. To transport the Zhao clan and several descendants of Lei Peng, the teleportation array was activated 10 times in succession. Of the 7 realms beyond the domain, only the Kongaiao and Yuhon realms were completely impassable, while the other 5 realms successfully teleported. After this round of intensive cross-realm teleportation, the spiritual energy concentration of the entire 7-star spirit realm plummeted by 50%. It would take at least 200 years for it to return to its original, overflowing state. Zhao Sheng paid no mind to the diminishing spiritual energy within the realm. What worried him more was that the cross-realm teleportation array was once again overwhelmed, and cracks of varying degrees appeared on the 81 white jade pillars. In the center of the Guangxing cavern, 81 white jade pillars of varying height stood in a ring. A 100-foot-long jade disc stood at the center of the formation, emitting a faint, clear glow, though its brightness was far dimmer than before. Zhao Sheng slumped down at the edge of the formation, gazing up at the cracked pillars ahead, his eyes blank, as if his focus was waning. Yet, at that moment, a fierce storm of thoughts raged within his mind. Endless array patterns and symbols formed a galaxy, which moved with the storm of thoughts, instantly sparking countless sparks of inspiration. Just now, Zhao Sheng had taken 2 Dao elixirs, the Great Enlightenment Pill and the Dao Enlightenment Pill, in quick succession. His thinking speed had skyrocketed by more than 10 times its normal level, and his mind was flooded with inspiration, countless flashes of inspiration competing to emerge. Lei Peng, do you think he can succeed this time? At this moment, Ancestor Yanmo stood at the edge of the cave and secretly transmitted a message to Ancestor Lei Peng nearby. HMPH, so what if it succeeds? So what if it fails? I don't care at all. Hey, I just like your arrogant look with a hard mouth and a soft heart. Aren't you really worried about the few children who were sent over? They are your only bloodline descendants. Descendants have their own blessings. They are just gone now, not dead. Why should I worry? Okay, let's not talk about this, let's talk about business. We have to discuss the task that person has assigned us, so as not to bring trouble to ourselves. What is there to discuss? We just need to spread the news of the 7-star spirit realm, and then countless Yuanying fellows will fall into the trap. Seeing that the other party was still keeping his mouth shut, the ancestor Yanmo had to show his sincerity first. I thought that person asked me to spread the news with the purpose of setting up a death trap here to kill a large number of fellows from the two worlds, so as to achieve the goal of weakening the high-level combat power of the two worlds. HMPH, even so what? As the saying goes, it's better to let others die than to let me. I know exactly what kind of person you, Yama, are. Why bother pretending to be compassionate in front of me? Elder Lei Peng sarcastically said. Elder Yanmo's expression remained unchanged, but he secretly transmitted his voice through the divine power. What I mean is to secretly lure out the blood god son and use him to eliminate that person, so that we can regain our freedom. Upon hearing this, Elder Lei Peng's face changed drastically, and he secretly scolded, "Idiot! Don't drag me with you if you want to die. That person must not die. If he dies, we will die too." Seeing this, Yamamoto immediately changed his attitude, chuckled and transmitted his voice, "Haha, I was just talking, why take it seriously? You'd better give up this most foolish idea as soon as possible." Humph, Elder Lei Peng snorted coldly, just in time to see Zhao Sheng suddenly stand up. He immediately transformed into a flash of lightning and instantly flew behind his master, awaiting his orders. Chapter 497, The True Lord has been waiting for a long time, and he weighs the Master, what are your commands? Elder Lei Peng's attitude was respectful, clearly accustomed to the role of a subordinate. Elder Yanmo, who arrived a little later, saw this and cursed inwardly, then quickly leaped forward. Zhao Sheng stretched his muscles, turned his head to look at the two men, and calmly instructed, "You two, return to Shangsu Market as soon as possible, and then secretly spread the news of the spirit realm. Afterwards, concentrate on collecting the contents of this jade slip. Meanwhile, wait for my orders in the market." With that, Zhao Sheng pulled 2 jade slips from his sleeves and tossed them into the arms of Yanmo and the other man. "We will definitely live up to your trust, Master," the 2 men responded in unison, their faces solemn. "Yes, go." Your subordinates take their leave. A moment later, Yanmo and Lei Peng vanished into thin air, leaving Zhao Sheng alone in the cave. He stood still for a long moment, and suddenly a divine light flashed between his brows. Soon, a tall figure swooped out of the rock face cave, flying across most of the cavern in a flash, landing before Zhao Sheng. "Wan Nong, greetings, ancestor." Zhao Wan Nong, his face etched with reverence, clasped his fists and bowed to his ancestor. Zhao Sheng examined him closely, seeing a shimmering aura of flames, a powerful aura, and a gleaming brilliance in his eyes. It was clear that his cultivation had reached a profound state. Zhao Sheng nodded in satisfaction. Over the years, he had spared no effort in cultivating Zhao Wanlong, not only providing him with the finest training environment but also keeping him by his side at all times, offering guidance and instruction. Of course, Zhao Wanlong had lived up to his high expectations. In just a few decades, his strength had skyrocketed, and he was now nearing the great perfection of the golden core. With only a few more years of practice, he should be able to reach the nascent soul stage. However, there was one thing Zhao Sheng was undecided about, where Wanlong would undergo his tribulation. Should he choose within the realm? Or should he choose the divine ruins to achieve his elixir breaking and nascent soul stage? Choosing to survive the nascent soul thunder tribulation within the realm would be easy, but what if his identity was accidentally exposed? Faced with the unbridled hostility of the heavenly Dao, the blood god, Zhao Wanan, a member of the southern Skyzhou clan, would undoubtedly face certain death. Not only him, but even Zhao Sheng now dared not easily sneak into the netherworld or underworld, fearing that the blood god heavenly Dao would discover his whereabouts and end up being hunted down by his followers. In a sense, the blood plague disaster Zhao Sheng had unleashed was a near-perfect fulfillment of his earlier plans. For tens of thousands of years, aside from the inter-realm palm strike 1,000 years ago, only Zhao Sheng had achieved the feat of severely inflicting a heavy blow on the blood god, a feat that generations of divine transformation true lords in both the netherworld and underworld had longed for but never achieved. Therefore, surviving the tribulation within the realm was a poor option. However, if he chose to survive the tribulation in the divine ruins, Zhao Wanan's cultivation level was likely insufficient, and his chances of surviving the Bifan tribulation were slim. Cultivating immortality is a quest against heaven. And every breakthrough in a realm is subject to trials. These trials often take the form of heavenly tribulations. Heavenly tribulations are generally divided into three categories: thunder, wind, and fire. Cultivators below the return to void realm generally undergo the purging of thunder within their realms, and the blowing of the Bifan wind in the outer void. The Bifan wind originates from the void, born within the human body. Formless and invisible, yet possessing an extremely cold yin, it can rip flesh and bones apart, dissolving the soul. Generally speaking, a cultivator has a higher chance of surviving a thunder tribulation than a Bifan one. However, upon successfully surviving the tribulation, the gifts of the Dao received by a thunder tribulation nascent soul are far less than those received by a Bifan nascent soul, a principle of Dao balance. At the same time, the chance of a Bifan nascent soul achieving a breakthrough to the divine transformation stage is slightly higher than that of a thunder tribulation nascent soul. Zhao Sheng pondered this and decided to ask for his opinion. Wanlong, you're about to undergo your tribulation. Have you considered where to do it? Zhao Wanlong was startled for a moment, then his gaze grew firm, and he said solemnly, I'd like to attempt the Bifan tribulation. I beg old ancestor to grant me this opportunity. Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered, and he praised, what a noble ambition. However, with your current level of cultivation, you're still a long way off. Without 100 years of hard work, I'm afraid you won't succeed. My grandson is only in his 40s, so I still have 500 or 600 years to live. If 100 doesn't work, then 200 or 300 will do. I'll surely succeed in the future. Zhao Wanlong knew that in terms of talent, wisdom, understanding, and even luck, he was far inferior to the old ancestor Qianbian before him. Under normal circumstances, his advancement to the nascent soul stage would be a stroke of luck, and he wouldn't have the slightest hope of even reaching the higher realms of the spiritual transformation. However, through a series of fortuitous coincidences, he was fortunate enough to follow the Qiangshan patriarch to the Shangsu meteorite sea. After meeting countless nascent soul masters, greater ambitions arose within him. Zhao Wanan was no longer content with merely reaching the nascent soul stage. He yearned to emulate Qiangshan patriarch, reaching the pinnacle of a realm, deciding the fate of all beings with ease and changing the course of civilization with a single thought. To achieve this ambition, he must build an impeccable foundation, and surviving the Bifan tribulation was merely the first step. Zhao Sheng had no idea the man before him could harbor such ambitions. If he had known, he would have told Zhao Wanan he was overthinking it. Achieving the status of a divine transformation True Lord was far from easy. Within the Hengsha realm, the rank of True Lord was a predetermined one. Those who ascended to True Lord status were not only blessed with exceptional luck and great opportunity, but also had to have accomplished great merit, becoming at least an indispensable figure in their native world. For the next few thousand years, Zhao Wanan would have little chance of achieving the True Lord status unless he found favor with a heavenly Dao. Of course, this person only needed to follow Zhao Sheng. And the most important thing he needed was the watchful eye of the heavenly Dao, provided he could grasp that 1 in a million glimmer of divine insight. 2 years later, in the Shangsu market. One day, a sun hung suspended in the sky above the market, shedding boundless light and heat. The streets and alleys bustled with people, teeming with cultivators. Foundation establishment practitioners were common, and golden core priests were a frequent sight. Pavilions and palaces lined the streets, and numerous cultivators streamed in and out of the hallways, creating a bustling atmosphere. Zhao Sheng blended in with the crowd, appearing like an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator, casually strolling down the avenue. Soon, he crossed halfway across the street and stopped before a fortune-telling stall. He smiled at the stall owner, a distinguished old man in a gray robe and flowing hair. He was none other than the wandering master of divination and Yao. Zhao Sheng wasn't surprised to encounter the master here. To be honest, he had long anticipated this. Even if the ancestor of divination and Yao didn't come looking for him, he would find this person sooner or later. Zhao Sheng stood still and suddenly said loudly, "Senior, I would like to read your fortune." The ancestor of divination and Yao didn't seem surprised at all. Instead, he asked leisurely, "Excuse me, sir, do you want a fortune-telling or a divination? I would like to read the word." As he said this, Zhao Sheng stretched out his hand and wrote the word in the air. The characters were radiant and shining, and they were like dragon and phoenix seal characters. "Oh, that's easy." The Grand Master of Divination and Yao took a quick look and said, "We are now deep within the Shangsu Meteorite Sea. This is a place beyond the heavens. While this guest may intend to write celestial stories, his heart is lawless. As the saying goes, there are always better people. This guest has acted recklessly before, causing a catastrophic disaster. I see your forehead is black and blood is covering your head. I'm afraid disaster is imminent." Zhao Sheng's smile faded a little, and he asked, "May I ask how, Senior, we can avert this disaster?" "Haha, meeting is fate. Follow me." The Grand Master of Divination and Yao chuckled, suddenly standing up. With a wave of his long sleeves, a vast beam of light appeared. It enveloped the two men, and in an instant, it vanished without a trace. The streets were bustling with people, but no one noticed their absence. 100 miles north of Shangsu Square, a beam of light flew from afar and suddenly landed on the surface of a nearly 100-foot-wide black meteorite. The clear light faded, and Zhao Sheng's eyes narrowed slightly. Besides the Patriarch of Divination and Yao, there were two other people present. Their auras were unmistakable, their presence unfathomable and extraordinary, revealing them to be truly exceptional beings. One was shrouded in a shroud of black aura, his face indistinct, yet his figure was as imposing as a mountain. The faint cries of countless beings echoed from the swirling black aura. The other was a graceful beauty, with stunning features and a slender figure. Unfortunately, her right arm was severed, leaving her disabled. Zhao Sheng's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately thought of the two legendary figures. If he was not mistaken, the one-armed beauty was the renowned goddess Shyank of the Divine Ruins. And the one shrouded in black aura possessed no other distinctive features in either world, save for the Black Heaven cult's death jaw? By this point, Zhao Sheng knew they had been waiting for their opportunity. If he tried to escape now, he had about a 60% chance of escaping the clutches of the three divine transformations. But how could he possibly escape? On the contrary, this was exactly what he wanted. "Hey, Dio, is this the key figure you've been mentioning so often? He doesn't look that great." The old monster, with a sly laugh, spoke first, his voice sarcastic. "Come on, let me first measure your strength." As he spoke, the old monster, with an unexpected sudden attack, flicked his hand, and the black energy surrounding him instantly surged 1,000-fold. With a swish, over 1,000 ghostly death blades emerged from the depths of the black energy, shooting out like a torrential downpour, lightning fast, reaching Zhao Sheng's face in an instant. While the ghostly death blades were swift, they were no match for his thoughts. With a humming sound, Zhao Sheng's eyes blazed crimson, and a vast expanse of golden crow true fire instantly formed a true flame domain, enveloping him. Simultaneously, the falling immortal bow appeared in his hand. Bang, bang, bang. Countless silver-white arrows hurled forth like a rain of flowers. Rumble. Over 1,000 ghostly death blades slashed fiercely upon the true flame domain, then suddenly exploded with a deafening roar that shook the very void and caused the meteorite beneath their feet to crumble. However, the old monster, Death Jaw, was not pleased. Instead, a flicker of astonishment flashed in his eyes. He had clearly struck first, yet the opponent's counterattack had come so swiftly and fiercely. This had caught him completely off guard. Seeing the silver-white arrows already blocking him from all sides, a fierce glint flashed in Death Jaw's eyes. A dark aura like the abyss suddenly erupted from his surroundings, and countless pitch-black pythons, each as thick as a thigh, erupted. Their heads were human heads as large as wheels, howling incessantly. The silver-white arrows shot towards him like lightning, but were swallowed whole by the countless human-headed ghost pythons. Bang, bang, bang. Over 100 human-headed pythons exploded, then transformed into wisps of black energy, re-emerging into the black energy storm. Zhao Sheng's counterattack was silenced. Come again. Black sun scorches the sky, the old monster, Death Jaw, roared, waving his hands. Instantly, countless black energy converged, condensing into pitch-black sun 100 feet in size. With a single gesture, the old monster, Death Jaw, slammed fiercely into the space where Zhao Sheng was. A strange roar echoed from the depths of the void. A strange energy, darker than the darkness itself, engulfed a region of space. In the outer void, vast waves of raging black tides sometimes intertwined, sometimes madly colliding with each other. Dense swarms of dead souls searched the darkness, frantically tearing apart all living things within the domain. The ancestor of divination and Yao frowned, stretched out his hand, and a circle of light appeared out of thin air, blocking the raging black soul storm. Elsewhere, the goddess of heavenly desire made no movement. However, once the black energy entered within 3 meters of her, it vanished instantly, as if instantly annihilated by some force. A storm swept across the 10-mile void, sweeping over all the surrounding meteorites, causing them to disintegrate and vanish. The old monster, Death Jua, said nothing, his aura surging. Glinting black light emanated from his eyes, piercing the surrounding 10-mile void. Even so, he could not find his target's hiding place. Death Jua, stop, the patriarch of divination Yao suddenly called out. Then, with a flick of his long sleeve, 6 purple gold divination coins shot out. In response to his thought, they expanded in size, instantly becoming as massive as a mountain, emitting a thick purple light and powerfully suppressing the raging black energy of the dead souls. At that moment, Zhao Sheng appeared out of thin air behind divination Yao. With a thought, he sheathed his nascent soul domain and looked towards the old monster, Death Jua. At this moment, the Death Jua monster was shrouded in a swirling black aura. A massive, headless giant loomed faintly in the darkness, surrounded by billions of dead souls, resembling an almighty emperor. Kill, the Death Jua monster roared. The headless giant suddenly shifted, took a step forward, and in an instant, reached above the divine master, striking him with a fist. A terrifying pressure emanated from the headless giant, surpassing the early stages of the spiritual transformation realm, hinting at the middle stages of the spiritual transformation realm. Be careful. This old devil is losing control again. Young friend Zhao, be careful, the divine master's voice suddenly rang out, its tone profound. Before he finished speaking, a white jade tortoise shell rose from divine master's chest, suddenly transforming into the size of an island, taking the headless giant's punch head-on. Zhao Sheng's expression changed slightly, and his arms glowed with a dazzling bloody light, as if he were about to reveal a hidden card to aid his opponent. At that moment, the goddess Sheng suddenly appeared, gently raising her left arm and reaching upwards. Instantly, a massive, green-scaled claw materialized and clutched the headless giant. Bang! The headless giant's body twisted and distorted under the impact, then exploded with an unfathomable force. Zhao Sheng's expression changed, and he quickly summoned the 10,000 fire cauldron. With a single thought, it expanded 1,000-fold, transforming into a giant golden sphere that blocked the surging black light. Chapter 498. To destroy the blood god, you must first kill the puppet. As the headless giant was crushed by the claws, a flash of clarity flashed through the crazed, blood-red eyes of the Death Jua monster. The next second, he roared to the heavens, then opened his mouth wide, emitting an immense suction force. The black energy and dead souls that filled the void were instantly sucked into his mouth like a rainbow drinking water. The Death Jua monster's belly visibly expanded like a balloon. In a moment, the entire black energy had been absorbed into his stomach. The Death Jua monster slammed his mouth shut, the bloodshot in his eyes quickly fading, his clarity returning, and his enormous belly rapidly deflated. However, beneath his black robe, a faint sense of life moved, giving him a creepy look. The black energy dissipated, revealing the Death Jua monster's sinister face. The man looked at the one-armed goddess standing 100 feet away and said in a rare, gentle voice, "Sheng, I owe you a favor. I'll keep this in mind for now, and I'll repay you later, no need for that. I want nothing to do with you," the goddess Sheng said, showing no mercy, coldly rejecting him in public. Humph! Upon hearing this, the old monster Sijua's face darkened, and he snorted coldly. But he couldn't defeat the goddess Sheng, so he could only swallow his anger. At this moment, the ancestor of divination and Yao, accompanied by Zhao Sheng, flew between the two and said, "Sijua, Sheng, don't forget the purpose of your visit. Business is important now. Let's put aside the old grudges." With this, the ancestor of divination and Yao deliberately warned, "Sijua, in your current state, I'm afraid you won't survive the next 100 years. If you continue this arrogant and domineering behavior, you will be the next blood godson." HMPH, the old monster, Death Jua, couldn't help but snort again, then suddenly turned his wrath on Zhao Sheng, seemingly taking his anger out on him. "Listen, boy. I don't care if you're from the southern Skyzhou clan or emerged from a crack in a rock. I have only one question for you. Did you create the crystal death disease?" As soon as these words left his mouth, Diao and Sheng's gazes simultaneously fell on Zhao Sheng's face, their concern evident. Zhao Sheng's mind raced, a myriad of thoughts racing through his mind. In a flash, A profound understanding suddenly dawned on him, and a bold decision was immediately made. Indeed, both the blood plague ravaging the two realms and the incurable crystal death disease were concocted by Zhao. As for Zhao's purpose, anyone with a keen eye will know. Nor can it be hidden from the divine eyes of the three elders. Our Shiansu realm has always advocated peace and never wishes to see the people suffer or a sea of blood swirling. The current situation between the two realms is entirely the work of the blood god. I believe it's not just the beings of my Shiansu realm. I'm afraid all the divine transformation masters in the netherworld and underworld realms also crave the blood god's swift destruction. After Zhao Sheng laid his cards on the table, Patriarch Xiao immediately took over. You're right. Saving the beings of both realms from the nightmare of the blood god has been my lifelong wish. My fellow Daoists, Sija and Xiang, also share this wish. Zhao Sheng could only believe half of Patriarch Xiao's words, the remaining 90 being out of concern for their own lives. After all, as long as the blood god remained undying, all the divine transformation masters in both realms would forever be prey to this immortal beast. Zhao Sheng, having accurately guessed the three's thoughts, felt relieved. A smile spread across his face, and he said, "So you three seniors have such grand ambitions. I was disrespectful earlier. Could it be that you three have sought me out specifically to rid the beings of both realms of the blood god's scourge? Haha, you're such a cunning fellow. Why are you asking such a question when you already know the answer? I've always been frank and straightforward. If it weren't for the divination and Yao's strong recommendation, I wouldn't have come all the way to this haunted place." Dead old monster, even though he was about to become a meal, still couldn't let go of his pride, speaking in a harsh tone. Of course, Zhao Sheng didn't believe he could be so reckless. He feared the dead old monster was doing it on purpose, deliberately hiding his sinister and treacherous side. Zhao Sheng glanced past him and turned to the divination and Yao Patriarch beside him, his expression calm and composed. "Young friend Zhao, I once performed 9 consecutive divinations, but the results were confusing, and the hexagrams all indicated great misfortune intertwined with good fortune. Good fortune lies between Zhen and Dui, implying a change of ruler, and a life in the wild. So, I sought you out to clear up my confusion." Zhao Sheng, understanding something, said immediately, "I understand your purpose. While the crystal death disease can curb the spread of blood cultivation, it indirectly undermines the blood god's foundation. But destroying the blood god in such a short time is absolutely impossible. If we were to sit back and watch the blood god slowly weaken, I doubt any of you seniors would be able to wait that long. Therefore, the fastest way to severely damage the blood god is to annihilate a few of his sons." At this point, the old monster, Dead Jua, suddenly smiled broadly. "Haha. Do I even need to say that? But as long as the sovereign blood god is in the realm of the two realms, the blood god's son is virtually impossible to kill. There have been only a handful of such killings in tens of thousands of years. At most, they're imprisoned in special locations like the prison god palace, where they're slowly dying. So, we must lure the blood god's son to the divine ruins and kill him. This requires bait. And that bait is me, a humble one. Senior Divination Yao, is that right?" Zhao Sheng asked meaningfully, his gaze piercing as he looked at the Grandmaster. "My humble skills truly couldn't hide from you, young friend. However, the hexagram indicates that you are the most crucial person. You are absolutely essential to slaying the blood god's son." Hearing this, Zhao Sheng immediately connected the dots, fully understanding the thinking of the three men opposite him. Compared to his previous assumptions, the plan of Xiao and the other two truly hit the nail on the head. Even if a group of nascent soul ancestors perished, it would pose little threat to the blood god. On the contrary, killing a blood god child would severely damage the blood god's essence. The reason was simple. Blood god children could be said to be a major tonic that replenished the blood god's essence. Therefore, each blood god child killed indirectly consumed a significant portion of the blood god's essence. Understanding this, Zhao Sheng felt more confident and asked, "I have no choice but to kill the blood god children. But do you three seniors have any plans you can teach me?" At this point, Goddess Xiang spoke up. "Although we've worked out several plans before, none of them were entirely certain. Indeed, luring the blood god children out of the realm is easy, preventing them from escaping is the challenge. And we likely only have one chance. If they escape, the blood god will discover our plans. We are afraid that we will be doomed forever." The face of the ancestor of divination and Yao was extremely heavy. The face of the old monster with dead jaws was covered with a layer of black hair, making it impossible to see his face. In comparison, The expression of the goddess Sheng was more resolute, and it was obvious that she had made up her mind to perish together with the enemy. Zhao Sheng knew a little about some old news and anecdotes about the goddess Sheng. He knew that her entire family of millions of people as well as her Taoist companions and disciples were all killed by the blood god Sun, and even one of her arms was given by the other party. This woman has an irreconcilable hatred with the blood god. The reason why she hid in the Shangsu meteorite sea was, on the one hand, to avoid disaster, and on the other hand, to secretly accumulate strength and wait for the opportunity of revenge. Therefore, when the ancestor of divination and Yao persuaded her to come out of the mountain, it was a perfect match. Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed, and he suddenly said, I have two excellent places that will definitely prevent the blood god Sun from getting in and out. Oh, my friend, tell me, which two places are they? Patriarch Diao's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he immediately urged. 3 seniors, the Chaos Cave realm is one option, and the 7-star spirit realm is another. Goddess Sheng shook her head after hearing this. The Chaos Cave realm is out of the question. Many seniors have attempted this before, but unfortunately, blood god Sun never dared to approach the Chaos Cave realm. For tens of thousands of years, without exception. The 7-star spirit realm is certainly an option. But, no, do you possess the 7-star Ruai? Before he finished speaking, the 3 divine transformations all glance over, their gaze is intense. Zhao Sheng smiled silently and nodded. Goddess Sheng suddenly realized, no wonder rumors about the 7-star spirit realm have been circulating in Shangsu Square lately. It turns out you were the one spreading them in secret, Senior Sheng. This is not a rumor. I did consider taking my fellow nascent soul cultivators to explore the spirit realm. After all, the cross-realm teleportation array there has been damaged in several places. I also wanted to use everyone's strength to repair it. What Zhao Sheng said was half true and half false. He believed that the 3 would not ask any further questions. As expected, the 3 did not care about his hidden thoughts. Their attention had been attracted by the cross-border teleportation array. The old monster Deathjaw was on the verge of death, so he was the most impatient. He shouted immediately, Boy, hand over the 7-star Ruai. Otherwise, I will kill you immediately. Zhao Sheng frowned when he heard the words, and instantly practiced a profound skill silently, ready to move away at any time. At this moment, the goddess Sheng scolded, Deadjaw, shut up. Among the 3, Diao was not good at fighting, and the goddess Sheng was the strongest. Only she could control the old monster Deathjaw. I will protect you. Now tell me your plan. The goddess Sheng was extremely overbearing at this moment, and she spoke directly to the faces of several people. My plan is to lure the enemy into a trap. Half an hour later, the lure the enemy into a trap plan was successfully implemented by the 4 people. The countless details in the plan were discussed and the loopholes, big and small, in the middle were also repaired. With a plan set, the atmosphere among the 4 people immediately became much more harmonious. However, Zhao Sheng noticed that the old monster Sijua seemed to have not given up his evil intentions and was still coveting the 7-star Ruai in his hand. Zhao Sheng secretly raised his vigilance. At this time, the ancestor of divination and Yao extended an invitation to him. If you have any questions, you may as well come with me to Shingsufang to stay for a few days. I just want to tell you about the many fellow gods in the 2 worlds, as well as some secrets and old stories between the 2 worlds. Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed, and he smiled. I also have many doubts and confusions, and I need to ask the ancestor for advice. I hope the ancestor will be generous in giving me advice. At this time, the goddess Sheng suddenly interrupted and said in a cold voice, the old man Xiao has always been superstitious. He is only proficient in divination and fortune-telling. I, however, have mastered many disciplines. Boy, you may have asked the wrong person, the sage said. When 3 people walk together, there must be one who can be my teacher. After I have learned from the ancestor, I will definitely ask for advice from the senior again. Zhao Sheng did not want to offend anyone, so he quickly saluted the other party with a fist. I have always liked to be a teacher. How can I be absent from such matters? What do you think, boy? There is no need for you, Senior C. My ways are not compatible with yours. Humph, you ungrateful person. I'm leaving first, the old monster Sijus said angrily, and a large amount of black air suddenly rose up, submerging his figure, and then the black air merged into the dark and deep void around him and disappeared. Seeing this, the ancestor Xiao said, My friend, let's go too. 2 seniors, Please come in first. Time flew by, and more than half a year had already passed. 3 months earlier, the Grand Master of Divination and Yao had returned to the Netherworld and begun secretly orchestrating the plan to lure the Blood God Sun out of the realm. Goddess Sheng personally taught Zhao Sheng for a month, benefiting him immensely. She also revealed a wealth of top-secret secrets concerning both the Netherworld and the Underworld. With her protection, the Death Jewel monster never found a chance to attack, and after a 4-month stalemate, the old demon could no longer resist. Zhao Sheng knew the enemy was still lingering in the dark, but he wasn't worried about his own safety. With his current 9th-level nascent soul cultivation, defeating him would be difficult, but escaping would be easy. One day, deep within a cave nestled in the rock face east of Shangsu Square, Zhao Sheng sat cross-legged, his eyes aglow, his expression solemn, as if lost in deep thought. Over the past 6 months, he had learned many secrets. But most importantly, he had gained a precise grasp of the exact number of divine transformation level warriors in both the Netherworld and the Underworld. According to the founder of the Divination and Goddess Sheng, the Netherworld contains 12 transformation gods, while the Netherworld has only 7. This clearly indicates that the Netherworld's overall strength is far inferior to that of the Netherworld. However, Zhao Sheng's interest waned when he thought of the Shansu realm's mere 6 transformation gods. As he had expected, without the barrier of time and space, the Shansu realm would have long since been defeated by the combined might of the 2 Netherworld realms. The Netherworld alone boasts a staggering 12 transformation gods, with the Shandao cult alone boasting 5 of them. The strength and depth of this cult are unmatched in the Netherworld. As the saying goes, heaven favors you, and you are invincible. The Shandao cult's unrivaled dominance stems from its favor with the Blood God. For the past 10,000 years or so, the Shandao cult has been a staunch blood-loving sect. Successive pontiffs have enshrined deities on behalf of heaven, resulting in a multitude of deities within the cult, with each generation boasting emperor-level deities rivaling transformation gods in power. The Shandao sect, a staunch lackey of the Blood God in the vanguard of the invasion of the Shansu realm, naturally posed a grave concern to everyone. Therefore, how to destroy the Shandao sect? This posed a formidable challenge for Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng, unable to come up with a solution to this problem, set it aside for the time being and turned his attention to the Netherworld realm. The Netherworld realm situation was significantly better than the Netherworld realm. The heavenly Dao of this realm clearly held the upper hand, often preventing the Blood God from wreaking havoc. Of the Netherworld realm's 7 divine transformation level warriors, 4 were great spirits of the mountains and seas, while only 2 were human true lords and 1 was an alien true lord. It was precisely because of the Netherworld realm's heavenly Dao's covert restraint on the Blood God that the situation in the Netherworld realm was prevented from deteriorating further. However, this also caused the Blood God's consciousness to be constantly eroded by the heavenly Dao of both realms, gradually driving him towards ignorance and madness. Beyond the Netherworld realm and the Netherworld, the Divine Ruins Meteorite Sea was equally formidable, with 3 human true lords residing there alone. If we add in the Star Beast Kings hiding in the Black Abyss and Chaos Cave, the top combat power of Shangsu may be more than that of the 2 realms of the Netherworld combined. Chapter 499, The Zhao clan's remnants crossed the Void Sea. Master, Yama, report, come in. Before he could finish his words, the azure stone door before Patriarch Yama suddenly opened without a breeze, and a soft, bright light streamed out from behind. Patriarch Yama's eyes flickered, and he calmed himself, striding through. Once his figure disappeared behind the door, the cave's main door slammed shut. A dozen steps further down the passage, the view opened up into a vast, bright stone chamber, its walls rough and unadorned. In the center, a tall, lean figure sat cross-legged on a cushion, facing the wall in deep thought, his back visible. However, the terrifying aura emanating from this figure caused Patriarch Yama to gasp in shock. In less than 300 years, Yama had witnessed his master's rapid advancement in cultivation. Seeing him again, Patriarch Yama was horrified to realize that he could no longer fathom his master's true strength. He was likely invincible at the nascent soul stage. Master, I have gathered 6 fellow nascent soul cultivators and will be on my way soon, said the Yama Patriarch, suppressing his inexplicable shock. No need. From today on, the Spirit Realm project is temporarily suspended. As for when it will restart, await my order. Zhao Sheng, still showing his back, spoke calmly. Yes, I obey, A glint of surprise flashed across the Yama patriarch's eyes, but he still bowed in response. "Take this." With that, a milky white conch traced a parabola and landed in Yama's hands. Before he could speak, he heard the master's voice. "This is called the homophonic conch. After refining it, keep it close to your body. From now on, all instructions from the homophonic conch must be carefully followed. No delays or errors are allowed. Well, I am currently cultivating a crucial divine skill and cannot be distracted for the time being. You may proceed. I will take my leave." The Yama patriarch retreated, bewildered. Watching the Qingang stone gate slam shut, the ancestor Yanmo tightly gripped the conch, his expression suddenly becoming exceedingly grim. Meanwhile, in the cave stone chamber, Zhao Sheng paid no heed to Yanmo's thoughts. As he had previously stated, his cultivation had indeed reached a critical juncture. Above the purple soul sea, 9 golden giants stood suspended in midair, occupying the eastern, western, northern, and central regions, forming an incredibly perfect sphere. At this moment, a dense, innumerable array of golden runes spread throughout the sphere, overlapping and interweaving, sometimes merging, sometimes multiplying, forming countless layers of intersecting, perfectly spherical surfaces, resembling an intricately crafted ghost sphere, peeling back the layers of the spiritual sphere, like an onion. Deep within the center of the ghost sphere revealed a 9-inch tall baby sitting cross-legged, its majestic appearance. Each hand of its dharma form held an apricot yellow jade talisman, and a similar apricot yellow jade talisman dangled above its head. At this moment, streaks of nearly solid lightning continuously flowed from his hands into the jade talisman. The electric light flickered across the surface, gradually seeping into its interior. As Zhao Sheng refined the talisman, time slipped by unnoticed. A month flew by in the blink of an eye. That day, the outer space of Shengsufang was bustling with activity. Spacecrafts large and small rose and fell, orbiting the massive meteorite, like a swarm of busy bees. As the twin suns sank into the depths of the meteorite sea and darkness filled the void, a white portal on the meteorite surface suddenly rippled. An unnoticed figure exited the portal and instantly flew into the darkness. When Zhao Sheng arrived at the rendezvous point thousands of miles away, he found the goddess of heaven and the old monster of death Zhao already waiting there. "You rascal, you actually made me wait for you? How treasonous." "Humph, I'll definitely reward you when this is over," the old monster, the death Zhao, shouted sarcastically. Black air swirled beneath his feet, and billions of dead souls loomed, wailing incessantly. From the depths of the black air, countless gazes converged on Zhao Sheng, their gazes filled with madness and malevolence. Zhao Sheng didn't even glance at the old monster. Instead, he clasped his fists and saluted the goddess Xiang. He said, "Senior Xiang, the spiritual realm has shifted again. We can set off now, okay? Thank you for your guidance, young friend." The goddess Xiang nodded slightly, then glanced down at a 1,000-foot-tall maroon meteorite below. She softly whispered, "Little Wu, come out." The maroon meteorite shook with a trembling sound, and suddenly, from the ground, a massive, dark green creature emerged. The behemoth resembled a turtle, magnified 10,000 times. Its entire body was covered in rings of thick, broad chitinous carapaces, dark green yet radiating a metallic sheen, appearing indestructible. Beneath these were rows of nearly 100 pairs of segmented green blades. From the tip of its indistinct head, 2 massive, scaled green claws, over 10 feet long, extended from either side, resembling a pair of gigantic claws from afar. The sight of these claws immediately reminded Zhao Sheng of the massive, scaly claws that had crushed the headless giant's Dharma image. Zhao Sheng noticed the admiration on Goddess Xiang's face and felt a strange unease, believing her aesthetic taste to be exceedingly peculiar. "Follow me down." With a greeting, Goddess Xiang flew down first onto the earth turtle's carapace. Zhao Sheng and the old monster, Death Zhao, followed suit. A moment later, accompanied by a ray of starlight extending into the darkness, the azure-scaled earth crow beast's carapace suddenly erupted with a vast expanse of aquamarine light. This aquamarine light transformed into a thick shield, protecting Zhao Sheng, the other two, and the behemoth itself. The next moment, the powerful void star beast launched forth like a cannonball, transforming into a swarm of azure meteors that plunged into the vast sea of meteorites and vanished. With the azure-scaled earth crow beast as their transportation, Zhao Sheng and the other two journeyed through the spiritless realm and the mysterious realm in just over 10 days, arriving at the 7-star spirit realm, nestled 1,000,000 miles deep within the mysterious realm. Passing through the dense sea of meteorites, They saw nothing but emptiness and silence ahead. A magnificent spectacle unfolded across the heavens and earth. A vast nebula stretched for thousands of miles, ablaze with color. Deep within the nebula, 7 enormous stars shimmered brightly. A moment later, Zhao Sheng and the other 2 escaped beneath a radiant star, arriving at the star cave. Gazing at the vast, multi-acre trans-dimensional formation, the death jaw monster's black energy swelled and shrank violently, clearly unsettled. The goddess of heavenly desire cast her gaze upon the cracks on the array's pillars, a hint of regret in her eyes. Zhao Sheng, observing their expressions and already harboring some suspicions, began to explain, "Seniors, while this trans-dimensional teleportation formation is damaged, it's not beyond repair. I've successfully repaired it once before, transporting 4 groups of people to other worlds." "What? You've repaired this formation before?" In a flash of black light, the death jaw monster suddenly appeared before Zhao Sheng, reaching out to grab his arm. But before his claws touched his arm, a layer of gray light suddenly emerged from Zhao Sheng's left arm, surging back towards him. The death jaw monster, a seasoned veteran, instantly recognized the gray light's power and, without a second thought, withdrew his claws, dissolving into a flash of light and escaping. This time, the light of annihilation narrowly missed. Zhao Sheng dispelled the gray light with a thought, and looked at the dead jaw monster who had escaped more than 10 feet away with a smile on his face, and said with a smile, "Senior, please don't be impatient. Although I succeeded once, this time is different. It is difficult to repair this formation with my own strength. So this time I need the help of the 2 seniors." The goddess of Shyang looked deep in her eyes and said softly, "What kind of help do you need?" "I really want to hear it." Zhao Sheng's expression was firm and full of confidence. "To be honest with you, Senior, I am sure I can repair this cross-border teleportation formation. But I need the 2 of you to use the fire of your primordial spirit to refine an item. This item is called Xianbu liquid, which is the best for repairing formations. Although I also have a way to refine this item, the quality of Xianbu liquid is not high and cannot meet the repair requirements. So I need the 2 of you to take action." After listening to this, the goddess of Xiang nodded slightly. Yes, although the dead jaw monster was unwilling to be driven by the junior, the desire in his heart had long overwhelmed his dissatisfaction, so he nodded reluctantly, and then did not forget to make a harsh statement. "Boy, if you dare to deceive me, I will grind you to dust and cast your nascent soul into the clutches of billions of dead souls, devouring you completely." Zhao Sheng blinked at this, deciding to ignore the others' clamor and address the goddess Xiang directly. "Senior Xiang, before repairing the formation, I hope you 2 can help me deploy several defensive formations to seal the cave. This will prevent the teleportation formation from being irreparably damaged by a future war." Xiang and Sijia immediately understood Zhao Sheng's implication. This time, the old monster Sijia praised him, a rare moment of praise. "Not bad. You've been very thoughtful. The teleportation formation must be protected in advance, lest even our last escape route be destroyed." Zhao Sheng smiled silently, glancing at the goddess Xiang, who met her approving gaze. Shortly thereafter, a series of loud rumbling sounds emanated from the depths of the Guangxing star, and one formation disk after another was buried across the star. As time passed, hazy clouds gradually gathered above the bright star, first slowly burying the entire star, and then, miraculously, merging with the surrounding starlight, becoming invisible. As Zhao Sheng commanded the 2 true lords to deploy a defensive formation, events unfolded smoothly according to the ancestors' plan. 7 years later, disc boats rose and landed outside the Xianshan Sufang. However, no one realized that a spaceship, crossing the void sea and approaching the Shang Sufang, was harboring remnants of the Xiansu realm. At that moment, somewhere inside the ship, 7 figures in black robes and hoods took their seats and gathered in a room. "Uncle 17, do you think we can really escape being hunted down by hiding in the Shangsu meteorite sea?" "Of course. Shangsu is a place outside the sky, billions of miles away from the netherworld. We just need to hide here and we don't have to worry all day long." "Alice, it seems that we will never be able to return to our hometown in this lifetime. I have a family to take care of. It's a pity that I can't take care of them in the future." "Don't worry, Senior Situ. My Nanshan Zhao family has an excellent reputation and will definitely take good care of your family on your behalf. It's less than 10 years before the Stargate opens. Originally, according to my idea, I should hold on until the Stargate reopens and try to sneak back to the world. Why did you trust an outsider and choose to hide in the Shangsu meteorite sea? You will definitely regret it in the future. Zhao Sheng, stop gossiping now. When you were being hunted down and had nowhere to hide, who saved your life? Who bought a life-saving ticket for you? Have you forgotten everything? You ungrateful thing. As a black-robed figure pointed and shouted, everyone's eyes turned to the tall, thin figure seated at the head of the table. They hoped the leader would speak, but were ultimately disappointed. The tall, thin figure remained silent, like a stone statue, and no one could tell what he was thinking. Not long after, the cabin suddenly shook, and everyone paused their conversation to listen. Just then, the tall, thin figure suddenly stood up and said calmly, "We've arrived. Let's get off." With that, he strode to the cabin door, opened it, and walked out. Seeing this, the remaining 6 hurriedly followed him out. About half an hour later, the 7 of them successfully entered the Shangsu market. They were quickly met by a special person and settled in smoothly. 7 days later, a pitch-black disc boat quietly departed Shangsu market and quickly sped towards the depths of the meteorite sea. "Zhao Jingyan, I have something to see Senior Yanmo. I hope you will open the door." "Oh, come in." Before he could finish his words, the door opened. A flash of bloodshot flashed in the eyes of the tall, slender Zhao Jingyan, who then strode into the cabin. He saw the towering, pale-faced Yama ancestor seated upon a jade altar. After bowing his head in greeting, Zhao Jingyan immediately asked a question that had been lingering in his mind for a long time. "Excuse me, Senior Yama. Is our clan's Kyongshan ancestor truly hiding deep within the Zuanling realm?" "Well, there's no need for me to deceive you. You've seen the specific token with your own eyes. Do you still not believe me?" "I do believe it, but I can't let go of my worries until I see Kyongshan ancestor. So, I've come to verify it with you, Senior. Don't worry. In a month at the shortest, 6 months at the longest, I'll show you your ancestor." "Leave." "Yes, I'll take my leave." Zhao Jingyan bowed deeply. Then bowed and retreated through the door. Once the door closed again, the man stood up straight, his eyes suddenly filled with bloodshot, his expression instantly becoming cold and emotionless. This person took a deep look at the gate, then turned and left without any warning. After he left, beads of sweat appeared on the forehead of Patriarch Yama, and a fist-sized, milky white conch suddenly appeared in his hand. Suddenly, an old voice came out of the conch. "Yama, how is it going? Is that person suspicious?" "Ancestor, I'm not sure, but he did just leave." Patriarch Yama released a ray of divine consciousness and sent it into the conch. "Haha. The blood god has always been cunning and suspicious. He will test you again in the future. You just have to be careful. Don't let him see any flaws. Also, don't contact me again unless it's absolutely necessary. Got it?" Chapter 500, The Battle of the Gods. Deep within the vast sea of meteorites, a pitch-black disc-shaped boat nimbly circumvented meteorites, speeding towards its destination in the vast darkness. Periodically, Zhao Sheng secretly guided the direction of the Yama ancestor using the conch. Thus, the disc-shaped boat carrying the 7 Zhao family members steadily advanced closer and closer to the 7-star spirit realm. Over the course of nearly a month, the boat had traveled over 4 million miles and reached the inner reaches of the Zuanling realm. About a day later, after skirting a cloud of meteorite dust, the surroundings drastically changed. A magnificent, vast nebula suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. In the control room on the upper deck of the disc-shaped boat, the Yama ancestor stood alone at the crystal window, gazing at the nebula ahead, his eyes alight with a strange light. Behind him, Zhao Jingyan and the other 7 stood in a circle, their faces a mixture of excitement, delight, and shock. Only Zhao Jingyan, with his arms folded across his chest, stared blankly at the strange nebula, his eyes a deep and profound gaze. At this moment, even the profound mind of Ancestor Yama couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion, a flicker of fear in his eyes. A moment later, the pitch-black disc-shaped boat flew beyond the 7-star spiritual realm and finally came to rest at the edge of the nebula. Seeing this, Ancestor Yama pulled out his conch from his arms and channeled a divine thought into it. Shortly thereafter, the nebula ahead of the disc-shaped boat suddenly melted away, revealing a channel over 10 feet wide. The disc-shaped boat slowly took off and quickly flew into the channel. 2 breaths later, the disc-shaped boat passed through the starlight maze and arrived at a brand new world. 7 great stars shone softly in the sky ahead. Bathed in the dazzling starlight, Zhao Sheng folded his arms across his chest, coldly observing the slowly approaching pitch-black disc-shaped boat. Beneath a seemingly calm surface, A terrifying murderous intent rapidly brewed in the void, threatening to erupt at any moment. Inside the disc-shaped boat's cabin, Zhao Jingyan's eyes gleamed as he peered through the transparent crystal window, catching sight of the tiny figure suspended in midair. The man mimicked his movements, his arms folded across his chest, his face expressionless. It seemed like a coincidence, yet also like a fateful destiny. At this moment, Zhao Jingyan suddenly and silently approached the crystal window. His indifferent gaze pierced the void, meeting Zhao Sheng's gaze head-on. With a sudden, cruel smile, Zhao Jingyan clenched his right fist, a flash of blood, and slammed it into the crystal window, leaving a remarkably clear fist mark. Crack, crack. The crystal window, once resistant to the harsh conditions of the outer realm, suddenly cracked with a dense, terrifying pattern centered on the fist mark. No, Long Tao, what are you doing? The other six, overcome with panic at this horrifying scene, shouted to stop him. But by then, it was too late. Didn't you see that the Yama Patriarch had already taken the initiative, distanced himself from Zhao Jingyan and retreated to the edge of the cabin, as if afraid of being caught in the crossfire? Shut up, a sudden, hoarse, cold voice rang out, a tone definitely not Zhao Jingyan's. In that moment, he seemed like a completely different person. And the familiar figure seemed strange beyond belief. In an instant, the 6 Zhao family members felt as if they had plunged into an icy cave, a chill running from their tailbone to their foreheads. Bang! As the sound faded, the entire crystal window exploded, countless crystal fragments swept out of the ship by the vacuum suction. In an instant, the cabin pressure suddenly fluctuated, the huge pressure difference between inside and outside instantly forming a tornado, the immense suction pulling the 6 people apart, nearly throwing them out into the air. Zhao Zuoyang channeled his spiritual energy to freeze himself, his face stern as he glared at the Dragon Lord Zhao Jingyan. He opened his mouth to curse, but the words remained on his lips. Not only him, but also the other 4 Zhao clan members' eyes suddenly filled with a thick layer of blood. Their hearts pounded like drums. Instantly, the blood in all 5 of them suddenly rushed out, uncontrollably flowing back into their hearts. Bang, bang, bang. 6 muffled thuds were quickly drowned out by a roaring sound. The left chests of the 5 men suddenly exploded, and 5 streams of blood gushed out like fountains. In an instant, they transformed into a vast ball of bloody light, fusing with a hissing sound and soaring above Zhao Jingyan's head like a blood-red canopy. Zhao Jingyan didn't even bother to look back, he simply waved his hand. In an instant, Sita Chang, the only survivor, exploded all over, his limbs consumed by his own blood, transforming into a bucket-sized ball of crimson essence that was instantly absorbed into Zhao Jingyan's body. At that moment, Zhao Jingyan took a step forward, and the next moment, a horrifying scene unfolded. A vast burst of blood erupted, and Zhao Jingyan seemed to shed his disguise. A blood-red figure instantly burst forth, hurling itself towards Zhao Sheng. Only a pale, bleak husk remained in the cabin. Watching the blood-red rainbow approaching with a chilling gaze, Zhao Sheng's eyes icy. A flash of thought flashed through his mind, and the 3-yang blazing flag rose from behind him. A stream of golden light from his dantian shot into the air, transforming into a radiant, golden cauldron of fire. Simultaneously, a small, silver-white bow appeared in his right hand, its string looming as silver-white arrows, each a foot long, rapidly gathered. Facing a blood god son of the divine transformation stage, Zhao Sheng would not be so arrogant as to attempt a head-on confrontation. In reality, he only needed to stall for a moment. As long as the ambushed goddess Xiang and the old monster, Dead Jua, arrived in time, Zhao Sheng could retire victorious. Well done. Take my move. 10,000 arrows pierce your heart. Zhao Sheng's eyes darkened, and he roared. The falling immortal bow in his hand crackled and exploded, the sounds merging into one. In an instant, hundreds of silver-white arrows pierced the void, shooting at the blood-red figure's vital points at all angles. To Zhao Sheng's horror, the blood-red figure ignored the arrows and continued its charge. The next moment, all the arrows pierced the blood-red figure's body, but there was no sound, as if they had entered another dimension. Zhao Sheng's face darkened slightly, and he was about to activate other magic weapons when a cold shout suddenly rang out in his ears. 3 treasures. The sound was resounding and solemn, as if uttered by a single individual. Yet also like the combined shouts of billions of souls. The voice penetrated Zhao Sheng's soul, bringing back countless memories of his childhood, chanting sutras and attending classes in the Temple of Requiem. From the depths of his memory, the stern face of Sutra Master Wu Changyong suddenly emerged, his fierce gaze fixed upon him. Zhao Sheng, dazed, instinctively opened his mouth to respond. Before he could utter the word "here," the ghostly sphere above his soul sea suddenly shone with light, its 3 layers instantly shattering. This, however, also brought Zhao Sheng back to consciousness. His mind was shaken, and his vision cleared, but at that moment, a streak of dark red blood penetrated his left chest at unimaginable speed. The blood speed was so great that he had no time to react. His multiple defensive measures proved ineffective against the blood swiftness. The moment the blood reached his body, Zhao Sheng felt an excruciating pain in his heart, and his blood instantly surged, boiling like boiling water. Zhao Sheng channeled all his magical power, striving to suppress the surge of his blood in essence. Simultaneously, his powerful spiritual consciousness penetrated his limbs and bones, joining in the suppression. What a pity! So little effect. This surge of vital energy and blood seemed to be caused by some kind of blood curse. This curse was incredibly strange, attacking the host directly from the very source of its bloodline. Even a formidable individual like Zhao Sheng would suffer a heavy blow in this first encounter with such a bizarre, law-based attack. Suddenly, his vital energy and blood uncontrollably transformed into streams of a strange, foul, dark red blood, which began to corrode the surrounding flesh and bones, even contaminating his own mana and spiritual consciousness. Watching the dark red blood corroding his body, and seeing 5 pale faces occasionally emerging from its depths, Zhao Sheng's heart was shaken, instantly recalling his first encounter with the blood on Xiansu Mountain in his 4th life. That strange blood then bore a striking resemblance to the blood of today. Oh no! A shudder trembled in his heart, and while he still had some strength left, he unhesitatingly activated phase shift. Swish! In the next instant, he vanished from the spot. Just as Zhao Sheng moved to move, a blood-colored figure flashed through like a flash of blood-red lightning, but it was a step too late, missing the target. Roar! Seeing its prey escape, the blood godson roared in rage, his entire body erupting in a blaze of bloody light, spreading madly in all directions, filling the void for 100 miles in an instant. But he quickly located Zhao Sheng's hiding place through his source blood. He'd taken refuge beneath a great bright star. Hey, you little Sanbao, you can't escape! A wild laugh erupted, resonating through the air, and a rolling blood cloud surged toward the bright star. In a flash, it had crossed hundreds of miles and reached its summit. Driven by the blood godson's rage, the blood cloud expanded rapidly, seemingly threatening to engulf the bright star. Just then, 2 balls of light, one blue and one black, suddenly emerged from behind the bright star and flew straight towards the blood godson. Boom! Amidst the azure light, the delicate face of the goddess Xiang coldly waved her left arm. A gigantic, green-scaled claw materialized from thin air and slashed fiercely at the blood cloud. This claw not only ripped through the void, but also tore off a section of the blood cloud nearly 100 miles across. The death jaw monster, in perfect coordination, seized upon the gaping hole in the blood cloud and suddenly thrust his hands forward. A mountainous mass of black energy thundered into the depths of the blood cloud. Simultaneously, a pitch-black arm, as thick as a pillar, suddenly emerged from the black energy, its massive fist slamming into the blood-colored figure. But then, a blood-red blade of light shot up into the sky, easily cleaving the fist, arm, and the vast black energy in half. The blade still had enough force to strike the death jaw monster, but it was crushed by the green-scaled claw. The blood godson gathered the blood cloud and slowly ascended to the clouds. His blood-red eyes, filled with madness and cruelty, stared coldly and ruthlessly at the 2 transformation gods across from him. Xiang, Sija. So it was you 2 who were behind all this. Have you had enough of living? Are you so eager to throw yourself into the arms of the Divine Master? The blood god child appeared to have not been fully assimilated by the blood god, surprisingly retaining a shred of consciousness. He instantly recognized the 2, they seemed to be acquaintances of the goddess Xiang and his companions. Xiang's gaze hesitated, but the blood-stained face seemed increasingly familiar. Suddenly, she exclaimed in shock, your elder Zilu. So you haven't passed away, but instead have fallen into the state worse than death. At the mention of Venerable Zilu, the old monster Sija shuddered, his expression darkening. 2,000 years ago, Elder Zilu was renowned throughout the netherworld, possessing unparalleled divine power. He was a peerless master of the human cult. 3,000 years earlier, He had transcended the bounds of the divine transformation realm, becoming one of the most powerful figures in the netherworld. However, after 1,000 years of dominance, Elder Zillu suddenly vanished from the human world. 100 years later, the secret of Master Zillu's final ascension in the forbidden area in the back mountains leaked from within this high-range sect. Thus, the netherworld lost a supremely powerful divine transformation realm. Who could have imagined that a peerless divine master would now be reduced to a divine transformation puppet in the hands of the blood god? It's almost there too. Our sect awaits your fusion with the divine master. This is your unparalleled honor, the blood god's son chuckled with a fanatical chuckle. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly launched an attack. The blood cloud beneath him exploded, expanding 1,000-fold in size. His lower body merged with the blood cloud, and the pressure he emanated intensified. Puff, puff, the blood god's son roared, and from the blood cloud erupted hundreds of dark red blood balls the size of houses. Each fireball radiated a powerful wave, and the wailing faces of countless men and women, young and old, emerged from its surface. The foul blood balls, with a long streak of bloody flame, like a meteor shower, struck the goddess Sheng and her partner with incredible swiftness and ferocity. Rumble. These dark red blood spheres exploded, transforming into a foul wave of blood that instantly engulfed the two. The next moment, a rotund, dark green behemoth shot out from the depths of the bloody waves. Suddenly, the green-scaled earth crow beast stretched its body, roaring fiercely. Its body enveloped in a thick, dark light, it flicked over and engaged the surging blood waves. Meanwhile, the goddess Sheng proudly stood atop the earth crow beast, her immense magical power merging with its own. The combined power of the two vastly increased. Rumble. Waves of demonic energy rippled in all directions, often reaching thousands of feet across. Wherever they passed, ripples rippled through the void, turbulently suffusing the surrounding spiritual energy. At that moment, the old monster, Dead Jua, vanished. Barely 3 breaths later, the sky above the bright star suddenly shone with a burst of light, and within it emerged a dense, magnificent web of light. The vastness of the light net, covering half of the spirit realm, extended far beyond 100 li. The 7-star spirit realm's entire area was no more than 10,000 li, with a diameter no greater than 1,000. For a true lord of transformation, a mere few hundred li was too cramped, practically tantamount to hand-to-hand combat. Consequently, the blood god's son had almost no room to dodge, being caught squarely in the net. Nearly 2/3 of the blood cloud fell within its range. At that moment, the magnificent light net blazed brightly, erupting with an unimaginable, stagnant force. The blood cloud and the blood god's son were instantly suppressed by the formation's power, their reactions becoming sluggish. At that moment, the old monster, Death Jua, suddenly burst forth from the depths of the light net, the image of a 1,000-foot-tall, headless giant emerging from behind him. The headless giant clasped his hands together and rushed towards the blood cloud in the sky. The space inside his arms shrank rapidly, and thick black air filled out. Billions of dead souls rushed up, surrounded the blood cloud and devoured it madly, as if they were eating some supreme delicacy. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.